Are you guys excited? I'm excited. I'm super freaking excited. Seriously. It's one of my favorite zones in the whole game. And it's awesome. I love the music here. This is actually the music I've set to my garrison music over in Warlords. Just gotta get a little bit more into position here, so if you'll give me a moment. There we go. This should be a good enough spot to get across the point. Alright. Hopefully I'm actually online. Maybe. There's only one way to find out. And that's to go manually look at my own stream to see if I'm online. I might not be, because Twitch has been really weird lately. Wow. Hello. Hello, Twitch. I can't even tell. Oh, no. It says I'm offline. Okay, so why don't we try to fix that here. You. Okay. Maybe this will make it go live. Hopefully. Hopefully. I would kind of like to be online while streaming. Twitch, hello. Forgive me, viewers at home with YouTube, if you'll be patient with me here. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. I am having serious issues right now. Holy crap. I'm not dropping any frames, oddly enough. Okay, here we go. Apparently there's a Counter-Strike tournament going on right now. Yikes. Yeah, holy crap. A pretty big Counter-Strike tournament. They're actually they have more viewers than League of Legends. Every now and then I get a little sad. I see other people stream and I see 3,000 viewers on or 5,000 viewers on, and I just look at that like, yep, that's not me. And it never will be. Not sure what to make of that. Yeah, we are just flat offline right now. Okay. I'm going to try one last thing here. See if we can't connect it all here, maybe. Again, forgive me, viewers at home on YouTube. Alright, we're going to try pushing in through a different thing here. Let's push in through... there, okay. Okay. This is our third attempt here. I guess technically this is actually our fourth attempt to get online here. Oh, we might actually be going online. Oh, okay, we're finally online. 4 attempts. 4 attempts to go live. Oh my god. Wow, I have never had that many problems just going live. Damn. Okay. So, anyways, God, I have totally lost my train of thought now. Who's winning right now? Right, we need to switch suits here really quick. Yeah. Status disrupted. Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, I have just the thing, Wanderer.
Yeah, so I'm surprised Nightbot's even functioning right now, to be honest with you. Whatever, we're gonna make a good attempt here. And if we're gonna fail, then we will fail like the sons of the Horde that we are. For the Horde! Did I? Up there. I do like the fact that they basically wrote a new song for the sewers. It's a
May
nice,
your feet find good trails.
it's kind of a nice touch. So I want to know how many people had the issue that I'm about to have. So you notice I can't fly down here, right? That's kind of something that I want you to keep in mind. I can't fly down here. So we're going to go ahead and exit Lorerun. You might even wonder why I'm in the sewers. Well, if you go to the sewers, you find a goblin. And that goblin gives you the go-to quest for Storm Peaks. Alright, let's go. Oh, wow, it actually lets me fly this time. Okay, so once upon a time, the flight bubble was too far out, so you would just plummet to your death here. Another fun fact, once upon a time, there was such a thing as a vehicle mount, which doesn't actually exist anymore. And the vehicle mounts allowed you to fall infinitely without taking falling damage, because the vehicle would take the damage. So you could jump off of Lorerun, and the vehicle mount would die, and you'd be fine. Anyways. Hi, everyone. The time has come to go to, as I said earlier when I wasn't live on stream, one of my favorite zones in this entire game. And I hope you guys are looking forward to this, because I sure as hell am. Hey there, pal! Who doesn't like excitement and explosions? Who doesn't? I know just the place for you. Down at luxurious K3, they're always making innovative inventions and finding all new ways to make things blow up. Sounds thrilling, doesn't it? If you want to be part of the fun, head on down today and speak to Jeer Sparkspocket. Mandatory disclaimer, manual labor may be required to partake in previously indicated excitement. Welcome to the Storm Peaks, ladies and gentlemen. I absolutely love this place. I love the music. I love the sound. I love the aesthetic of it. I love the design. I love the fact that it's this wonderfully vertical zone. I love pretty much everything about this place, but there's one other thing I want to show off that's kind of cool about this place. I've already shown off the Crystal Song Forest, of course. So you're probably wondering why I'm going this way. Oh, also there's this perpetual storm, and you can see the Aurora Borealis around here. It's just a very, very beautiful zone. Interesting psychotic. They must have changed that. Like, I guarantee you they changed that, because back when Pax and I were doing that, this is admittedly a few months ago, like back in, like, mid-last year, it gave way less gold by a huge margin. So I'm glad they changed that. Okay. So, Crystal Song Forest. You might be like, well, why am I showing this off? Well, I'm actually not. If you don't... So, you could get a flying mount relatively early on in Northrend, and you were generally expected to have a flying mount by this point in time. But on the off chance that you didn't, this is the last zone you can reach on the ground. There's some niggling exceptions to that, but basically this is intended to be the last spot you can quest without flying. The remainder of the Storm Peaks, and pretty much all of Icecrown, was designed with flying in mind, making them the only two zones that actually have that feature ever in the history of WoW. It's also one of the reasons why this zone is so vertical. Now you may not be like, what do you mean? What do you need flying for? Well, actually, if you look around, you see this generally impassable barrier of doom over here? See those things? You can't get further up into the zone. Like, you can access this area right here on the ground. To access this area up here, you need to be able to fly. Now, you might be like, well, that's crap. That means you have to go get a thing. Well, yes, it does. It also, however, means you can talk to this guy right here.
I got the best deals anyway.
Now, obviously, he won't do anything for me because I already actually have a flying mount. But this guy specifically gives you a free flying mount. If, for whatever reason, on the off chance that you have just burnt all your money or haven't been questing or whatever, he will give you a flying mount. It's slow as crap. It's like, it's this terrible, terrible slow mount. But he will give you a mount that you can use here, so you can actually quest in this zone. And yes, we are in the mountains. So welcome to K3. This is a goblin town. Of course it is.
Time is money, friend.
Welcome to K3. We came here to make our way into those peaks and get our fair share of some of those amazing Titan machines. Progress on that end has been somewhat minimal, though. Gnolls, snowballs, magnetar, There's no shortage of trouble to go around. And not to mention, we can't seem to keep our flyers in the air without their motors freezing. There's plenty of work to be done, though. Lend a hand, huh?
Keep it real.
To the point, Ricketts asked me to put together some stronger landmines, but I'm running low on parts. Just west of the town, you'll find the remains of our last rocket sled. Ricketts got a little excited when she was fueling it, but I probably should have thought not to put the nozzle right over the exhaust. Live and learn, huh? Anyways, there should be a stock of spare parts scattered around the destroyed sled. Why don't you go try and chase them down, huh?
Have a good one.
Yeah, I've never actually gotten to the point where I've flown it myself, Stukov. I've always had flying, because I really like having flying, and I've always prioritized that gold-wise. So, I've never actually gotten it myself.
What's up?
Hey, you're a new face. Care to lend Rickett a hand? We've got a somewhat unexpected problem. Food shortage. I know. We should have seen that coming, but you don't get it. We tend to have somewhat of a quick turnaround here with our Sapper squad and all. So usually we don't have to worry about long-term eats. Good old Colt K3's gotten popular, though. I told you Psychotic flying was a huge priority for me. Convenient solution? Well, there's gnoll camps to the west, and the gnolls are scattered. Scavenging, like gnolls do. Maybe you could grab some of their rations.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
Oh, I know just the job for an eager newcomer. We've got a gnoll problem. You might even call it a gnoll infestation. Pesky things. They keep creeping up and more. Now they're on our doorstep, stealing our parts. Inconceivable. It all ends and begins with their uppity leader, Gnarlhide. I want to make you see to the ends part. Go pay him a visit at his camp. And when I say pay him a visit, that's a euphemism for kill him painfully. Okay? Okay.
Keep it real.
Yeah, I have no idea how I'm live right now. I technically shouldn't be. Like, I really shouldn't.
Hey, how you doing?
You've got to help us. We were in the middle of an expedition into the mountains to set up a transmission tower when we were attacked. They looked like Vrykul, except their skin was blue and layered with frost. And they were all female. They took our men. Please, Xylom, you have to help them.
If you ever need anything.
Please, Xylom, when the Hildar took our men, they also took our equipment. Of course, it's more important we get our boys back, but if you want to do any of our equipment, I'd really appreciate it if you brought us back.
Glad I could help.
We will actually be doing Ulduar after the Storm Peaks, because this is where it best fits storyline-wise. That's generally the idea, whenever possible, to do the raids and dungeons in the best order storyline-wise where it fits. So... God, I love the music out here. I think it's the choir that sells it. Okay, let's just listen to it for a second. Sorry, I really like this music. Alright, so, one thing I want you guys to consider, by the way. What you see, this giant crater here, this is what the goblins consider a small oops. I'm serious. This was a single sled of theirs that they happened to get a little bit too overzealous on refueling, and this was the result. Very goblin. So actually, Psychotic, it's funny you say that, because guaranteed one way or another we're doing the Firelands after. Oh, sure. Here, hang on. Zoom in, 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 zoom in. After, one way or another, we will be doing Firelands after we finish with... You know what I'd give to actually visit this place? I'm serious. Do you know what I would give if it was, like, possible to go here? And just to look up at the night sky. There's the North Star right over there. Or the equivalent. Anyways. We're going to be doing Firelands after Deepholm. One way or another. Because Deepholm pretty much has to happen before Firelands, storyline-wise. So, yeah. But I'm probably going to go ahead. I'm probably going to go ahead and do Firelands after I do the other two raids. Simply because the overall story arc of Cataclysm kind of flows naturally between the 4 raids. So I'll probably hit the raids pretty much in order, with the only interruption being the dungeons. The 3 dungeons in a row. That is Mercadin, the murky version of Illidan that I got for pre-ordering Legion or from BlizzCon, I forget which. Ah, this quest. So this quest is actually funny when you have a flying mount. No, I will not Psychotic. There's really no reason to. Any more than I'll be doing Archivon for the same reason. So I used to be really good at this, but these things have variable ranges, so you're not actually always safe, and there's latency to be kept in mind. Yeah, like that. So there's actually an achievement for staying airborne in here for quite a long period of time. You might be like, what do you mean staying airborne? Well, let me demonstrate. The point is to basically bounce from explosion to explosion. My friends and I spent forever getting this achievement. Anyways. But yeah, I won't be doing Burden Hold, just like I didn't do Archivon. There's really no reason to. I'll talk about it, but I will not actually go there and do it. Oh, that choir. Sorry. Life's been bad lately. What can I say? Yeah, me too, Psychotic. We're getting really camped up here. A lot more players too. There's competition in this area. God, I can't even remember what I was talking about now. Oh yeah, so yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do, basically the order we're gonna do this in is we're gonna do all of Ulduar. Ulduar, wow. We're gonna do all of Storm Peaks. No, yeah, Namus 5's Twitch is having some severe issues right now. And, then we'll be doing the Halls of Stone, and then we'll be doing the Halls of Lightning, and then we'll be going to Ulduar pretty much immediately after that. I've positioned my main, aka my really good character who has good gear and I'm really good at, in order to be able to do pretty much every raid from this point on. We will no longer be doing raids on Tamazot because she's not that well geared, and she's a rogue. And I'm not that good at rogues, and frankly, in my opinion, rogues are not the greatest going back and doing old content class that there is. So we're going to be doing raids on our warrior from now on. Yeah, that's exactly my experience too, Rigel, in all honesty. It's one of the 2 main contributing factors as to why I've never gotten into Hearthstone. Actually, my Shadow Priest isn't 100. Nor is my Paladin, believe it or not. But don't worry, my warrior can solo anything in the game up to Pandaria and some of the Pandaria raids. And I know that because I've done it. I'm pretty damn good with my warrior. So, to answer Slate's question, the Zaydenra version, my shepherd was called Zaydenra. That was her name, Zaydenra Shepherd. Zaydenra is actually a character from one of my written works, separate of Mass Effect or anything like that. And so, the Zaydenra version, quote-unquote, of Mass Effect is the version of the game that I was actually... that's canon in my head, basically, if you understand. The one that coheses with the Imperium, which is my set of written works. Wow, you have a better deck than I do, Rigel. So, time to go after the ice giant Amazonians. And have some Howling Fjord music while we're here. Am I online right now? Someone say Kefka if I'm online. Because Twitch is having some serious issues right now. Say, if I just went to quality options, that's great. But, okay, so that's not even that big of a delay, Deutsch. So, yay! Okay, so I am in fact online. Ah. Good to know. Now, these women here are part of an order that we'll actually be infiltrating later, so I don't really want to talk about them too much right now. Suffice it to say that these are effectively Amazonians, like in just about every way that matters. It is debatable that a large amount of these Amazonian women's, the specific tribe of the Frostvrykul, are actually the ones who provide the... what's a good word? Provide the raw materials for Valkyr. Now, bit of a reality check. We know for a fact that there are Valkyr that were not crafted by the second Lich King. But we also know for a fact that the Lich King can craft Valkyr artificially. So until Legion comes out, I unfortunately don't have a lot more information to really share with you with regards to how exactly the Valkyr function. Because, yeah... No, like I said, Rigel, I'm pretty much in the same boat as you. Hearthstone's barrier to entry is huge. Yeah, I have this weird feeling that someone's trying to be a jerk and go after Twitch in a DDoS attack or whatever because of the Counter-Strike tournament that's going on right now. Everything is melted and frozen. Yeah, this is, as was pointed out, a fairly popular leveling zone. So we're going to have a lot more competition as we're going through this zone than we have up to this point. If you notice, we had almost no competition at all on Sholazar. Just a few rare individuals. And, yeah. Also, green plague tigers. There's no need to insult people, Zoan Joker. Some people have a harder time with it than others. And the barrier to entry is huge. Especially if you're just getting into it and you don't actually have a deck. Because you're just getting into it. Which is what I call a barrier of entry, which is exactly what I just said. Yeah, no kidding, Psychotic. By the way, this will never happen in a million years, but I swear to God, if the time-lost Proto-Drake happens to be up while I'm going through here... Oh, speaking of which, I should turn that add-on on. I have an add-on just for tracking that guy. Where is it? There it is. NPC scan. Where's... Alright, where's... Make sure it's on here. Right there. Except it's already tracked. Can I shoot? Okay, how do I... Okay, so that's working. Okay, yep, that's working. How do I... Okay. That's going to have to do. Alright, sorry. Back to it. So, Grey Wolf, like I said, I don't want to talk too much about these women, but suffice it to say they're a matriarchal society, again, kind of Amazonian, very anti-male. To them, pretty much the only purpose in any given male is as slave labor, while there's the women are the ones who actually run things. You know, they're the ones who do the fighting and the fighting and the fighting. The men do the building, the working, the cooking, that kind of a thing. Now you might ask why they are that way. Well, we'll get to that, because, again, we're not actually doing those quests yet. But these women, I would say these women are not in the right for what they do, but it is kind of understandable why they do it. Also, a nice little touch, they actually have blue proto-drake skins up here, which is logical, because blue proto-drakes are actually the ones who are up here, so that's kind of nice. Now, I really wish there were more of these mobs spawned right now. Holy crap. I may just abandon this for the moment. Oh, mob! Oh. Anything else? Maybe? That would be funny, Psychotic. I wouldn't touch him. I'd let someone else get him. I already have Skull. But that would be funny, since that would effectively mark the second time I have ever seen Skull spawn. Ever. The first time being the incident where I got him. I should retell that story when I get there, just in case. Oh my god, this should be 100% drop rate. Why is it not 100% drop rate? Why? Blah, 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 blah. Come on, I need one more. One. So, how's the weather, guys? I never actually got Loknahak. In fact, I've never seen Loknahak. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but you know what I'm talking about. Come back, Deutsch! Come back! Come back, Deutsch! Guys, I think we've lost Deutsch. He's off reading his Playboys again. Or, excuse me, Playdudes. Playgirls? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, you guys aren't even going to get that reference. It's a reference to the South Park WoW episode. Hit him with your crossbow, Cly! I seriously need one more thing. This is insane. Screw it. There's 4 people running around trying to camp right now. I'm going to go and just turn in the other quest really quick. I love that giant explosion. That would almost wipe out this town. Outpost, I should say, if it actually hit him.
Hey, how you doing?
We have to have something we could use to insulate our engines against this cold. Think, Tyr, think! Oh, you got some of that wreckage for me? Ah, this'll do nicely, thanks. Did you see what happened to Dim while I was out there? I sent him out a while ago and he never came back. Hope he's alright. Speaking of which, I wonder where Jenks is. Blast it, where are my tools? I had them here just a moment ago. Oh! I probably forgot them when I was setting up that minefield. That's mildly inconvenient. I'd be mighty appreciative if you could go get them for me. You'll have to watch your step, though. You should be able to use the same path I did to get out. Oh, and don't try to fly in. I had the presence of mind to set up turrets to shoot down anything that they
Keep it
that might
real.
fly.
Welcome, friend.
I'm sorry, Psychotic. Here we go. Hey there again. My belly's rumbling. How'd it go? I hope they weren't too hesitant to share the wealth. We've been pretty forgiving thus far with letting them prick through our leftovers.
Be careful out there. Have a good one.
Wow, this stuff is nasty. Not to account for an old taste or anything, but I figured whatever they had would at least be edible. Let's get more creative. Tor's got an explosive dispenser north of town, not far from the big cavern entrance. You can't miss it. I'm sure she intends them for mining purposes of some sort, but I've got a better idea. Grab one of those things and rush to the nearby mammoths. Most of them are to the west.
Hurry back.
So, you're about to experience how a goblin goes hunting for meat. And a gnoll just threw a freaking bone at me. Anyways, where's the dispenser? It's over here, isn't it? I think so. Maybe it's at the other one. I guess I'll have to give you permission. Permit. So, Joker. There we go. I like how Nightbot's working just fine right now. It's kind of weird, actually. Hi, Raskor, by the way. Where's the... Anyways, so let's go ahead and just head over here to this minefield. I'm sure this will be safe. Oh god, nope, they knocked me out of the sky. Oh! Oh god, ow. Well, I can sit here in pain. Or I can eat some bowels and brains. Tasty bowels and brains. Nom. Oh god. You know, I get that question more often than you'd think, Magic Vanilla. So, you've got a couple of options. First and biggest option. I can't believe I survived that. I think I literally lived with 1 health. First and best option, the most common option. Okay, let me rewind a little bit, Magic Vanilla. If you want to experience all of Star Trek, what I usually recommend is, like, if you're invested in the project, start with Season 3 Next Generation. I know that sounds weird, but hear me out. Watch the first several episodes of Next Generation, Season 3. If you like them, if you want to see the rest of Star Trek, now you rewind, go back, and watch it all in order. Original series, movies, TNG, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and then the last few seasons of Enterprise. If, however, you're not sure you're going to get invested or you don't have a lot of time, I usually recommend people just go ahead and start with with the Next Generation and skip original series entirely. So it depends on how much you're already invested, basically. So yeah, we're going to have to actually make our way in here. If we can. Okay, so now we need to go this way. Oh, too much at an angle. No! Okay, we're safe, we're safe. There are 2 Q episodes in Season 1, yes. So this is funny. Is it true? Has someone finally come to get me out of this place? Take the tools. No, that's not it, is he? He that heartless lout sent you after the tools, didn't he? Well, guess I'll just keep an eye on the turrets or something. And yes, DS9 was actually prior to Voyager. Not by too much, only by 2 seasons. Season 3 DS9 coincided with Season 1 of Voyager, basically. Or Season 2? No, I'm pretty sure I have that right. Yeah, right now I only play Brawl in Hearthstone. It's the only thing that's actually fun for me in Hearthstone. I don't mean any offense to anybody who enjoys Hearthstone. It's just, for me, that's what's enjoyable about it, is the unique brawl decks. So here's a weird question for you guys. If you could visit any location in World of Warcraft, but only one location, and you could go there infinitely, like you can go there and go back and go there and go back, you could just do it infinitely no matter when you want to. You know, you've got like a little button that just teleports you there and back or whatever. Which zone would you pick to be able to visit regularly in World of Warcraft? In Warcraft in general, I should say. How's this dispenser? Lorerun is admittedly one of my first thoughts, too. I mean, seriously.
Well, spit it out.
For the interests of amusement, let's go ahead and say that, yes, you actually do hear the music.
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah, no kidding, huh, Rigel?
Keep it real. Be
Be
good.
Hey, Nathrazim. Yeah, Twitch is really exploding right now. They might actually be under attack. Not really sure. Let's assume you cannot fly. You know, it's just you and your normal self. By the way, this right here, this is how goblins hunt. They toss a bomb at a thing that they want to eat, and they collect the meat left over. Yeah, Lorerun is admittedly one of my first thoughts. Lots of good food, lots of comfort, you know, lots of places you can just hang out and be like, yep, and just have a good time. There's a few other places I'd like to visit too. Stormwind City, Ironforge, you know. Valley of the Four Winds also comes to mind immediately. Think of all the food. And they're Pandaren. You could walk up and be like, you know, I would love a really good soup right now. And they're like, oh, I'll show you a really great soup. And you would have the best soup you've ever had. Think about how much amazing food you could have if you lived with Pandarans. I'm surprised by the variety of answers we're getting here, though. And I like that. Hey, Night Forger. Lakeshire. Oh, yeah, I like Lakeshire. Wintergrass, that's an interesting one. Permeus, of course, wouldn't go anywhere. Oh, ho, ho. Oh. Yeah, no kidding, Raskor. These used to be snowbolts. They might still be snowbolts, we're not sure. What, you mean the one who sells, like, donuts and brownies and... Yeah. Don't forget there's demons in there, too, Dreadfuse, and you're just a normal human being. Hence the point of the teleport button. I mean, you can teleport out at will if they start coming after you, but still. I extremely doubt we'll get to Icecrown today. Storm Peaks is a large zone. So... I admit Teldrassil, or at the very least, Darnassus might not be a bad pick, too. Ugh. It's like there's a propeller in my stomach. I think I can walk, but I think I got something nasty in my system when I got bit by something in the back of the cave. Bigger than the other spiders and brightly colored. Ricket could probably make me an antidote, but she'd need the venom sac from whatever bit me. Would you mind finding it for me? I don't think Tor's coming. I'll just pretend I'm dead, and hopefully they'll leave me alone. Yeah, sure. I'll help you pretend you're dead. Oh, sorry. Yes, absolutely, Nethrazim. Actually, I have something funny to talk about with regards to the Titan designs. Oh, no. The Pandarans are awesome and amazing and incredible, Night Forager. 50 chat servers, chat. This is getting fun. If I go offline, it's not me. It's, that. Yeah, the Pandorans are kind of a very, Zen kind of a thing. Pandaran society, if you were to summarize their society in a single word, which you shouldn't, because no society should be summarized by a single word, but if you were going to, that word would be life. Or if you're going to pull it out to a sentence, it would be something like enjoying life. That's pretty much what the Pandarans are all about. They actually have a quote: "Life is to be savored." Actually, I think the whole quote is slow down, life is to be savored. Jade Forest is probably basically a paradise prior to us showing up, so I think I actually agree with that one as well. Excuse me. I'll go ahead and say yes to the any point in time thing. Yeah, probably psychotic. If I suddenly can't see anyone say anything in chat, I'll know why. Ironically, I might be so small scale that I'm still existing because I'm not taking up a large load on one of the servers that's dying. I'm relegated. The advantages of being tiny have at last borne fruit. But seriously, we'll get there. We'll get there. Chat users list is down. Do we have any, like, does Twitch have a Twitter where they're updating people on what the hell's going on? Because holy crap. There we go. Wow, that is a lot of spider eggs. Can we just burn this entire place to the ground? Please? Is that a thing we can do? Because, I don't want this place to keep existing. No, I mean, like, as in I want to hear a real person saying, this is what the issue is. You know? Like, here's the problem. I don't know, all those other Death Knights, they're kind of terrible people. I mean, they used to work for the Scourge. How could you ever trust someone like that? And of course, I did that quest on a Death Knight as well, so, yeah, I recognized who the Saurian was as well. Funnily enough. That is true, Cashel, but I'd still kind of like to kill all spiders. And all insects in general. Can we just do that? Just erase all insects from reality. Whoosh. And it's gone. Thank you, Lurker. See, this is a nice touch, by the way. So, we've got a bunch of snowbolts in here. Now, there's actually a tiny bit of lore behind this. It's really only a tiny bit. Basically, as I mentioned, there's a symbiotic relationship between the snowbolts and the Magnetar. The snowbolts deal with the little stuff. The Magnetar deal with the big stuff. You've got the Defender, and you've got the the infrastructure. It's actually a really good pairing between the two. They don't know that, Meat Fist. Well, we'll remove all plants too, Pyro. Then it'll be good. So, this is actually a snowbolt fortification here, right here. They've actually set up this fort specifically so they can keep digging and mining through this area. Along with the goblins who are actually working in here as well. And it was basically to keep out all of the pests of the area, notably the massive amounts of spiders. But you might be like, well, why would the snowbolts be interested in ore at all? Because metal is useful to Magnetar. And I doubt the Magnetar have the ability to do things like smithing, for example. Okay, well, wipe out all animals too, Pyro. God, jeez. Ahem. There we go, that should cut it. Hopefully Rick can get me out of here. Ready to get out of here? I thought for sure I'd just be a spider snack. Maybe I'm speaking a bit soon, though. Let's get the heck out of here. Let me know when you're ready. I prefer sooner than later, what with the slowly dying from poison and all. Alright, let's go. Look, I don't say... I'm just saying, you know. If we had a giant ball with no insects on it, life would be better. For, you know, like a year or two. Thank you, Grey Wolf. Shoot, I had something to say about the ecosystem thing. That's it! Guys, I'm moving to Mars. I'm not letting them terraform it either. No terraforming Mars. It's already a paradise. Okay, so what you're saying is we need to get rid of all insects, all animals, all plants, all people, all oxygen, all water, all heat, and all cold. Is that what I'm hearing? Because we can make this happen. Alright, I'm going to go bring the venom sac to Ricket and then, you know, collapse. So thanks for helping me. You're welcome. I'm suddenly picturing... I'm suddenly picturing, like... So imagine all insects just get wiped out all of a sudden. So life, like the whole world is just falling apart. The whole ecosystem is completely destabilizing and going off kilter. And people are approaching someone and they're like, what do we do about this? And then all of a sudden Shepard just shows up out of nowhere and says, we fight or we die.
Time is money, friend.
Good to see you putting up some dirty work. Much appreciated,
Have a good
pal.
one. Interesting.
That's a ripe stench there. You didn't. You had to get your hands on with some snowballs, didn't you? Appreciate it though.
If you ever need anything.
By the way, the snowballs were mining Serenite. In lore, there is no single location that has more Serenite in it than the Storm Peaks. By the way. Oh, I'm gonna go see if I can finally free that last goblin really quick. That's true, Shiryu. They don't require any form of insect life to exist. And, of course, this place is still camped to hell and back. Oh my god. I'm never going to complete this quest, guys. It's just going to sit here forever. Never-ending quest. Oh, there's a guy. Kill. Not all reality, just all insects. And then we need to artificially... See, actually, okay. All joking aside, I've talked before about this concept. It's the concept of total domination over the environment. It's a concept in fiction, because of course we're nowhere near that in real life, but it is a theoretical possibility in real life. So here's the idea. Any society gets to the point where they have they're basically at the complete mercy of their environment, but they get more and more advanced and more technologically, have prowess and knowledge and understanding to the point where they can severely affect their environment, usually in a negative way through pollution and mass mining, that kind of a thing, right? Then, so that's the first step in technological progression towards this thing. The next step is getting sufficiently advanced and sufficiently strong and sufficiently knowledgeable and sufficiently motivated to the point where you no longer, where you are still getting what you need from the environment without damaging it in the process. We're still kind of working on that right now in real life. When you get past that step, you reach the point of total dominance over the environment. The ability to have weather control, the ability to supplant certain parts of the ecosystem, the ability to basically ensure that certain forms of life exist where others don't, you know, that kind of a thing. Basically being able to, for lack of a better term, forge the environment and life within it without actually having the negative detriments from doing so. Damn it. I've pointed this out in several games I've lore-runned in the past where someone has demonstrated that kind of environmental mastery and dominance. So in a theoretical future, and we're talking quite a ways from now, it might be possible to simulate the benefit that insects provide to the environment and to the ecosystem without actually requiring the insects. Which is actually what happens within the Empire, by the way. They have reached that point where they can simulate an ecosystem without needing some of the grittier, more disgusting aspects of it. And they have done so for aesthetic purposes. Now, of course, there is a catch behind that kind of technology, and that catch is basically, if you screw it up, if something goes wrong with your system or whatnot, then it's over. You know, your ecosystem is going to collapse very, very quickly, because the thing artificially maintaining it goes away. Ugh, oh my god. And she didn't drop a frickin' key! Why is it this 100% drop rate? No, I want us to have more technology than the ethereals. I want us to make the Titans themselves go, damn, dudes. But we're not there yet. I mean, for God's sakes, we're still having problems with hunger in the world when we really shouldn't. 3 kills, no key. And this place is camped to hell and back, too. Frickin' stupid. Hate everything. Kill universe. Rah. I really would like to do this quest. It's part of an important chain. What about the other Titans, Titan? But yeah, Earth and Ryza are actually good examples in lore of Star Trek, of places where they basically have total dominance over the local environment. Greed, Night Forager. Lack of interest, that kind of a thing. I'm gonna give this one more rotation. One more full round. Up, dip. Quick. Got her. Okay. God damn it. 4 kills, no key. This is stupid. Give me a key. Thank you. God. Sorry. That's not good. No. Just no. I'm just gonna say this one more time. No. Okay, we have freed all the men from the Amazonian women. They will no longer be snoo-snooed to death. Slates, you didn't hear me answer you, did you? I answered that question earlier. You can't read about it anywhere. It's during the Lorerun. It's very simple. It is my version of Mass Effect's events, aka Zaydenra being my shepherd. It's very simple, really. Zaydenra being, of course, a member of the Imperium and the Bastion. So.
What's up?
If Jinx were around here, I could just send him on this errand. On second thought, I'm not sure I told him where the safe path is. Good thing I have resourceful adventurer types around, right? These are them. Thank you kindly. Hope you didn't have too much trouble traversing the field. Looking good. Oh, not you. My mines. You're just a little full of yourself, aren't you? I, on the other hand, am absolutely brilliant. My intellect cannot be matched. What were we talking about? Oh, yes. My new mines. New and improved, ready for whatever devious use Rickett has concocted. Go and be a good lad and hand them off to Rickett. She's right over there. I'm sure it will be quite the epic journey.
Have a good one.
Epic journey across the town.
Hey, how you doing?
I know my plan was brilliant. Don't even worry about it. Does it feel good to be in the presence of greatness? A little tingly, maybe? And it's already well done. I outdo myself sometimes. Thanks much. This is the dumbest looking gun in the game, by the way. Look at that thing. I hate that gun. In case of emergency, pull trigger.
Glad I could help.
Thanks for helping me get that miner out there. I should be able to put together an antidote in no time. If you stumble into Tor again, tell her she's a jerk for me, will you?
Hurry back. Welcome, friend.
Jir just finished the mines? Dandy. Well, aren't these just the cutest little packets of destruction you ever seen? I've been waiting for eternity. Well, a few days at least. What took him so long? Here's the lowdown, compadre. There's this big, nasty bunch of Magnetar. You know, big, hairy, extremely ugly. They seem pretty keen on taking K3 from themselves. Not gonna happen. We've got some defenses set up north of here. Sadly, our laser turrets have pretty limited power supplies. That's where the mines come in. Go over there and blow them up.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
So you might think, how the hell could goblins hold off a Magnetar assault? Well, I'll show you. They've got these turrets set up. And mines. Turrets and mines. I don't see any problem with this, really. Damn it, too slow. I think we need more mines. What do you guys think? Up, they're dead. We did it. Yeah, the Magnetar are literally Zap Brannigang the situation, rather than actually thinking about any kind of strategy they could do. Keeping in mind, there are other strategies they could be using here. They're just like, nah, charge.
Time is money, friend.
So here I sit, basking in the awesomeness that is me. And in the distance I hear a pop, and then another, and then a dozen more, and a smile crept into my face at the thought of all those Magnetar and Snowballs eagerly rushing to their deaths. Was it glorious? Oh hey, the D ring, for when the C ring just doesn't get the job done.
Be careful out there.
The Sapper squad's ready. That means it's fun time, dear. There's only one thing holding us up from one full-scale assault on the Garm. I sent a runner to set a teleporter up behind the Garm. Successfully, I might add. And he returned to get power cells. It isn't working yet, which means the power cell didn't get there. I need you to get to the other side of the Bane and look for the power cell. When you find it, bring it further east to Garm's Rise and activate the teleporter.
Have a good one.
Halfman, I think part of the problem here is that we're dealing with a fairly vast world with a wide variety of different cultures, technological progress, and other advancement. I mean, it is kind of inconsistent, but that's, at least for someone like me personally, part of the charm. This is a world in which fantasy and science fiction mix pretty much equally. And as I've said several times, technology and magic pretty much equal out to each other in terms of relative strength. Oh hey, I still get those candy bars from Zoldrak. Candy bar. I really want a candy bar right now. Anyone want a candy bar right now? You'll get one on me. Just for fun. Anyways, and so I think one of the things that Blizzard devs have flat out said, and this is true, is they've said rule of cool trumps logic. So if they have something and they really want it to happen, and it just seems like it has a cool factor, they'll do it. Now, that's not to say that everything in WoW is just rule of cool, but there are several times where it's just like, no, here, we're just going to make this thing that doesn't make sense because it's cool. And that doesn't actually bother me that much. Again, not trying to dissuade you, Halfman. I'm just trying to explain my perspective and why I enjoy it.
What's up?
Got any luck with our equipment? Thanks. See what I can do with the parts.
Hurry's back.
Oh, you did it! Our boys are back! All our boys are back, thanks to you. Except for one. My brother, Zeev! He's still up there, according to the others. Apparently they have some sort of mine where they make the prisoners go work.
Keep it real.
Yeah, Hyjal was a rule of cool instance. Unfortunately, Hyjal was also a mess. But, you know, if Hyjal had actually been well done, it wouldn't bother me nearly as much as it does. Yes, she literally did just say, "What's up?" That is a thing she did. Excuse me. One other thing to keep in mind, Warcraft has... Basically, if you were to take several slices of real-life human history in terms of advancement and push them all into the same world, that's kind of what's happening here in Warcraft. Because there have been external forces in lore, the Titans, the Old Gods, the Ethereals, other dimensions, that have been affecting things, there are certain people, certain groups, certain organizations, certain races that are way more advanced than others, and some that are way less advanced than others, and they all coexist within the same world. So, you know... That's part of the in-lore explanation for why there's such a variety between tech, magic, magitech, and steampunk. Oh, no, the teleporter's over here. Over here. Oh, so this always just gave me a little bit of chills here. There's a freaking necropolite right there. I mean, it's right there. You could practically jump over to it if you're in the right position. Look at that. It's just, ugh. Anyways. Yeah, it's a goblin thing. On the form on combining... I'd say written works would be the better location for that. Night Forager. What Meadfist points out is true. That's been true in real life. That's still true in real life. We still, to this day, have technology, you know, as a species, that we don't have, you know, distributed or widespread or whatever. I mean, for God's sakes. How do I activate this thing? Aha! Whoa! Hey, what's up?
Interesting.
Even the Magnetar should know not to mess with goblins. Excellent. Let the destruction begin. Now that we have the teleporter open, my plan is quite complex. It has several facets. It will take impeccable coordination, and there will be supplies gathered, troops to recruit, likely weeks of labor as well. I had you going there for a moment, didn't I? You've got this, kid. Hop through the teleporter, kill all of them.
Be good.
Okay. Let me go through. There we go. Hey, Drakuro had our best interests in mind, Raskor.
Yo!
Hey there. Join us for the assault, I assume? I got a special task for you. We're gonna head down and bring the whole cave down on their heads. Towards the back of the cave, you'll find Frostgut's altar. Sneak up there and plant this hard-packed explosive bundle somewhere close to it. Once the charge is placed, stick around just long enough to make sure Frostgut bites it, and then get out quickly. There's no knowing how long the cave will last once that thing goes off.
Be good!
Alright, let's do this. Death to the Magnetar! And to the living! Except they're the living, crap. Whatever, they're gonna die. That's the important part here. Yeah, this is one of, I think, 2 times we actually see a demo squad in action. The other one being the scenario underneath Orgrimmar. That's a really good question, Zoan Joker. I'll go ahead and tell you right now, it's never explained in lore. They never actually say which type of teleportation they're using. So, for the sake of the fact that I don't want to think about the fact that I'm dying every time I'm teleporting, I'm going to assume it's basically more like portal technology, aka ripping a hole between these 2 locations simultaneously. You know, effectively a wormhole style technology. We haven't really talked about goblin sappers. So, back during the second Great War, there are a number of goblins who were coerced into joining the Horde. The demonic Horde, specifically. And those goblins were primarily useful for submarines and zeppelins, but there was one other thing that they could be used for, and a really good Warcraft 2 player, which I was not, could use them to great effect. Those would be goblin sappers. You see, the way it works is they run up, they've got a bunch of explosives, and then they use those explosives. It's pretty much exactly what you're picturing right now. Now, goblins in general have a really short life expectancy, and they also, partially as a result of their, I'm trying to think of the word to use here, design? I think that's the best way to put it. Partially as a result of the design of the goblins, aka how they came to be a sentient and sapient race, they tend to not care as much about death. It's not like the trolls, who have a degree of mastery and dominion over death. And it's not like, some of the other races where they understand and expect death to happen. No, the goblins just are like, yeah, screw it, woo! They're not afraid of death. Now, they don't want to die. In fact, we'll actually see many times the goblins will go way out of their way to try and save themselves and take care of themselves. But there is no fear of death in there, if that makes any sense. So they will pretty much charge up and literally just be like, yep. That's a thing. That's not just a thing back in Warcraft 2. We actually saw that in Frozen Throne as well. Rexxar worked with, I can't think of his name. One of the bigger named goblins, who we actually see in Ratchet in World of Warcraft. I can't think of his name. We worked with him as Rexxar in order to also send off some saplings. Nice, Deutsch. I wonder what I was talking about. Now, and it's also worth noting that also partially as a result of their, upbringing, their creation, as I mentioned earlier, they tend to, Gazlo, thank you, Gazlo. They also tend to be much, they consider, dying in an explosion to be kind of an awesome thing. So I hope you see what's through that crack right there, by the way. You see that? That is a great big machine. That's something I want to talk about later, but I just want to draw it to your attention right there. You see that? See that beauty? That's Titan machinery. Delicious morsels have come to visit. Shall I use your bombs to cook for you? I mean, if you really want to, you can. Bam! Yes, that's Titan machinery. You'll really see what I mean later, trust me. Let's just say that there's a big theory, well, I shouldn't say a theory, there's something we don't actually know yet about the Storm Peaks as a whole, and I'd love to speculate on it with you. Hey, Juju's. The goblins were created because, okay, there's this ore called Khajiit. Now, we don't actually know what Khajiit is. Is it an old god ore like Serenite is? Is it some aspect of Titan technology like the crystals are? We don't actually know what Khajiit is. Whatever it is, it caused a fairly accelerated change within the mindless little barely sentient slave laborers that were sent in there to mine it by the trolls. Khajiit slowly turned those scrabbling little drudges of not even sentient, again they were basically animals, into a more and more intelligent race in a very quick period of time, relatively speaking, much faster than the oracles did. So it actually affected a change directly rather than genetically, if you understand the difference. Those creatures, those semi-intelligent creatures that were being used as slave labor, were the original goblins. They eventually became so smart and so brilliant that they managed to overwhelm and usurp their troll masters. But due to the... yeah, and they've continued... They are basically one of the smartest races in the settings, but they are kind of unhinged, which is part of the nature of how they came to be as a species. Their minds, quite literally, do not work the same way that ours do, because of the fact that they were basically mutated in order to have intelligence quickly and artificially. I read the quest text. I like that
Time
answer.
is money, friend.
Oh, the whole mountain shook. Was it gorgeous? I bet it was. How could it not be? And the Inventors League tells me all my inventions just blow up. Darn right they do. You've got some swift feet on you, Sonny. Thanks for lending a hand with those explosives. I've been waiting to give that invention a good test run for a while now. Go ahead and tell Rickett we should be covered on the Magnetar front now.
Keep it real.
You got it.
Yeah, what do you want?
That'll teach those brutes to waste our time. From this day forth, green skin will strike fear into the hearts of all Magnetar.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
Oh, you blow the entire place up? Way to go. I bet Gino got a kick out of that. We really appreciate all the trouble you went for us. How about a souvenir for your troubles?
Glad I could help.
So I don't think we're going to be getting a good foothold in those mountains. Trust me, not one to give up easily. But between freezing engines, Vrykul women, territorial dragon wannabes, and half a dozen other nasties, this just ain't happening. But don't let that dissuade you, though. Just because we can't get a foothold doesn't mean we won't get you there. One-way trips are actually pretty simple when you get down to it.
If you ever need anything.
How do we do a one-way trip? Wait a minute. Now, if we were Horde, we'd be going that way, and we'd go to a Zeppelin. We're not Horde, of course. We're going someplace a little more interesting. Also, I agree. There's no reason to insult goblins by calling them lawyers. Hey, what's that? That looks almost like it was crafted out of the ice. Oh, well, I'm sure it's nothing. Wow, that's tall. By the way, this is the second tallest point in the game, after the very peak of Icecrown Citadel itself. Oh, look at the little birdies. Bye, birdies. I appear to be losing altitude. Pull up! Pull up! No, I got it, I got it. So in case you didn't catch that, what literally happened is it went under the thing, but it went so close to it that I actually hit my head on the top of that and got knocked off.
Hi.
Oh, that looked painful. It was a pretty grand entrance, though, lad. Welcome to Frosthold. Are you here to help us find the path into Icecrown?
Off with you.
Actually, no.
Watch your
In
back.
fact, we're not even doing these quests yet. Bye. I just wanted to get the that done with. By the way, the reason for these massive cliffs and whatnot is pretty much entirely because of the whole... the winds going through here are pretty severe. It's one of the reasons this place is called the Storm Peaks. The raging storm pushing air through here at a rapid pace will very, very rapidly destroy most things that are going through it. But you might wonder what the hell I'm doing. I just want to show something else off really quick. You remember that bridge that actually led out to the Well of Eternity that led up to Wormrest Temple? It's that bridge right there. It's the one that kind of goes across this area, the one I'm floating over right now. I just like the fact that if you actually trace it, you can literally see the path of the bridge going all the way through the Dragonblight, across the Crystal Song Forest, and up here, like this. And if we were to continue following this, this actually leads all the way directly to Ulduar. It's a nice little touch that that road from Ulduar to the ocean exists, because, again, that used to be where the Well of Eternity is. Which is also relevant because it absolutely guarantees something that we've suspected for a long time, namely that the Titans have been working an extensive amount in or with the Well of Eternity itself. And yes, without the lore, I gotta be honest, I wouldn't enjoy questing. The lore is what I really enjoy in a game like this. So... I mean, if I wanted to play a game with no lore, I'd go play Mario Kart, you know what I mean? Or Guild Wars 2. No, I'm kidding. So this is kind of interesting, because you'll notice this is where all the slaves are working. And they're all men. So, before you think they were just capturing goblins because, you know, they were goblins, no, they were capturing goblins because they were male. Because men's only purpose is to exist as slaves. I wonder who this woman is. I think she's a good... I have a long... I've got a good feeling about this woman, this crone. You're definitely not with the Hildar. So what are you here for? Ah, you must be looking for the new prisoner. Yes, it must be the green-skinned prisoner you're after. We might be able to help each other. Yes, Pyro, I'm a dragoon, consequently. You're not going to get the goblins out of here by force. Not alive, anyways. Among my people, I am known as a Yogg-Saron, a practitioner of illusions. As you can see, the Hildar have made me their prisoner. If I had my runes, I can make you go unnoticed amongst them. Further inside, patrolling the mines, you'll find an overseer named Syra. She has my runes. Retrieve them and we'll talk some more. But yes, I have, of course, played FF14. Both of them. The worst MMO ever, and the current one, which is actually enjoyable. Death to the Amazonians. Because they happen to be in my way. So yes, this is another one of those other side quests, where we get to see things from the other perspective. It should be, like, right here. Maybe someone just got it. Oh, right. Okay, I know where she is. I'm stupid. Never, the one. I will never troll my R's. He's abominable. Oppressive, one might even say. I can't do the trolling R's unless I'm actually speaking an accent. That's why the main reason I usually don't do so. In case you're wondering, it's not like it's a deliberate choice. There she is. Hey, what's up? Goodbye. Yeah, each expansion at least one time shows us what it's like on the other side. Actually, I'm not sure Warlords did that. Well, I've never heard of this Rouge class, Nothrazem, but it sounds pretty terrible. I mean, a makeup class? What is it like? Like, you know, you go up and you spray them with mascara? I wasn't sure you were coming back. I dread to think what will happen to me if I stay here much longer. Our deal is made, then. You will help me get out of these chains. I will help you find these little green friend. The Hildar who run this mine are known as Mildred the Cruel, and with good reason. Tell her you've been sent to lend a hand within the mines. Do whatever she asks, until she trusts you with the keys. And we are now one of the Amazonian women. With the ugliest helmets in the universe. It's okay, though. We've got this big, giant sword of awesome, so that's kind of cool. So anyways, hey, if you want to play a rogue, go for it. Rogue just happens to be one of the only classes I don't like playing as. But that's just preference. Just my thing. I was expecting to see a replacement for one of my overseers. It's about time you showed up. Let's start you off with something straightforward. The male of Vrykul that worked the mines for us do so against their will, purely out of fear of our blades. Once in a while, one of them will lose their motivation. Find any uncooperative Vrykul and put them in their place. Take this disciplining rod. You'll want to inflict pain, not death. Most of the time, anyways. Time to go torture some slaves. Oh, man, we are just such heroes, aren't we? Back to work. Die, then. And let this be a lesson to the rest of you. God, this sword looks huge on her. The Vrykul are not immortal, no. The goblins are not immortal either. Yeah, I'm actually kind of looking forward to the new specs in Legion for Rogue. Because, yeah. Enough! I will teach you some manners. I'm dead. Yes, Ricky. This is also a fantasy. Die! Wow, I am a terrible taskmaster. I just keep killing my slaves. Curse you! You will not treat me like a beast! Seriously, this is terrible. I have a 0% success rate on turning any of these captive slaves into working slaves. I guess I just don't work well with slaves. For some strange reason. It's weird. Be free, slaves. Oh, I got one to get back to work. Here, I'll kill one to make up for it. There we go. I always feel like I'm moving so small when I'm this giant. It's like stomp, 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 stomp. Am I there yet? Stomp, 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 stomp. Not bad for a new overseer. I've got another task for you if you're feeling brave today. For every action, there is an opposite reaction, sister. In the case of us applying pressure on the males, this has led to newly spread rumors of insurrection. The bearded pig behind this rabble-rousing is called Garhal. Put an end to him, and make sure the other males see his demise. They must learn that insubordination will not be tolerated. Hates their own army. I could say Garrosh, but that's kind of, you know, cheating. But other than that, let me think about that for a moment. No, I actually can't think of any particular lore character that actually hates their own army. Not counting ones that have been mind-controlled or coerced, because that's really cheating. Oh, there he is. Wait, are you... It's okay, I'm freeing slaves. Death to the slaves! Death to the slaves! Be free. I'm really good at freeing slaves, guys. If I had any reservations regarding your commitment, I no longer have any. With just a little more effort, you could be a permanent member of my operation. You are without mercy. You'll do well around these parts. I have another task of you. There is a female Vrykul prisoner that's become more of a liability than I anticipated. She had the gall to claim the right to take part in the Hildsmeet, our sacred competition of strength and fighting prowess. Here's the key to her shackles. Make her death as painless as possible. She is female, after all. Okay. Painless death, you got it. Do-do-do-do-do. Be free! No, I am freeing slaves, Meadfist. Dude, come on, pay attention. It's a big distinction here. These slaves lead a tortured existence that I am releasing them from. Here, look, look. Bam! They're free! Free. I gotta be honest, if I was a slave, I wish someone would come along and do this to me. So I'm just gonna go ahead and kill all these guys and pretend they're me. Ah, yeah, freedom. Okay, we're good, we're good. Oh, thank God someone killed me. Whew. Alright, now. About time. I knew you'd be back. Get me out of these shackles, and I'll help you find your goblin. Now, there's an exit to the eastern end of the mine that leads to Brunnhildar. I can't do it. That leads to Brunnhildar Village. Follow it and I'll meet you there. We must not be seen together, so no one suspects you of aiding me. I'll use my magic to disguise my appearance. Do not worry, Worgen. We'll find your friend in no time. There. I'm using an accent just so I trill the R's just for you, Zoan Joker. And I still have that candy bar from Zuldrak. I'm sure it's still good. I hope it's still good. Maybe. What? We must kill all Blood Elves all the time. Death to all Blood Elves. That is true, OJ. Candy. Nom, nom. Delicious candy. Nom, 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 nom. Okay. That was good candy. Oh. Good stuff. You're here. Good. I think I know where your goblin is. I trust you're the green... I trust that's the green one you've been looking for. If I were you, I'd step in before Hildar splits him in half. You're meeting in the middle of the Hild's meet, so all challenges must be accepted by all participants. There's nothing to stop you from taking your green friend's place. So, why does she want to fight the goblin? Hey, you! Hey. This puny green pup was of no use in the mines. No matter. He'll make of a suitable warm-up for battle. I'll skip the warm-up, sister. Or are you too scared to face someone your own size? I'm not afraid of anything! Ugh! Thank you. Time to get away from crazy blue women. You and me both, Goblin. Well done, young one. It looks like our deal has been satisfied on both our ends. Whether you've noticed it or not, you are the first Hildar in hand. By defeating your first Hildar in hand-to-hand combat, you've entered the Hildsmeet, the great competition of Hildar against Hildar. I hate this word. To determine who will rule by Thorim's side. The Hildsmeet is the reason I was imprisoned, for I sought to partake in the competition, but was too old and frail to be a match for the Hildar. If you're willing to listen, I have a proposal for you. So what's your proposal? You'll see, Thorim is not like these harpies. He is a worthy being of near godlike stature. He served the Titans as a guardian of Ulduar and the Terrace of the Makers. That is until his wife, Sif, was cowardly slain by his brother. But what happened then? Thorim lost it. He lashed out against his most beloved allies, the Frost Giants. That's one reason why, to this day, this land is torn apart behind the war between the Hildar and the Sons of Hodir, and why Thorim has exiled himself to the Temple of Storms. So you want me to take part in the Hildsmeet to end the war? What do I care if these she-wolves and frost giants kill each other every day? No, I want Thorim to break out of his stupor and rally his allies to retake Ulduar. The world will be torn asunder if he fails to accomplish this. And of course, I'll reward you appropriately. Yes, Archimonde can crush an army by themselves, and has. So is Sargeras. Malorn technically has. Deathwing has. I think that might actually be it. It's settled then. You will compete in the Hildsmeet, and with my help you will restore great Thorim to his rightful place. Let's get you started. The good news is by defeating Agneta, you've earned yourself a spot in the next round of matches. The bad news is all of your opponents will also have defeated someone in the first round. Do not expect pushovers. So Cenarius didn't quite count. So yes, all of these are followers of Thorim. And they are actively killing each other for the right to basically be a replacement Sith for Thorim. Now, based on the way this is presented, we're not entirely certain if this is something they do regularly, like if this is an annual competition, or if this is something that they do periodically, or I'm sorry, the opposite of periodically, that they've only ever done this one time. So, yeah. The Lich King sent emissaries to us on 3 separate occasions. All 3 were properly dismembered. Our sisters and Valkyrion were not as dedicated to our traditions and accepted the Scourge's advances. Now instead of capturing their drakes from the wild, they raise from the blight and filth that the Scourge wallow in. Take the frost oil that the Valkyria and Maldnir carry on them, and use it to freeze any blighted eggs you find. Rumors speak of a fetid pool of blight where the eggs are kept. Traitors. We Hildar have little love for them. The dwellers of Valkyrion have gone unpunished for far too long. While we remain loyal to Thorim, they became the Lich King's lapdogs. They call the ones who receive this gift Valkyr. They fly on feathered wings like the harpies they are. You'll find Valkyrion to the northwest beyond the Temple of Storms. Slay these winged she-wolves, sister. The witch that started it all, Ulduar, the Storm Speaker, came to our very village. She dared to insult our noble traditions and spouted the Lich King's venomous promises of power. She ought to have left with a sword through her, but her magic was strong and she managed to escape. Seek her in Valkyrion. Show her we are not to be trifled with. So, as an aside, you might be thinking, what the hell is up with these women? What is their freaking problem? Well, what you're seeing is zealotry gone wrong. So, to expand on the story that, What's-Her-Face gave her there a little bit, I can't remember her name, the one we're working with here, to expand on her story slightly, Thorim's wife, Sif, was killed by his brother, and it was blamed on the Frost Giants. So Thorim went over and basically attacked the Frost Giants, and that led to some fairly understandable bad blood, since, as I just pointed out, the Frost Giants didn't actually do anything to him. Ever since, and I mean it's been a long time, the Frost Giants and those Vrykul who are still specifically loyal to Thorim, mainly pretty much all of the Frost Vrykul in the area, have been following Thorim's ways, and so they've kind of... But the thing is, Thorim's been kind of absent. So this is really easy to understand if you think about it. I want you to try and imagine there's some kind of individual who is incredibly influential on an entire culture of people, and then that individual removes themselves from that culture. And so what you have left is a whole culture of people who don't actually have guidance or instruction, just the ideals that they used to have. And now I want you to pass forward from generation to generation to generation until the original ideals are kind of more and more warped, twisted, distorted from whatever the original was. And because that individual person is not back or is dead or whatever, it's gotten to the point where they have completely abandoned in every way, sense, shape, and form those original ideals. In this case, these people have been followers of Thorim for God knows how long. And yet, yeah. Thorim himself doesn't actually agree with what they're doing, but he also doesn't care. He's basically been a lifeless husk in every way that matters for a fairly long time. Honestly, you can name a dozen examples of what I'm talking about. That's kind of my point. It's a thing that's happened in real life, too. So, you know. By the way, this right here is one of the primary sources of New Valkyr, as you can kind of see here. part of the thing that the Lich King did here, and it makes me kind of wonder about this. Maybe there's some limitations on how many Valkyr he could raise, because you'd kind of think he would just go ahead and raise, like, as many Valkyr as he could. These things are very useful to him. But he doesn't. He makes it part of this whole ritualistic game, basically. They have to earn the right to become a Valkyr. They must rise up to the honor of becoming a Valkyr. You know, that kind of a thing. They must aspire to him. But again, that gets back to the point I've been saying many, many times. The Lich King doesn't care about winning. He hasn't for a long time. So it kind of does make sense. Yeah, exactly, Raskar. It does make sense that he doesn't actually want to just win. He wants to succeed at what he actually cares about. Possible Hylisk. I think it's more likely this is another example of him, you know, toying with something rather than actually going after it like he could. Oh, gotcha, Fenrir. You were in combat because you killed that thing so fast the server's still catching up. It's like, wait, is he dead? Also another blight pool there. Yay, liquid blight. Really gross. Those proto-drakes, by the way, we will never have those again. Because that achievement you can't do anymore. Even though I was actually so sad. I literally was one achievement, or no, I think I was actually two. I was very, very, very close to being done with the achievement to get the plagued proto-drake, and then they got rid of it. So I never had a chance to actually have a plagued proto-drake. I am sad. I don't even remember which achievement I was specifically missing for it. It was a dumb one, I remember that. It was one that we just hadn't actually coordinated to get yet. God, I would be so happy to get a time lost. I'm not going to try for it. I'm not going to, like, actively be like, oh, I want a time lost, and then, you know, go for it. But if one actually happens, oh, dude, that'd be so cool. By the way, I don't like doing these dailies. I was so glad when I finally got the snow bear and I could stop doing these dailies. This is probably one of the only dailies I don't like doing in all of Wrath. These, I'm sorry, there's two. There's these dailies, and then there's the dailies with capturing the chickens for the Wolfhard. Those are the two dailies I don't like doing. There's just something kind of funny about just abstractly destroying my way through here. Yes, I do, Vanessa. I earned those ones, and I'm very proud of earning those ones. Got them in the day, so to speak. What's funny is I got the rusty one first, and then, like, the next week or something, I think. It was very, very soon thereafter I got the ironbound one. Hang on. Oh, my bad. It was about a month later. I got the 10-man one in June, and then I got the next one in July, looks like. I'm admittedly something of an achievement in this game. Anyways, hey, Warwidger. Oh my god. Where's... Well, the stated intent is so that the people who got them can feel more special. And you probably think I'm just being sardonic, and I kind of am. But the point is that it's so that the mount you have can never be gotten again, so the rare few who got it at the time can be like, aha, I got it. I've actually already talked about that topic on stream and why I disagree with it. There are plenty of other ways to show that you got it back when it was hard. I mean, I got the red proto-drake when it was insane to do that, and I am proud of doing that. But you can still get a red proto-drake right now, and I'm totally okay with that. Yeah, the Hand of Adal is gone. The other title from BC is gone. The the title you'd get from the Warlock Green Fire quest. I can't think of the name of it. I can't think of the name of it. Yeah, that one's gone. The Undying is gone. Champion of Ulduar is gone. Scarab Lord is gone. Technically. No, I think it has actually legitimately gone now that Cataclysm's come out. The Plague Drake is gone. The other Plague Drake is gone. There were two. And, of course, the Amani Bear, which I do have, is gone. There are several other examples. Excuse me. Yeah, the fact, I mean, they didn't remove the other ones. That's another one. It's just like, why? What are you guys doing? I love you, Blizzard, but what are you doing? Anyways. We'll take that. The Valkyr are nothing but the Lich King's lapdogs. They'll be put down like the scum they are. They've made their choice, now they have to live with their consequence. You have our thanks, sister. We cannot allow our valiant traditions to be corrupted. Okay, you're welcome. That's what I mean, Venecia. It's just, as of now, there's absolutely no way to do it, period, whatsoever. Because, you know, Old World is gone. Ah, you've done it, Xylon. You've bested some of the fiercest fighters the Hildar has to offer. You've succeeded in the first rounds of the Hildsmead. To advance further, you're going to need a war bear of your own. Unfortunately, the Hildar don't just give them out to anyone. You'll have to emerge victorious from true battle, not just gladiatorial combat. The Hildar of Brunnhildar are currently involved in a feud against the sons of Hodir, Thorim's former allies. Speak to Brianna just outside the village and see how you can help them improve yourself in the process. And yeah, arena mounts I'm not even going to get into. Screw arena mounts. Hey look, it's a... Alright, you. Think we'll give you your own bear, just like that? You'll have to prove yourself before you get anything from us. Do not think too highly of yourself just because you bested a few challengers in the Hildsmead. The test awaits, woman. Do you have the heart of a warrior queen, or that of a sniveling seamstress? One taste of war, and you'll know the answer. Yes, I've never tasted war. You might lie to your mother, your sisters, even yourself. But the battlefield always exposes one's true nature. Now, I pose to you this question. Can love blossom on the battlefield? So yeah, we are fighting the Niflhelm, excuse me, Frost Giants here. Just try to keep that in mind for later. We have war mounts and arrows, and basically we're the ones actually built for war. They clearly aren't. They just come out here because they've got the superiority of being giant freaking giants. So... yeah, there's this endless battle happening here between the forces of Thorim and Hodir. Of course, neither of them are actually supposed to be fighting each other. But you know how that works out. Get back out there, I need to do another pass! Well, we all know those Asgardians are kind of pricks anyways, so, I mean, you know. They won't even share their technology with Earth. I mean, ugh. Yeah, so we need to do a second round. That was actually really bad. I sucked on that one. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. By the way, you can actually see Niflheim right up there. It's those giant chunks of ice surrounded by chains. Kind of cool looking. No. None of them are on YouTube yet, nor will they be for a little bit. Not until the other videos are done going live. Seriously, War Wager, you'd think it wouldn't be that big of a deal. There we go. I was waiting until I had all of them, so I don't even have to actually do that. I can just get off the mount now. Oh, hey. Hi. Yeah, no, I can kill you. Anyone else? No, I do not have a Tish. The guild that was working on it, I was not a part of. I was raiding with them, but I wasn't actually a part of the guild back when that was happening, if that makes any sense. And they were obviously getting it for someone. So there's Niflheim right there. It's a nice place. Kind of sick of the dailies there, but it's a nice place. I'm sick of those dailies because I had to do those on every freaking character until they made them BOA. Because that was the source of shoulder enchants. The only source of shoulder enchants. So, I have made love blossom on the battlefield. Can I go now? Perhaps you do have the heart of a warrior. Time will tell. To be slain honorably on the field of battle brings us all glory. To be frozen in a block of ice and endlessly taunted does not. You're to fly east to the frost giant city of Niflheim. Niflheim? I don't freaking know. Just east of the Valley of Ancient Winters and liberate our captive protodrakes. With them, you'll be able to free our sisters from their frozen bonds. Okay. So a little bit of perspective here. Obviously, these people are... I don't know what the term is for that. They've lost the message. So they're zealots following a cause they don't even believe in anymore. And their leader doesn't even believe in anymore. These frost giants here, they really don't want to be fighting them anymore. They would like to just sort of stop that. So rather than just killing all of them, they've been merciful enough to not kill all of them. They're actively, hang on. So they've, I don't have a hover animation, that's so weird. Anyways, so they've been actively, come on. Whoa, hey, yikes. Why is that not, come on. There we go. Anyway, so they've been actively trying to use more peaceful measures in order to subdue the Hildar, aka the followers of Thorim, rather than, you know, being evil dicks like they could have done. Have I got all three? I've got all three. Let's get out of here before we die. There we go. You think that's bad? Artifact weapons are going to be with everyone. Everyone will have an artifact weapon. Everyone. Kind of literally. Let's see, it looks like March 22nd is the earliest that this stuff would go live. But I don't think it's going to go live then. It's probably going to live about a week after that, give or take. Hello, Bregwin. I'm glad you've been enjoying the emasculation. The first legendary weapon in all of WoW? Depends on how technically we'll want to get with that. But I'm going to assume you mean the first legendary that we could actually get a hold of, and not that stupid mace. So under those circumstances, it would be Sulfuron. Because that mace sucks, and nobody likes that mace. We're not going to talk about that mace anymore. Where's the... frickin' hate other players. Get out of my game, other players. Why must you exist? Why? Oh. No. Nope, I didn't get it. God damn other players. I hate other players. WoW Lorerun is going to be going live to YouTube, Lemon. Theoretically, anyways. I'm not exactly dated on that yet. Alright, I have a new rule. We're going to get rid of all other players from the game so I can start actually enjoying the game again. Yeah, I'm done. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Hang on, I'm going to have to look it up because I don't actually remember the name of it. That's great. Go away. Okay. Damn. Doesn't even have it listed anymore. Might not actually be in the database anymore. There was a mace that was actually the first artifact weapon that was ever added. This is before legendary weapons were even a thing. And, it was basically it had an on use that you could just kill a target for going after it. So I actually have several reasons for being anti-multiplayer, Zewan. Legitimately, ignoring all of the things for a moment. Maybe it's just because I'm old. Maybe it's just because I don't have time anymore to really devote myself to wasting time. But most of the time, in fact I'd say 99% of the time, most of my encounters in a multiplayer experience are just wasting my time. Like right now, for example. What about this is being improved in my experience because of the fact that other players are here? The answer to that is obvious. Nothing. The only thing that's happening is it's taking longer for me to do something that I want to do. I want to quest and enjoy the story and actually go through these events. And of course I want to do this lore run for you. Other players are actually a hindrance to that. They have been this entire lore run. They get in the way. They take spawns and otherwise that I could go for. And because the quest design hasn't really been good leading up to the point we're at right now. Damn, he actually got that one. It's actually a hindrance. So like I said, the primary component that other players add to an MMO for me is they waste my time. They get in between me and the combat. Or not the combat, the content. The content. So I would rather we didn't have to interact with each other. It's one of the reasons I actually prefer the co-RPG format, where I can go out into a zone where there's no one there except for me and my party, and go actually do the content. That is something I actually want, legitimately. Now, I'm not going to say WoW should be like that, because that would be terrible. That would force that on other players, and I'm not so arrogant or stupid as to presume that the way I want the game is the only way the game should be enjoyed. However, I am also going to be honest about the fact that that is the kind of mode I would prefer if given an option to do so. And there's no offline mode, there's no single-player mode, there's no Diablo 3 mode, there's no heroes or henchmen mode, there's no instanced zones mode. So, just say that better count. And no, I have not played Gothic. Or maybe I have. I actually forget. I know I've been asked that question before. How recent is that game, I suppose would be the question. Your efforts appear to have been successful, sister. You have brought glory to the Brunnhildar. You have succeeded where many have failed, sister. Whether by strength and courage or mere luck remains to be seen. Go back to the village. Seek out Astrid Bjarngrim. Tell her of your accomplishments. But be warned, she is not easily impressed. Well, like I said, Warwager, later WoW expansions kind of hit that mark too, with shared credit and whatnot. And Legion will apparently take that an even further step, so that, you know, in the case of, if these were Legion quests, the players would no longer be in my way, because we'd be sharing credit on things, right? Okay, so that is the game I'm thinking of, in which case, yes, I have actually played Gothic. So, sister, you think the completing of your simple chores makes you a heroine? You will learn. You want to ride? Well, if you've made it this far, someone must think you've got a shot at the Hild's meat. First things first, I'll have to make you a harness. In the cliffs to the south, you'll find Yeti. Their hides are tough and just the right thickness. Bring me some, and we'll get you started on the path of the Bear Rider. That's an interesting question, Dreadfuse. Welcome back, Nethrazim. Because it seems that in Warcraft 3, everything was summoned thanks to, basically the equivalent of what the Protoss did, aka literally summoning the buildings from where they were actually constructed, in this case, up in Northrend. That was kind of a handwave for the different model and the different animation for crafting the buildings. In actuality, in lore, the Scourge don't just summon a building out of nothing. They do have to actually go through and build them. That's what primarily the Geists are for, as I mentioned earlier. And of course, skeletons and ghouls and zombies and all that do work on the worker force as well. So they have to build buildings in lore the same way everyone else does, basically. So I hope that answers your question. If it doesn't, then I have failed you. And I will kill many more Yetis. Just pretend each one of these Yetis is a Bothan, because I hate Bothans. They're so stupid and dumb. No, I'm kidding. I actually have nothing against Bothans. I have something against a particular Bothan, Borskfelia, but he can go screw himself. Possible, Nethrazim, although that wouldn't explain how they continued to summon them in Frozen Throne, especially since Sylvanas did the same thing, too. I know, gameplay story segregation. Point remaining. The lore explanation given back then was they were summoning them from Northrend. Did you find the hides yet? Ah, these will do nicely. I'll have your harness ready in no time. For as long as I can remember, we've obtained our best bearers from the Hibernal Cave to the east. Those times might finally be gone. The cave has been overrun with ravenous Jormungandr, and the wild bears are all but extinct. If you were ever to find the surviving matriarch, I guarantee you she would fight better than any of these bears born in captivity. The vile Jormungandr have taken most of the hibernal caverns. They are despicable beings, children of Loken, Thorim's scum-sucker of a brother. As Thorim's servants, we owe it to ourselves to kill these scum wherever we find them. I am not into Game of Thrones now. It is far, far, far too gross to me. There's just way too much squick in Game of Thrones for me to enjoy it. I shrug, Nethrazim. Honestly, just shrug. I got nothing else on that one. Given the fact that we do know they can still summon the Necropoli, and they do so exactly once that we're aware of, maybe they actually do still do the summoning. It's just now they build them in Northrend, now that they have the infrastructure, and we just usually don't see them summon it. Again, I don't know. I'm just speculating blindly. Hey, Serenite! Yes, what's that, Serenite? You want me to kill all humans? Kill all humans. Kill all humans. Oh, sorry, I was spacing out there, but I was having the most wonderful dream. I think you were in it. Hi, Kemek. Also, yay for someone actually getting the reference. So how many of you have done this quest and accidentally got... Oh, I shouldn't say accident, but, you know, in ignorance or accidentally gotten the matriarch before you finished the other quest in here? And so you kind of had to go back and... Yes, that's the one, Bragwin. Definitely not the one involving the caramel sauce and the, whipped cream. See, the thing is, there are aspects of Game of Thrones I actually like. There are. But the squick is just so much. There's an episode I saw that actually bothered me so much, it took me several days to get it out of my mind. And maybe that's just me, and maybe I'm, you know, just, oh, he's just a pussy or whatever. Go ahead, make fun. It's okay. I don't mind. But yeah, there was that one episode just bothered me so much. It took me a while to get over that one. It's a more recent episode, so I don't know if I should say which one it is without spoiling, because I know someone's going to ask. I'll give you a hint. It involved the mountain. And you probably already know what it is. Dreadfuse, so here's the thing. Serenite should be affecting us in lore, because it affects anyone who uses it who is not basically outside of that influence. And the only ones outside of that influence are specifically the undead who are under the control of the Lich King. So we should actually be negatively impacted by using Serenite in lore. As far as Serenite bombs, it basically just goes... It magnifies the effect, basically. So... I'm impressed. I never thought I would see an ice mob matriarch again. Especially not one this size. Hello, Fat Squeak. Ah, the Jormungandr of vile creatures. You did well in destroying them. Yeah, actually, that's a good parallel, Raskor. Thank you. Anybody who knows Stargate SG-1, Naquita bombs are kind of the equivalent of Serenite bombs. Or vice versa, depending on how you want to think of that. You've been very fortunate, sister. This is a matriarch, the likes of which hasn't been seen in years. A good bear won't do much good without the skill to ride it. I'm going to have you practice some moves on Kirgarak. He's the largest Yeti we've ever managed to capture, so be careful. Speaking of in the mountains... well, some of you are probably like, what the hell are they talking about? You'll hear the voice clip. We might not get there today. There's a lot of quests in the Storm Peaks. But one way or another, you will hear the force. You will hear the clip on camera. Well, okay, I should rephrase my statement. What Hylisk says actually has a valid point. Remember how I mentioned earlier that there are several forms of old god influence that we seem to just be immune to or resistant to? The Serenite is actually a good example of that. You know, us wearing Serenite gear, we might just be resistant to it for the same reasons we're resistant to other old god influences, right? Okay, that's logical. What I mean, though, by we, in this case, I should clarify, because a lot more than just the PCs use Serenite. Plenty of the Horde and the Alliance and the Ebon Blade and the Argent Dawn also use Serenite in their equipment, and it probably should be affecting them. Huh. I wonder if it is affecting them. That would explain everything, actually. It would explain why the Horde and Alliance are so incredibly stupid and focus more about killing each other than their enemies. It would probably explain why the Argent Crusade was so foolish and stupid as to think that they could actually accomplish the things they did. And it might also explain why the Ebon Blade was also so foolish and stupid as to basically be burning their own bridges in order to push themselves forward. Huh. Anyways, moving on. Not bad. I was hoping Kirgarak would snap your neck so I could keep your bear. Just joking, sister. Well, half joking. It's a really nice bear you've got. Besting a tethered opponent is one thing. Fighting another on equal footing is another. Let's do it! That is also possible, Bragwin. That could also lead into that whole... Oh, right. That could also lead into that whole we need to lose thing I keep saying. Wouldn't it be interesting if this whole time we've been under the influence of the old gods and they just haven't been flexing it? And then it gets to a critical moment and they're like, hi, we're going to flex it right now. And you might be like, well, what's the point of that? Well, you know what the importance of the moment is? Sometimes there's one critical, key moment where history is going to be changed forever. And if you manage to influence it, you might actually be able to fundamentally change all of history. Like, just to use a random example off the top of my head, imagine if the Horde and the Alliance had both finally united and were working together to go fight against the Scourge, and that was a critical moment in history that you were able to intervene with. Yeah. Also, Kemek, do it. Do it, Kemek. You don't have to do it, but do whatever. Do whatever works for you, buddy. I'll support you. I have, in fact, played some of Game of Thrones 3. Witcher 3, but only the bits that you've actually seen from my expedition. So... Thank God for scaling damage for item level, by the way. Bam! Oh, sorry, it was actually pizza. Not pizza for me, just pizza in general. That's why I was so confused. I heard a knock at the door and I was like, did they lock themselves out? So I immediately rushed out to try and, you know, let them in if they were locked out or whatever. And it was just pizza that I was not informed that was ordered. Anyways, so one of the cool ways that they could do the whole we lose concept that I've already talked about is having us be at a critical, influential moment in history. And then that's when the old gods are like, hey, by the way. And, yeah. Really, Zoan? That's interesting. Astrid Bjornritter. Oh, okay. I get it. Exactly. Death to the Alliance. And death to the Horde. You really did it. You made it out with your health. Wish we could say the same for your bear. It's going to take a while for her to recover. Fortunately, you don't need her for a while. This is it, then. I'll take care of your bear now. You won't be needing her. The Great Drakenseard will be your next challenge. Say goodbye to your friends and leave your affairs in order, for you will return victorious, or you won't return at all. Until I'm done, random. Same as any Lorerun. You've really made it this far. Never would I thought you'd make so much progress so quickly amongst the Haldnir. You've been a great ally, Xylon. Now comes your true test. You'll need skill, courage, and luck. She attaches a thin strand of hair to yours. You cannot fail now, sister. Speak to Greta the Arbiter. She'll see you on your way. Hello, Night Forager. Be prepared for destruction, death, devastation, and the God of War quest. This is it. You've passed all the tests of the Hildsmeet. All but one. You've risen among our sisters' best and fiercest. The final test is at hand. The Draken's Ride. The Draken's Ride. The true test of a Hildnir's worth and warrior spirit. It'll be you, your riding drake, a chained harpoon, and a score of your sisters vying for dominance. Show no quarter, for none will be expected. Yeah, this is literally the God of War quest, as Pax dubbed it. If you don't know what I mean, you will in a minute. This was pretty cool, first time I did this. And no, I have not, Venecia. I don't actually plan to. Nor do I plan to show off any of the battlegrounds. There's not really a lot of lore to discuss in any of them. It's like, there it is! That's a battleground. Yes, God of War. You know what that is, right? It's a video game. It's pretty awesome. God of War 2 is amazing. By the way, this, I know we've been by it a couple times. I intend to talk about that, don't worry. Seriously though, Kamek, do it. Just do it. Do it, Kamek. Do it. I'm kidding, you don't have to do it. God of War Lorerun. So, it would just be a lot of screaming. Don't worry, Genghis, I have a clever plan. I'm secretly going to go solo it. Sort of. I shouldn't say that. I have a plan. Don't worry. So there's a bunch of drakes up here. Blue proto-drakes. Basically just running around. I should say flying around. The top of the Temple of Storms. Look at how high up we are. You can almost not see the ground. So you might ask, well, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to do this. Whoops. Hang on. There we go. We hop from drake to drake with our chains, taking their drakes as we go. That's interesting. This is actually a really difficult quest for certain classes if you're doing this at a low level. Seriously, this can be pretty rough under the wrong circumstances. Or at least it could. They've since fixed that. They've just added floating people instead. That would be interesting, Hylisk. I do plan on taking a bit of a break after the WoW lore run, assuming I even finish it in time. But, I sincerely doubt Legion will be out by the time I finish the lore run. There should theoretically be months between now and when I finish the lore run and when Legion comes out. Yep, exactly. You couldn't actually cast on these things because you're moving. I've done things pretty crazy in my life. The killing people, couldn't do that. But I could probably hop from drake to drake and fail at it and die. At least when I was younger. The height wouldn't bother me. It's your call, Kamek, not ours. Alright, we've done it. Let's go see what Thorim's up to. Yeah, the fact that Warlords had exactly one content patch was really discouraging. Especially given the big problem of, you know, big gaps of no content. Hello, Thorim. Just as a little bit of an aside, he actually didn't used to have this model. He used to just look like a giant frost Vrykul. So I'm kind of glad he has a unique model now. Anyways.
I am Thorim, Lord of Thunder.
Sif, is that you? No, a Worgen. But for a moment... Enough of this. The vision of my Sif have tormented me for far too long. It's time for me to avenge her, to bring honor to her memory. My brother must pay.
Farewell. What brings you to the Temple of Storms?
For a moment I thought you were my beloved Sif, that strand of hair. But no, it can't be. Sif is dead. My brother killed her. He did more than that, Thorim. He controls Ulduar now. Ulduar. I was sworn to protect Ulduar. Sworn to protect the terrace of the Makers. Sworn to protect the pacts between the races of Frost. But I failed. I let my brother trick me. I let him turn me against my allies. He tricked me into blaming Sif's death on a dear friend, Bjarngrim, king of the Frost Giants. After I realized what I'd done, I gave in to despair. Who are you, little one, to come speak these words to mighty Thorim? I should crush you! Yet you've delivered me from my stupor. Your presence here is a sign. It was no accident I mistook you for Sif. What would she think of me? I must prepare for battle. I must avenge her death and liberate the Titan's sacred grounds from my brother's madness.
Complacence heralds
By the way,
your
remember
doom,
that the
adventurer.
woman down below put that strand of hair on our head. Pax and I, for a really long time, thought that meant she was actually Sif, and she had somehow survived.
Ulduar is lost, my beloved slain. What is left for me here?
If I hope to wrest control of the Temple of the Makers from my brother, I must make amends with my old allies. Perhaps by eliminating a common enemy, we may at least take a step towards renewing friendship with the Frost Giants. Fjorn has besieged Dune Placeface with giants of iron. You must defeat him at Fjorn's Avel, far to the east of here, and weaken his forces sufficiently for the sons of Hodir to remain victorious.
Let the lightning guide you.
By the way, this is a Watcher. I've mentioned that term several times, but this is actually the first Watcher we've encountered in this particular lore run. Watcher is a term for a strong, empowered being who is given a specific set of programming by the Titans and empowered by them. Let's see, there's Hodir, Thorim, Freya, Mimirion, Loken was a Watcher. There's also Arcades and Tyr and Odin. And I think that's all the Watchers we're aware of right now. Pretty sure. Oh, by the way, technically all of this is still part of Ulduar because the city is freaking huge. Just thought I'd point that out. It's just cool. I rather actually enjoy Titan architecture. I would not count Aurea as a Watcher personally, no. Actually, that would be kind of cool, Dreadfuse, I agree. Let's get rid of that quest. That's way over there, though. I'll show that in a minute. Yeah, pretty much all of the Storm Peaks could be described as a Titan machine, but I'll get to that in a minute. Trust me, there's much better places to show that off. I'd rather not talk about that until we're there. So, of course, Thorim commands the allegiance of the Earthen, who, as I've mentioned before, are the original dwarves. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ow. Ow. Yeah, effect, for all intents and purposes, the aspects were another form of Watchers. They just weren't built from whole cloth. Instead, they were converted from the Proto-Drakes, their original forms. I have to admit, there was one nice thing about doing these dailies. And that is the music. I happen to really like the Proto-Drake model, but shrug. I worked very, very hard to get my red Proto-Drake, and my bronze, or iron Proto-Drake, and my rusted Proto-Drake, so I admit I'm a little biased on the matter. I am very proud of getting all three of those. Those were not easy. We actually had the red Proto-Drake before Ulduar came out, so we were still working with Noxoramus 10 and heroic gear to making that happen. No kidding, Norlex. It's funny you say that, Netherzeum. So, I'm a warrior, right? I mean, that's my main warrior tank. And I've always wanted a mount that just felt like a tank. That just felt like giant chunks of iron plated together in dragon form. So, as you might imagine, when they first announced the... when they first showed the Iron Proto-Drake model, I was like, oh, I want that. And I actually made it a mission in my life to get the Iron Proto-Drake, just for my warrior to have. And then I got the rusted one first, but hey, whatever, I did get it eventually. Of course, that's why I use the Frost Drake all the time, but that's of course also partially because of the fact that I've wanted the Frost Drake since vanilla. Or actually, no, that's not being accurate. I've wanted the Frost Drake since WoW was a thing. Yeah, but I don't have Mimirion's head because he hates me, apparently. I do have the Violet as well. Technically, I have the Violet twice. I actually got it on my Alliance and on my Horde. That was my 310 mount on my Alliance before they evened out the flying skill thing. Back when you needed a 310 mount to go 310 speed. So let's turn this in. What do we got here? What do we got? The surface of this anvil is scalding in sharp contrast with the wintry air. You place the metal on the anvil, and immediately upon adding the sparks, they work with the ore furiously. When they burn out, you are left with a large piece of metal that gleams with a light of its own. Clearly, this is more than just an ordinary hunk of metal. Unlike any ore you're familiar with, it is hard, but not brittle, far lighter than it looks, and glows even when cool. Looking closely, you can make out one of Thorim's runes shining beneath the surface. Also, that's a specific form of giant, of which technically there's only two. The fire giant. It's debatable what those are. Some people would argue that those are actually artificial constructs that were built by Loken, because we only see two and both of them are in his service, so... I wonder how many people watching this on YouTube are watching the chat like, I wonder what Chemic's going to do. Maybe he should take, but maybe he shouldn't. I don't know, it's a big responsibility. And like watching the drama of it, you know. I'm just going to let you guys enjoy the view here for a minute more while we head north. Actually, no, Isaac. Molten giants are a form of fire elemental that we see in Molten Core and Firelands. Kimmik has been offered a job that he isn't certain if he should take, basically. So, it's his choice, but he is indecisive on the matter, as most of us would be for such a large choice like that. That's a good point, Kimmik. Tell yourself again that these are not truly your friends.
Hail, tiny creature!
Please stop calling me that. So it is done. Let us hope it is enough.
Beware, the Pantheon's return.
What do you have there, little one?
Let not the message be lost upon you.
For the first time since you meet him, he smiles. This is all beginning to have the smell of fate's hand, Morgan. Your discovery is what remains of my armor, long ago cast off in a fit of grief, left to the elements. Only the sons of Hodir are capable of its reforging, for they are its original creators. Perhaps you've done enough to soften their hatred of me. Seek out their king, Jokum, if he still breathes. Find your way into his good graces and plead for his assistance.
Farewell.
No, I like Thorim. I actually do. But, I will also say this for Thorim, and most Titan creatures in general. They have no sense of tact or diplomacy. They're just like, you should do this. Why should I do this? Because you should do this. They just automatically have this natural arrogance to them. All Titan Watchers have this. They have this automatic natural arrogance to them that they know what's right and they know what's correct, and therefore you should automatically do it. It's not the so much I am in charge as so much the, well, this is the correct path and I know it is because it's the path I have chosen kind of an arrogance. And we'll be seeing that in the future as well. Possibly psychotic. We're about to be 83, aren't we? We're absolutely... There's no way we're not going to be 83 before leaving this. We've got like 5 more quest hubs. We've still got to do all the Earthen stuff up here. We've got to do the Time Walker stuff up here. We've got to do the Alliance stuff over here. And I think that's actually it. Oh, let's go and grab that while we're here. So notice they're all friendly now. Yay. We could do their dailies right now, but we're not crazy, are we? King Jakku. You are permitted to visit our stronghold, little Morgan. Do not bring us dishonor. He listens patiently to your request and ponders it carefully before responding. So it is you we have to thank for Fjorn's demise. While it's true you have aided us in our time of need, there is still much that must be done to repair our relations with Thorim. For now I will allow Njordmeld to reforge the armor we gifted to the Stormlord so many ages ago. Consider it payment for your assistance against Fjorn. Njordmeld was sent to recover Fjorn's admiral. You should find him out there. I have an opportunity that will help you to gain approval with my people, provided you prevail. The Jormungar are a nuisance best dealt with quickly. If given any quarter, they breed like hares and spread like fire. They have appeared southwest of here in the Hibernal Cavern. If their spawn mother is not slain soon, they will gain a foothold in our region. She cannot refuse food. Take this knife, get a flank of bear, place it near the crater, kill her as she feeds. Yeah, exactly, Hylas. That's pretty much exactly the right of it. Hey, third leg. Reforging Thorim's armor? It can be done. First, though, there's the matter of the anvil. Snorl was once the pride of our nation, a mighty warrior. Many fell to his club. We honor him, though he's no longer what he once was. Age has taken its toll, dulling his senses, sapping his strength. Still, he remains proud as ever, never missing an opportunity to join a battle. Speaking of a battle, we're cooling Fjorn's anvil so it can be taken home. The remaining fire revenants are putting up some resistance. Help Snorl relive his glory days, Worgen. Guide him amongst his enemies. Okay, we can do that. Hey, Snorl, what's up? Oh, hello, little Worgen. Must kill enemies. Kill all enemies. Boom. Yes. Kill all enemies. All enemies must die. So yes, we're literally throwing gigantic chunks of snow at people. Wait, today's the last day for Love is in the Air? Ah, damn it is. Well, that's another year I didn't get the rocket, guys. God damn it. I've been doing it every day on all of my hundreds, by the way, and I have more than a few hundreds. No dice. Anyone out there have the love rocket? Just out of curiosity. I don't even want it for its own sake. I just want it because it's another mount, and I want all of the mounts. Best decision the dev team ever made, in my honest opinion, was the implementation of Badges of Justice as they were implemented in BC and early Wrath. I know some people disagree with me on that, but I've given my reasoning and it sticks. Worst decision the dev teams have ever made. That's a tough one. There's been a lot of boneheaded mistakes they've made. Honestly, I'm just going to go ahead and go with the thing that we've been saddled with ever since. Back when WoW was first coming out. They decided to enforce this PvP aspect to WoW. And they artificially separated the two sides, Horde and Alliance. That dichotomy has not only persisted throughout all of WoW, even when it doesn't make sense to, as I've pointed out many times, but has also bled out into other MMOs now. So now other MMOs have to have the Horde, you know, the two-side PvP dichotomy thing going on. So I think that was one of the biggest mistakes they made. The fact that they enforced that specifically. The fact that they made it so you have to be one of the two sides. I don't care for that. So I think that's probably their worst decision they've ever made. Again, especially since that has affected MMOs after WoW. God damn it. Oh good, I got credit for that one. I will say this, by the way. This is kind of funny to me. I know this isn't a fair parallel, but the Horde and the Alliance have been fighting for about 30 years. And there's a lot of bad blood there. And ESO had 3 factions, more or less. And they just keep, like, there's no possibility of peace between the two sides, because there's always someone pissing off the other side, right? Well, the thing I find funny about that is what we're doing right now is a quest where there are two sides who have been fighting each other for centuries. And we have reached one of them, that one of them wants to reach out to the others. And so we are actually forging a peace between two groups who have been at war for centuries because of the fact that they are willing to work together. I just love that these guys are more forgiving than the Horde and Alliance are. Anyways, an honorable performance, Worgen. I shall inform the king of your assistance. The anvil is nearly cool enough. I shall see you in Dun Niflhelm soon. That is an unfortunately accurate statement, I think, War Wager. I do not have Poseidus, no. There are actually several rare drop mounts I don't have. Including that stone drake that drops off of the thing that just roams around Deepholm. Not the one inside Stonecore, the one that's out and about. I also don't have like any of the Zandalari mounts from Pandaria. I keep meaning to go back and farm them sometime, but I just haven't had time to. I think I actually don't need to do that quest. Let's go see if I have to do that quest, because I don't think I do. Yes, I do actually have Invincible. It would seem I have refined my technique considerably. That, or the legends surrounding this anvil, are true. This suit of armor is superior to the last, and took less material to create. With the excess, I can make you some junk greens you'll sell as soon as you hit a vendor. It remains uncertain whether or not our people can ever rekindle the affection we once held for Thorim. May this armor, if nothing else, remind him of the days when we stood together in honor, invincible. I'm actually not going to do any of the other quests, because there's really not any reason to. That's just there to get you kickstarted on rep. I do not have the camel either, no. You know, Hylisk, it wouldn't surprise me if we've got a mist situation going on. Really, it wouldn't. Are they still permeous, really? Wow. I have to admit, I kind of like the idea of having a throne up atop of the Temple of Storms. Look at that thing. Look at how tall that is. Just be like, yes, I shall gaze out upon the storm peaks. I can't. This is one of the first zones I'm coming back to, by the way, when they up the render radius in Legion. Coming straight here just so I can see the storm peaks at a greater radius. Because it's such a huge zone. It's hard to actually see the full length and depth and breadth of it. Really? Alright, Thorim, got your armor.
What are you doing in the mountains?
How have your efforts fared? He is visibly stricken by its splendor. You have done well, Worgen, but there remains much to be done. Ding! Oh,
Let
God.
not the message be lost upon you.
We've got a ding up here with Thorim. Whoops, wrong button. There we go. Hey, buddy. Ding! Okay.
Hail, tiny creature.
If I'm to launch an attack against my brother's army, I'm going to need some way to get around. I released my riding drake back into the wild years ago. Varanus was magnificent, leader of her own brood, to whom she is now returned. Finding her will be hard, but perhaps there's a way. She keeps her old nest out of pure pride. She's a broodmother in name only, for she is beyond the age of breeding. Bring me small eggs from the other nests near Brunnhildar. I have an idea.
Complacence heralds your doom, adventurer.
The destruction of the old gods has some fairly severe negative consequences, which we see in Pandaria, Isaac. The destruction of the Titans, we don't know if there's any major negative consequences of that. So, as much as things would be bad if we did so, I don't think any particular race would be wiped out if we did so, no. Also, I've actually done it, War Wager. Ice Crown at its absolute peak is taller than that mountain is. You just fly from one end to the other, straight over, and you can see. I like I'm just stealing eggs and they're like, what? I don't feel like dealing with you. Come on, respawn. Seriously, there's got to be someone else doing this quest. There's no way just one is up right now. See you around, Zoan. Alright, everyone, quick. Donate for things other than this slit suit. It's the only way. We are free from his wretched grasp. The easiest flying mount? I imagine you mean to procure, in which case that's actually a very easy answer. The Alliance has a Griffin, and the Horde has a Wyvern, which are literally just like 70 gold, and that's it. Bam, done. There's your mount. They even had it like I said, now because flying, the actual mount doesn't matter for speed. You can literally just get like the 40 gold one and be good. See you around, Psychotic. I'll never ever see you again, sadly. Or maybe I will. Who knows? That is a fairly easy one to get, Venetia, but the one you could literally just buy for a handful of gold is clearly easier. No, 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 no! Ah, god damn it. I hate you. What are you? You're a troll! You're a troll. I should have known. Oh, good thing I'm actually done now. But yeah, the Bronze Drake is kind of like the King's Slayer title. Everyone has it. It's hard not to have it. Yes, Psychotic. Okay, I'm lying. I do agree the Griffin looks way better than the Wyvern. The Wyvern looks terrible, in my opinion. Now, the Grand Wyvern looks a lot better. I can't even see them on the Horde. Well, I can show you the Grand Griffin. So this is your armored Griffin right there. And, hang on. There we go. But then they added this new thing called this wonderful mount, which is actually pretty cool. They added this in Pandaria. They added a Wyvern version of this as well. I really like the enlarged wings and the greater animation it adds. Look at this thing. This is what a Griffin should look like right here. Behold. Ah! Okay, that startled the crap out of me. I don't even have the thing up. Hang on. Apparently Bragwin wants us to be tasting the confusion. If you insist, Bragwin, thank you. So you donated... So that's, math. Let's go ahead and switch that really quick. Hey, Screenburn.
Crunchies, lucky doos and root.
I know I say that every time, but I cannot wait for Legion. When we can just be like, BZAM!
Beware of Yeti.
There you go. Okay.
I am Thorim, Lord of Thunder.
Oh, that sucks, Greenburn. I'm sorry. I have your eggs. Yes, these will do. Let us hope my plan works. Varanus is a great drake. I'd hate to have to settle for a lesser one. Yeah, there's that arrogance again. Varanus is proud, like no other beast I've known. She still keeps her old nest, and makes sure none of the younger proto-drakes takes it over. Take the eggs you've collected and place them on the nest. I should be able to control her before she kills you in a fit of rage.
Let the lightning
Gee,
guide
thanks,
you.
buddy. God. I will probably main the same thing I always main, my warrior. I am a warrior born. What can I say? You know, I would actually laugh if the Time Lost Proto-Drake spawns right now. And because I'm so high up, I can't actually reach it to kill it. Because someone else gets to it before I get down there. Wouldn't that be just tragic? I should shut my mouth before that happens. Oh, there she comes. She's probably really, really old, Netherzim. But remember, proto-drakes don't actually die of old age. Especially if you graft giant chunks of armor to them. She's pretty big, too. Almost aspect size, actually. Look out below! He literally just jumps onto her. He literally just jumps onto her. I love that. Easy there, girl. Don't you recognize your old master? I will see you at the Temple of Storms. Looks like I'm gonna have to break her in again. Okay. Back up. Genghis trick. I'm sure Thorim would love that. It's okay. We'll see Varanus again. You know, it just occurred to me I should have done these quests last of all the Storm Peaks quests. I could skip all the rest of the Storm Peaks. What do you guys say? Should I skip the rest of Storm Peaks and continue on with the plot?
What are you doing in the mountain?
It's good to have my old friend back. It appears my luck is finally starting to change. It's all thanks to you, little friend. One task remains before I can reclaim my home at the Terrace of the Makers. Krolmir must be found. On that fateful day, I threw it to the earth with all the power and rage I possessed. A mighty explosion followed. I've thought about it lost for many years, but now I must be certain. Return to King Jokum. Discover what, if anything, he knows of my hammer's fate.
Beware, the Pantheon's return.
I've actually decided to do something else. To smooth this out a little bit, we're actually going to pause that storyline and go do some other quests, and we'll get back to Thorim. He can wait. There's no urgency. Screenburn, that is determining which transmog suit we'll be wearing throughout the Lorerun. I know, Hylas, that's... yeah, you got there probably the same time I did. I admit, I actually planned to pause earlier, and I completely spaced it, and that's my fault. I planned to pause the moment we found Thorim, and then I just kind of kept doing the quests, because we were talking about other stuff. So why don't we go see what's going on with these guys? You might think, who are these people? Well, these are the most powerful dwarves of all. Regular-ass dwarves! No, I'm kidding. There are a lot of regular dwarves here, but those are not the ones I want to draw your attention to. I want you to notice these guys. Check it out. Frozen dwarves. They're actually called frost dwarves. Or snow dwarves, depending on who you can ask. He was really, really pissed off, Darsh Monster. Like, literally insane with rage. You know what hyper rage is? Oh, you're fine, Kevin. You're fine.
What can I do for you?
Oh, thanks for coming up here, lad. Judging by your wide eyes and your shivering hands, I'd venture a guess you're somewhat new. Sounds like it would be good for you to meet our gracious host, then. We've got some extra medical supplies. To be honest, we weren't expecting to have such a comfortable setup. Go ahead and give this crate to Glorthar over there. And lend him a hand if you would, too. We don't want them to think we're ungrateful for how welcoming they've been.
Safe travels. What's on your mind?
Oh, why, hello there. Before you go heading off to do your grand question and adventure, might I beg a wee favour of you, lad? These mountains be packed full of precious relics and baubles. This place would be a dream come true for the League. I'd be much obliged if you could bring any such treasures to me. I'm not going to, because screw you.
See you soon.
I spit on you. Pah, pah, pah. I already have the only thing that was worth getting with those. Behold my glory! The power of a true dwarf! Excuse me. His wife was murdered. He thought by his best friend. It was actually worse than that. His wife was actually murdered by his brother. So this is Frosthold right here. This is pretty much one of the only Frost Dwarven strongholds like in the entire area. We'll learn a little bit more about these fascinating people as we go throughout these quests, yeah. But first, let's go ahead and turn in here to Glorra Stiffbeard. Hello. Medical supplies, oh, thank you. Not exactly sure what we'll do with them, to be honest, but I'm sure they'll be useful. It's good to meet you. There's a colourful variety amongst your peoples. We're not used to having visitors up this way very often. It's good to have some fresh company. There is something that I could use a hand with now that I have you. We have a few scouts that are extremely late in returning. The peaks are harsh, but these boys know what they're doing. Head east along Boar's Breath towards Boar's Fall. They should be out in that direction. Okay, I'll go ahead and do that. Where's the... Aha! Found the quest.
How are ya?
After the discovery of Bran's journal in Grizzly Hills, we've only had one other communication from Bran. A mysterious note found its way to the Explorers League headquarters in Ironforge with no indication of where it came from. All it said was to meet Bran at his camp and help him with his search. From what I can tell, the camp should be located northeast of here, along Boar's Breath River.
Off with you.
What, Netherzim? It's true. Finally, someone of quality. Ah, fresh blood. It's good to meet you. I've got some work if you've got some time. Off to the east are the Footsteps. Pretty harsh land, but there's quite a group of rhino that graze here. Our birds have a taste for that rhino meat, but it's always a bit dangerous for them to go hunting with all the proto-drakes around. If you are keen, head over there and get some rhino meat, bring it back to the peaks above here, and use it to feed the eagles. Then the eagles will be coming, oh yes. They'll be saving you from every problem you've ever had in your life, and invalidate everything about the entirety of Lord of the Rings. So, as I've pointed out, we've never met Bran Bronzebeard on camera. To this date, he's been mentioned in all the books, in like all the games. He was mentioned all over the place in Vanilla. He was mentioned in BC. But we're like, oh, we're finally gonna meet him. And we go to the abandoned camp and we see it's overrun by frost dwarves. And it's like, ah, damn it, we're not gonna meet him again, aren't we? Gosh darn it. Let's see what the note says I just got. Okay. Yeah, he was thought dead for quite a while. Yeah. In fact, Bran's coin in Dalaran was Bran was here. That's literally the coin he left there. It's great. Why am I in combat? Get me out of combat. I'm just a simple iron dwarf. There's nothing suspicious about this at all. Yeah, basically. So we just keep following in Bran's footsteps. I suppose I'll go ahead and talk about this a little bit finally. You see this wonderful thing? This is Titan machinery. Pretty, isn't it? 7 million billion years, Godric. I have no idea. So you see this wonderful place? Now, there's two reasons I'm bringing this to your attention. First is the obvious. This is a piece of Titan machinery. But, Yeah. I raise my eyebrow at you, Nethrazim. Well, that's actually a really good question, Bregwin, but there's actually a more relevant question. You remember how way down here we saw the innards of a Titan machine over there? Also, I hate to spoil this early since we're going to do a question, but you see this is the big temple. See this giant mountain here? Looks like a fairly natural formation, right? Well, you'd be wrong. That's what the inside of it looks like. There's bits and pieces of it all over the place, but every time you get a look at the inside... Oops, wrong way. Every time you get a look at the inside of Storm Peaks, you see more Titan machinery. So, the long and the short of this is there's two possibilities for the Storm Peaks. All of the Storm Peaks. Possibility number one. The Storm Peaks was a massive area that they built the machinery into. Possible. Possibility number two, there was never actually a Storm Peaks. This place was always a massive Titan machine, and over time the snow and the ice basically built up over the Storm Peaks. And so in other words, this is an artificial construct. This entire area is purely artificial. It just has natural things like the trees and whatnot built up over it because it's been left alone to sit on its own for countless millennia. I kind of like that idea more, personally. Obviously, I suppose. Oh, I need to go feed the eagles! The eagles are coming! I can't do a Hobbit accent. I'm sorry, guys. So instead, the Hobbits will now be British. Wait, that's not British. Whatever. The Hobbits will be speaking like this from now on. The eagles, they be coming. And with the eagles coming, there will be no more death. No more destruction. No more life. Everything is over. There you go. Eagle, there's a Hobbit voice for you. Enjoy your food, you fat bastards. Here, eat. There, brother box. I don't know why the accent just came in there. We all know you're a regular. Ah, thank you kindly. I'm sure they're quite appreciative too. They make powerful allies. You'll be well off being on the side of their graces. A few weeks ago, if you looked up, you'd see a dozen of those beautiful eagles soaring off the sky. Only a few of them are left. They've taken to staying with their nests nearly all the time now because their harpies have been stealing their eggs. The harpies have grown a taste for eagle flesh, it seems. The sick wretches are caring for the eggs long enough to feast on the hatchlings. That is really gross. Like, if you think about it for a moment. That means the harpies are capturing the eggs, raising them until they grow, and then immediately killing them and eating them. I mean, there's nothing like that in real life.
Great to meet you.
Did you find Brun's camp? No, I have not, Godric. Also, the Lich King would win. You're supposed to come back with Brun! Not a piece of paper. What's going on here?
Watch your back.
It's those blasted Iron Dwarves again. Somehow, they found him before we did. Ahem. There are some rather cryptic instructions in the note. Bran must have had some backup plan, but he can't keep evading capture forever. It's up to you to find him before the irons do. The tone of Bran's note suggests he meant to bury something with the note. Maybe a pack of some kind? You're sure this is all that was around? Okay, I'm gonna have to ask you to go with the Frosthounds with you. The Frostborn used them for tracking. Bring it to the destroyed camp. Let it get Bran sent.
See you soon.
Maybe you'll be able to find something with him. Gotcha, Godric. Telling you. The, Lich... I don't even know why that's a question. Lich King would obliterate Garrosh. Unless it's like a rap battle, in which case that's different. Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, obviously I'm in the middle of this right now, Nicolas, so no news, no. I'm also not doing it until FF9 comes out on Steam. So you'll have to tell Square Enix to hurry up on that behalf. Garrosh versus Arthas? Arthas. I'm sorry, one of the most skilled paladins of all time versus, admittedly, one of the most skilled, well, one of the most warriors of all time. I'm still giving that to the paladin. Right. I'm not on my paladin. This outfit is amazing. Death Knight Arthas would crush Garrosh like a bug. But I was thinking Paladin Arthas. Just say, Garrosh is weaker than Grom in basically every way, and probably weaker than Illidan, so yeah, that's not even... Luke Skywalker versus Darth Vader in a rap battle? Well, I think... No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to make the joke. As an aside, it is worth noting that I don't want to talk about this now because I'm going to talk about this later too, but whatever. The Lich King's fight is mostly about him with some of his minions, but most of the actual firepower of the fight emphasizes how strong the Lich King actually is. Garrosh's fight is all about how weak he is, and it's actually really, really awesome how his fight informs how pathetic Garrosh actually is. It's actually one of the things I like most about his fight. No more versus questions. I'm not good at versus questions. Also, my opinion always disagrees with other people, so I give my opinion, and then people say, "Oh, you're dumb and stupid." Not taking that bait again. I get those all the time on my Tumblr, too. Hey, who do you think would win? Da. It's like, yeah, more bombs, more Shaw. Exactly. That's exactly right. Uh-oh. I've picked up the trail. Uh-oh, I've been seen! The Iron Dwarves have seen me. I better stop the Iron Dwarves from catching me. I better not go across the entire zone again. I already did that once, and Storm Peaks is a lot bigger than the Grizzly Hills. Thank you, Kemek. The Warden. I'm pretty sure Deutsch would beat you, Venetia. He is, after all, much more experienced in the ways of Twitch. Deutsch versus Bragwin? Well, she does have those hips that he doesn't. So, I mean, it's just kind of a gimme right there. So why does Tumblr have such a negative reputation? Because I found it to be extremely useful in keeping in communication with my viewers. More than any other thing I've ever used, actually. Other than literally talking to you with Twitch. Oh, Mirror Me would definitely win. He's a lot less evil than I am. That is true, Hylisk. Aha! I found the thief! Tracker Thulin. Die! Well, that was quick and easy. Okay then. Gotcha. Fortune, yeah. Oh, stretch. Excuse me. So I know what you're thinking. Arsh, why haven't you told us the lore of the Frostborn? The Frost Dwarfs? Would you believe there isn't any? We don't actually know what they are. There's hardly any Frostborn dwarves anywhere. In fact, like I said, this is one of their only establishments ever. And they seem to be separate and distinct from normal fleshy dwarves, earthen, and iron dwarves. The only clues... Whoops. I'm going the wrong way. The only clues we've ever actually had as to who and what these things are is it's implied that they were one of the races of Frost, which was an experimental type thing. Rather than making creatures of earth, or rock, or crystal, or iron, like most of the Titan creatures were, they were making creatures of frost, kind of like the Sons of Hodir, the Frost Vrykul, and the Frost Dwarves. So in other words, that these were one of their prototypes, a sort of an experiment, if you will. But that is assumption because of the fact that we have these three frost races, and that these frost races were all once unified underneath the Watchers, and they were never expanded upon past this point. And the fact that all the frost races have not been affected by the Curse of Flesh. So, yeah. It's kind of an interesting circumstance there. So again, I don't actually 100% know who or what the Frostborn actually are. Good stuff, lad. You're making fast friends. If you stop back soon, I'm sure we can try to find what you can ride. They should know that you're trustworthy now. Other than the fact that they'd be less effective in non-cold climates, Isaac? Not sure. It is, of course, worth noting that all of the Frost races are all here in the Storm Peaks. Frost Giants, Frost Vrykul, Frostborn. All of them are along here. It's entirely possible these actually, this is again speculation, that these were specifically crafted races to function on the Great Machine here at Ulduar, and nowhere else. That is kind of a Titan philosophy. We'll make you so that you work here. They're not designed to work anywhere else. You know, that kind of a thing. So they could actually be fully crafted races specifically for that purpose, too. I don't know.
The answers are here. I can feel it.
Holy crap. It's Braun. We're actually seeing him for the first time ever. Except still not really. It's still just his image. But still, he's actually alive. Now, there's a nice little additional quest you get if you're on the Horde, because the Horde help Braun Bronzebeard too. And of course they do. He's Braun. Why wouldn't they help him out? So the Horde help him out as well, and there's actually a secondary quest where you have to learn how to speak Dwarven, basically, in order to communicate with him. Just a nice little tidbit there. You're not a member of the Explorers League, but if you're a coveted communicator, they must have sent you. Good. It's almost what I was hoping for. Exactly, Wraith. That seems very Titan, doesn't it? Thank the light someone got me message. Now I'm safe from the Iron Dwarves. I need to ask your help with something. I've got a lead on Norgannon's keystone, which guards access to Ulduar's archives, but the Titans divided it into two pieces and secreted them away. One of the pieces, the keystone's shell, is held within the inventory's library on the northern coast, south of Ulduar itself. First thing you'll need to do is retrieve the fragments of the disc from the library's guardians.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Okay. Okay. Wait, that's a troll. Hey, Lukia, what's up? Yeah, welcome to Twitch. Has been having a weird day. The earliest that we're aware of that this will go live on YouTube is March 22nd. Probably later than that, though. Well, it's still kind of artificial, Darsh Monster, because of the way it's enforced like that, but yeah. I wonder what that is. Man, whatever that is, I hope I don't have to deal with that thing. Look at it. I'll actually talk about that in a minute. The Iron Dwarves, and Loken in particular, lack subtlety. And I think that's on purpose, not a plot hole. See you around, Meatfist. Whoop. So as you can see here, we have a lot of mechanomes who are, in basically every way that matters, security programs. They're effectively the nanomachines that help keep the Great Machine working. Nanobots, nano, whatever you want to call them. It's actually kind of an interesting little perspective. The Titans made these huge, amazing devices, and then they built very, very small creatures with intelligence and function, and a great deal of maneuverability in order to be able to move through here and maintain it. They're literally maintenance bots. Now these things are kind of gross looking in my opinion, even though they're just made of leaves and wings. Those are unfortunately very simple and easy to explain, because we know exactly what those things are. Those are data cubes. Or USB drives, if you prefer the more modern equivalent. Ricky, that would be Ice Crown, and yes, I do back siege. As was just linked by Raskor, looks like. So yeah, these are data cubes. They literally are just containing certain chunks of information. Hard drives might be another explanation. Of course, because they're Titans, these are actually very, very small hard drives compared to them. Yeah, exactly, Netherzeum. That's pretty much the same thing that they do. Except they do it deliberately, and we don't do it at all. Okay. I admit I find Titan technology fascinating, in general. I'm not sure, Gnarlex. I originally didn't think I was going to be able to defeat the Storm Peaks tonight, but I might actually be able to get close. I might actually quit this series of quests as well and go do some of the other side quests before I wrap this up. Because Braun's storyline is going to rather neatly lead him into the Halls of Stone. And I want to save the Halls of Stone for when I'm going to do Halls of Stone and then Halls of Lightning. I don't know, I could do it in that order though. That's not a bad idea. I like that idea. But first we'll talk to Braun. Hey Braun, what's up?
You'll find me wherever the action is.
Did you complete the disc? Ah, wonderful. Now that we have the disc, you must use it to open the Inventor's Vault. The disc you've assembled. It's Blake. Oh, that crafty Mimirion must have hidden the information somewhere else. Look around the Inventor's Library. Do you see any databanks around there? Yeah, I see like a ton of them. Try using it near one of them. Perhaps it'll set to retrieve and store information from them. After you've tried that, contact me again.
The truth is out there.
Yeah, by the way, they literally use discs. But they're not quite like CDs. We'll actually see a few discs in person later on. These things are big and hefty and molecularly layered with information. Now, this is actually something that we've theorized on in real life. The idea that you can actually make something so dense and so perfectly designed so that each molecule contains different chunks of information. So a ridiculous amount of information could be stored in a very small amount of space, and then they layer that and layer that on top of itself, so you have these very thick, very in-depth discs, like they do. Now you might think, well, why would they need such an incredible amount of information storage? Well, try and keep in mind what the Titans are doing. They're not storing information like we are, you know? This is not, excuse me. This is not them storing, you know, a Nickelback collection or whatever. The Titans are storing the information of, like, all the genomes of, for example, every life form on the entire planet. If you don't know, that's a colossal amount of information. So, my overall point is, these have a ton of information, so they need that massive amount of storage in order to keep it all on track. And yes, basically Darsh Monster. Braun is one of the major NPCs along the lines of, for example, Caligos is another major NPC. And of course most of the racial leaders are. Like Varian or Anduin. That's my point, Patchwork. They didn't just snap their fingers and make them happen magically. The Titans are primarily a technological race. They had to store all that data for how they made them. They needed to have the blueprints, basically, of their DNA, of their genetics, of their code, of their structure, of all the information that led to that, of all the iterations of the species before they actually made those races, etc. So yeah, lots and lots and lots of information here. Alright.
Inquiring minds just got to know.
Did you try using the discs? What'd you find? I can't tell if there's anything stored there or not. You'll have to tell me what happened. Oh, so it worked. At least we can count on Mimirion to be systematic. Can't say that for the rest of the keepers, from what I've been hearing. Norgannon's shell is within our reach, Xylom. Take the Inventor's disc to the library's interior. There should be a console there that you can activate with the disc. I imagine Mimirion stored more than just Norgannon's shell. There's probably enough schematics stored there to keep Ironforge's engineers occupied for years. Oh, you have no idea, Braun, do you? No idea. In the mountain, literally. Alright, let's put the disc in. Inventor's disc authenticated. Welcome back, Keeper Mimirion. Charging Inventor's disc. Disc charging complete. Preparing Emergency Protocol Gamma. Emergency Protocol loaded. Please use the charged disc to activate the Guardian of Norgannon's shell. Archivist Mechaton. The Archivist will release the shell once identity has been verified. Please have a pleasant millennium. Okay. I can do that. Hey, it's Scrappy. I wonder who that is. Oh well. Let's see what happens. Use of Inventor's Disc detected. Emergency Protocol Gamma activated. Verifying status of Norgannon's shell. Norgannon's shell accounted for and secure. It'll be available for transfer once identity has been verified. Stand by to verify identity as Keeper Mimirion. Scan, 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 scan. Identity verification failed. User is not Keeper Mimirion. The Inventor's Disc has fallen into the hands of an unauthorized user. Activating defensive protocol. Imposter must be dealt with. Inventor's Disc must be recovered. I'll take that. Also, Netherzim, honestly, I think that's not deliberate so much as just logical, if you know what I mean. It's again that whole arrogance of the Titans thing.
Loads of forgotten knowledge.
Now don't just stand there. Show me the shell. That's it. The first half of Norgannon's keystone. Well done, Xylom. When I get back to Ironforge, I'm going to have you inducted as an honorary member of the Explorers League. By the way, he founded the Explorers League. That's another level of how important Braun is.
Keep your eyes on the horizon.
Interesting. I don't see any locking mechanisms on the shell. That suggests to me it may take more than just finding the other piece to combine the keystone. Take the shell back to the expedition leader at Frosthold. Once he gets over his awe, he should be able to glean from the core books like based on the shell, and maybe get the Frost Dwarves to help out. I'm gonna see if I can combine the two pieces. We'll catch up once we've both made some progress.
The truth is out there.
Oh, and the Storm Peaks are an intriguing place, but there's far more here than just Titan ruins. The people who lived here face a dire threat in Loken and his minions. He sent his favourite servants, the Iron Dwarves, on a brutal campaign against all creatures of stone. He expelled the Earthen from Ulduar, forcing them to take shelter at Boulder Crag's refuge, on the face of the mountain just west of the Inventor's Library. Oh, I'll go help them out. Yeah, let's do that.
Keep your eyes on the horizon.
Yeah, I like Braun a lot as a character, by the way. No, seriously, we're Alright, there's an hour cooldown now on this stupid flask. This flask didn't used to have an hour cooldown, but it also didn't used to be a toy. I used to carry around dozens of those and just fly around as a Iron Dwarf all the time. Anyways, I love Braun. He's awesome. He's just a genuinely enthusiastic, great kind of a guy. And he really loves what he does. And, honestly, I don't know. He's just he's naturally charismatic. You know, he's got that charm to him. You know what I mean? I like the fact that we saw him finally in Wrath, and I like him in Kata as well. Call me crazy. Any dwarves that I dislike? Can I count Thorazin in that list? The original Thorazin, the one we never met. Not Emperor Thorazin. Campiest? You mean me? Behold the greatest. So you know Bronzebeard then? He is our closest ally among those of the flesh. We are brothers in the struggle against Loken and his followers, in the struggle for Ulduar. It seems so long ago these hammers pounded and hewed stone instead of iron. Our expulsion from Ulduar saw the weakest of us dead, and the strongest of our craftsmen reborn as warriors. As the irons beat us back, even the strongest find themselves falling. We can do little for the wounded, save when we have a stock of enchanted earth. We used to mine it from the deposits on the sheer cliff face, but constant battling has prevented us from replenishing our stock. Would you help us? By the way, I like this. Several of the earthen actually have different colors of stone that they're made of, like that one there and that one there. This one over here too. That makes sense, and I rather enjoy that little bit of flavor. Also, would totally support earthen as a playable race. Wow, Wraith, that's horrible. Well, Nethrazim, I mean, if you think about it. By the way, doing this quest without a flying mount is technically possible. I wouldn't advise it. Yeah, we did the Kingdom Hearts Lorerun back in November, I want to say, something like that. The Earthen are also interesting to me because they are entirely a servitor race who is designed not towards combat. And yet, because of the fact that they were made so advanced, they actually managed to functionally become combatants. They were so advanced they were able to fight because they were tool users. The same as regular dwarves were. What was it, December? I don't know. Either way, I don't know why I'm doing the accent. Either way, Earthen are primarily workers, maintenance, that kind of a thing. And it's just another little layer of tragedy that Loken forced them to fight quite literally for their lives. Yes, I'm playing through the entire game all over again, Wraith, just for you. Because they weren't supposed to be fighters. I mean, these are more or less innocent people who are civilians, who do not want to fight, are not designed to fight, do not enjoy fighting. And I don't have any Frostweave because I just sold it all. Let me go see if I can buy back that Frostweave really quick. Nope. Scrolled off the page. Oh well. Well, I did do a Dragon Age lore run once upon a time, Gimmick. Just saying, man. Kinda already did that. Okay. Yeah, I need Frostweave, and... where's the scouts? Also, this is a nice effect. This is the first time they really did something like this, to simulate the snow being blown away by the winds. It's actually an effect that's sitting literally just... you can see it right there, it's sitting just above the ground. And it's being specifically morphed to look like that. It's a unique spell effect done just for that. It's pretty cool that they bothered with it. It's also why they only did it in like 3 spots in the entire game. Because you have to morph it to that specific spot. Still cool looking. Oh, we're here. Oh, never mind. It's already up. I need to make sure I've got something. I already do. Okay, we're good. We're good. Should be this way. How many people know this particular path I'm playing? I'm flying through right now by heart. For those of you who don't understand what I mean, this is one of the areas where Skull spawns. Pretty much taking this path is a good way to find them all. And on top of that, it's also probably one of the easiest places to... one of the most common places to find the time-lost Proto-Drake. So that's 2 super rares in this one path. Where are these guys? Okay. Understood. I hate you, Lilix. I still don't have the time-lost Proto-Drake. Oh, you're fine, Kamek. I gotta be honest, when I'm usually streaming anything other than a major lore run, casual discussion about anything is almost always encouraged. So when we get back to, say, XCOM or whatever, you can totally be like, alright, let's talk about Dragon Age. Blah, 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 blah. It's okay, Wraith. It was good, but it wasn't perfect. They did a lot of things right with Wrath. That's really what it boils down to. And very few things wrong. Other expansions were better in several aspects. You know, Pandaria, Kata, and, where the hell? And, Warlords. But they were also worse in other aspects. They made big mistakes as they were going through. By the way, Permeus, quick question. What's your, favorite plot hole with, Kata? Because you mentioned that earlier. Where the hell are these guys? I'm looking for dead dwarves. Is that so hard to find? Do I have to make one? Oh, well. Never a war wager. Oh, of course, Raskor. Going from BC to this was such a breath of fresh air. Still is, actually. Leveling a new character, going through BC is just like... And then you get to Wrath and it's like, oh, thank God. I'm in Wrath. I'm safe.
You got my attention.
Hello there. By Muradin's beard! Is that what I think it is? Bronn's really outdone himself this time. And you too, for that matter. The boys back home are never gonna believe this. Oh, I can see this core must look like. If any of the Frostborn have seen it, they'll be sure to recognize its description. There's no time to waste. Let's get straight to business. Go talk to King Stormheart to request his aid. He'll be sure to know someone who can come help us find the core. And be nice about it, will you? He's very well respected around here.
Safe travels.
See you around, Screenburn. Alright, let's go talk to the Frostborn King, who... You don't look like a Frostborn. Oh, whatever. What's up, Yogg? Norgannon's core. Never heard of it. I might know someone that has, though. I'd be more than willing to lend you my shelter and home to travelers in need, but I'm not too keen to force my people into your affairs. I'll tell you what, my people are warriors, straight and true. On the day a Frostborn becomes a man, he has to prove himself in battle. He has to show us he'll not let his size hold him back. Show me you're as strong and fierce as one of my men, and I'll have them lend you an ear or a blade. Speak to Fjotin over by the cliff, and he'll put you to the test. Okay, I'll do that. I'm not sure where he is, but I'll find him. I will find him. Oh, there he is. Found him already. That was easy. King Stormheart sent me to be tested as a Frostborn. I am ready for my test. Whoa, why are you putting me on an eagle? No, not the eagles. When do I feel that demonology was done right? I'd say at the beginning of Pandaria. Or no, I'm sorry. Beginning of Cataclysm. Right, what? Yeah, Cataclysm. I'm right. And, that's probably my answer. Also Legion, although that's kind of a spoiler. King Stormheart's putting you to the test, huh? He must see something in you to begin with, or I doubt he'd put yourself through such a sacred ritual. I know you're new to our kind, so I'll catch you up a bit on the lore. Years back, me father and others off Frostborn were returning from a trek across Dragonblight. There was a heavy blizzard, far worse than I'd ever seen. They crossed a trail of blood-soaked snow and followed it to a dwarf wandering and speaking in a dialect they couldn't make out. Not a dwarf of our kind, mind you, but a mountain dwarf, something our kind had never seen before. The dwarf seemed lost, having no memory of where he was or where he came from, not even his own name. Not being the kind to leave a dwarven cousin to die in the snow, me father's party took him in and continued back towards Frosthold. Not long later, out of nowhere, the snow burst before them, and the Jormungandr, the sign of Varanus herself, came down upon the party. One of them was swallowed whole before they even had time to react. Me father thought they were all doomed, but behind him a furious roar rumbled across the snow, and he turned to see the mountain dwarf growing in size, his skin taking on stone-like texture, and his hands sizzling with lightning. The dwarf barreled towards us with the sound like rolling thunder, and hurled a shining metal hammer, lightning coursing over its surface, directly into the Jormungandr's throat. The Jormungandr collapsed instantly, his head barely attached to its convulsing body. My father turned to the dwarf in awe and raised a feast in praise. The stranger, having no name of his own, my father deemed Yogg, a name reserved for champions of legend. Years later, he now stands before us, Yogg Stormheart, king of the Frostborn. King Stormheart has trained us well, turned us into even more fearsome warriors than we could ever have boasted during our time of the war with the Frost Giants. And as one of those fearsome tests put upon the warriors of the Frostborn, we are meant to face a creature far larger than ourselves. Giants, dragons, Jormungandr, as a testament to the fact that size will never be our weakness. This is the test put before you this day. Return to us once the Iron Vulture is dead, and be revered as a warrior of the Frostborn. He is slow from the rest of the ages. Be quick on your feet, and he will not best you. You have King Stormheart's favour. Do not disappoint. Fwah. And he's dead. We're in the Storm Peaks. I hesitate to put a percent on until we're done with New World, because New World is a lot of content. But those zones are relatively shorter, so smaller zones but more of them. That's another little interesting tidbit, by the way. The Frost Dwarves, the Frostborn, were not fighters, were not warriors. Which, if you're paying attention, is kind of a common thread for most of the races up here. In fact, probably the only one of the races up here who are actually designed to be fighters are the Iron Dwarves, or the Iron Kin in general, actually. Iron Dwarves, Iron Giants, and Iron Colossi. What I just killed was an Iron Colossi, by the way. Exactly, Nethrasium. And that's exactly what I did. Right. I'm not Horde. Whoops. Just walk into the town. I'm so stupid. It's gonna get them. Anyways. Vashir is coming, but not until after we do the New World. We're gonna do 1 through 60 4 times, actually, before we do the new stuff. You have no idea how many times I do that, Norlex. You know how many times I come into Lorerun on an alliance and just automatically fly into the Horde zone? And I'm so confused when I'm shoved out of it. It's like, what? Why'd you knock me out? I don't understand. Oh, right. I'm not Horde. I do that all the time. It's even worse. It was pretty bad back in BC. But like going through Shattrath, when you port in as the Horde, you're facing south. So you automatically have a sense for where you're going. But you're reporting in the Alliance, you're facing north over here. And it looks basically the same. So you automatically start going this way, thinking you're going west, and you're actually going east. And it's like, oh, right, Alliance. I loved Vashj'ir. Vashj'ir is among my favorite zones in the entire game. Right up there with Storm Peaks, Ice Crown, and, I don't know, a few other Southern Barrens, that kind of stuff. I love Vashj'ir. I am very looking forward to Vashj'ir. I know it's a divided opinion. That's pretty much what happens when you make a zone that's very distinct, I think is the word to use. Because people are either going to love it because of the way it worked, or they're going to hate it because of the way it worked. And it's not even anything about the quality of the zone. Vashj'ir was a very high-quality zone, but that means it's very much whatever it is. So you're either going to absolutely love it because, you know, it was really well done and you happen to enjoy its particular shtick, or you're going to hate it because it was very well done and you're going to hate its particular shtick, you know? Anyways. Ah, grand tale, lad. Perhaps you have a little bit of Frostborn blood in you, eh? Not just talk, anyway. That's what I needed to hear. I don't know where this core is hiding, but you knew that. I said I'd help you, though, and that I shall. There is a hermit by the name of Dron Frostcrape who lives in a cave north of here, down in the valley. We've strayed away from the Titans a bit ourselves, being that there are so few about, but Drom's loyal to the old ways. He keeps an eye on his most precious places and speaks to the keeper, Kratos, often. You'll be sure to find him at the back of the cave. Tell him I sent you. Wait, what? You want... Okay, I'm coming, Fjorden. I'm debating Hylas, just because that zone is so properly enjoyed when you're... Yeah, you know what I mean. Our scouts have spotted iron dwarves in the valley north of here. I heard King Stormheart's sending you to visit Drom, and I'm a bit worried about them. If you see any iron dwarves, put them down hard and fast for me, will ya? You got it. The only good iron dwarf is a dead iron dwarf, or a playable grace, one of the two. Because damn it, I want to play iron dwarves. Is that so wrong? I just really want to be an iron dwarf. I really need some Frostweave. I may have to actually go buy some Frostweave if I don't get some soon. I should go, like, work on getting some Frostweave really quick. Do you drop Frostweave? Nope. Do you drop Frostweave? Damn it! Give me Frostweave! I may literally just hit the auction house. Did I? Yeah. Okay. I think I am. I'm gonna bite the bullet. It's not that hard. We're right next to Lorerun. See, that's interesting, because I actually really, really like Hyjal, too. Hyjal and Vashj'ir are very different. They have very different feels to them, but I enjoy both for their separate feels. Oh, crap. Is there an auction in Lorerun right now? Because I feel like there is. Because I know they added one to Shattrath. I need the answer to this, because otherwise I have a bit of a trip ahead of me. Does anyone know if there's an auction in Lorerun right now? Like, I feel like they added one, just like they did to Shattrath. And of course there's an auction here, if you're an engineer. So is there only the engineer auction house in Lorerun? I'm confused now. I'm getting conflicting reports. Conflicting reports. Does not compute. Does not compute. Oh, now all can use. I'm gonna go ahead and assume I can use them. Let's go ahead. Let's just gamble. Let's roll the dice. Assume I can use it. So I'm going to assume it's over here by the other vendors. Oh, god damn it! Yeah, that's what I do all the time. Ahem. I don't even know where the shop is over here. I'm so not used to the Alliance side of things. Okay, trainers. Winter Song, or Wintergrass, brother. Oh my god, that's all the PvP stuff. I don't want any of that. Yeah, I was just talking about that too. Okay, so up here? Legacy, auction house. Awesome! Thank you, everyone. No, I don't want bags, I just want frost weave. Here, frost weave. No, I don't want bolts. Frost weave. Here, give me frost weave. How much more do I need? That should be it. That should do it. Yeah, okay. Oops. There's one. Okay. Frostweave. Okay, we can advance the Earthen's quest now. God. Thank you, everyone, for your assistance. I can't believe I did that. I just talked about that, too. It is so automatic to be like, yep, Horde side, because that's who I am. I knew I'd do it at least once during the Lorerun, and that's probably the one time I'll do it. The Underbelly has a little bit of lore, but it's not much. It's just fascinating flavor lore. Like, for example, there's literally magical runoff in the sewers. And most of the rats and other creatures down there have magic kind of in them because of the fact that they're down there. So, yeah. There's more or less literally magical rats and turtles and fish and other things down there as a result of that. Okay. Right. I know where I am. I know what I'm doing. Actually, I should probably wait on this question. Doesn't matter. So, like I said, only a little bit of flavor lore. Nice, Bregman. I always knew you were an alliance at heart. You have no place amongst the army of light. Be gone, unless you're a troll. I kind of get where you're going from, Netherzim. It's just, I don't know, I really, really enjoy the way Hyjal plays out. Then again, like I said, I enjoy pretty much all of the Catazones. I enjoy Uldum for the break and the humor. Yeah, I know. Go ahead, make fun. I enjoy Vashir for the atmosphere. I enjoy Hyjal for the epic quest line. Aw, it's Pony Jaina. I enjoy Deep Home for a lot of reasons. And, of course, Twilight Highlands for the epic conclusion. Norgannon's core, huh? I spent a fair number of days trying to find anything I could about it myself. But it seems to be one of the relics that's still guarded. With reason, I suppose. If King Stormheart sent you, he surely must see something noble in you. And I'm not one to refuse me king. Never found the core, but I've often spoken with Keeper Cretius, and his omissions give him away. You'll find him over the mountains to the east in the footsteps, keeping watch on the engine of the Makers. The core might be in there, but you have to win Cretius' favour. The Iron Doors were there looking for something. They took me ring. Find their leader, get me a ring back, show it to Cretius, so he knows I sent you. So there's going to be a weapon reset, basically, I think is the best way to use it. That's going to be completely independent of respecking. There's also not going to be dual spec in Legion. They're getting rid of that. Instead, you'll be able to just go to your thing here and say, I now want to be blood. Bam. I now want to be unholy. Bam. And then be able to switch between your saved specs, basically, of the 3. So, I kind of get where you're coming with that, Ricky. Maybe I'm just weird, because I actually rather enjoyed the, I rather enjoyed the, I enjoyed the humor of Uldum, and I enjoyed the plotline of Uldum, and I don't know, I just liked it. I got nothing. It was definitely a break zone. So this is kind of how the Iron Dwarves think, by the way. Halt! If the core is in your possession, please place it safely on the ground to avoid any damage it may incur during your elimination. Elimination will now commence. Thank you for your cooperation. Well, you don't have to switch specs, Godric. You can just be one spec. That's what I do. Yeah, Uldum, you know what? That's a good word to use there. Uldum felt like more of an adventure. You know, a lighthearted kind of just adventure, for lack of a better term. Other than, you know, for example, all the other zones, which were fairly dark and fairly serious zones. Not that I'm saying I dislike that. As I just mentioned, I love the Cataclysm zones. But Uldum was the only zone that didn't feel like the end of the world, which is ironic, because it was. In fact, it is the most end of the world of the zones, thanks to the Halls of Origination. I will admit that is a bit of a strange contrast. I mean, for those of you not aware, the main plot of Uldum is, we're trying to stop them from literally re-originating the planet. Also known as the same plot of Ulduar, basically. That's a pretty big deal. We're literally trying to stop them from erasing all life on the planet. And that's the break/joke zone. So... were you able to get any of the Earth? Oh, this will allow us to patch up more of the fallen. Thank you, Xylem. On behalf of all who defend the refuge. The refuge's defenders have done their best to blunt the Iron Dwarves' attacks, but we're losing ground inch by inch. My men are hardy, not tireless. Without reinforcements, it's only a matter of time until we're overrun. Would you lend your skills to the refuge's defenses? It would greatly improve the morale of the defenders and give them, and me, the hope of mounting a counterattack. The refuge's defenses fight bravely, but they cannot keep up with the iron onslaught. With the earth you've collected, I can make bandages to help heal the wounds of some of the fallen. I take these poultices, and use them to heal the wounded. Can't do that. But then again, the whole Uldum thing is another reason why Cataclysm was considered one of the least popular of the entire expansions ever, because everything throughout all of Cataclysm was love it or hate it. Very little about Cataclysm was universally loved, like Wrath was, or even BC was. So count me in one of those ones who really loved Cataclysm. But again, I am 50% of the people speaking there. And that's understandable, like I said. They took a lot of risks with Cata, and I tend to enjoy risks more than I enjoy things where they play it safe. But that's just me, again. So forgive me, but I'm going to be pretty positive when we go through Cata. Sorry. I know some of my viewers occasionally expect me to bash the hell out of something, and it's like, well, no. Don't get any ideas, Deutsch. Sorry, my back's giving me some issues. Let's see, we've got this bundle of quests, The main bundle of quests and that bundle of quests. We might actually finish off Ulduar tonight, based on the pace we're going right now. It's in my nature, Deutsch. What can I say? Alright. Oh, that's the 7th one, not the 8th. I will have to say, this entire quest chain is actually interesting to me. Because, well, this is just very indicative of, this is very indicative of the overall mentality of the Iron Dwarves in general. I'll get to it. It's just, yeah, you'll see what I mean. Oh, you have given the defenders something to cheer about. Seeing the enemy fall by your hand was reinvigorating them, bolstering their courage. Oh, the warriors of Hildar will aid us in holding the line for even longer. If we are, however, to be truly free of the iron threat, we must find a way to strike at them behind the lines. To the southwest, on the western side of the Snowdrift Plains, the Iron Dwarfs have dug a mine into the hillside. There they use captive mechanomes, servants of Keeper Mimirion, to mine ore. I don't know what these mechanomes came from, nor what they would do with their freedom, but perhaps we can win their help. At the frozen mine at the western point of the Snowdrift Plains, the Stormforged Iron Dwarfs have constructed a mine by slaves. It's well behind the lines, so we haven't been able to find out what's going on there. But my scouts report them moving cartloads of a dark and sickly ore. Alright, nightmare fuel time. So, Iron Dwarfs. They're made out of iron, right? I mean, that's kind of, hence the term, right? Out of curiosity, do you think they ever made Iron Dwarves out of Serenite? Or Iron Giants, or Iron anything, really? Any of the Iron faction that functions in behalf of Lorerun. I mention it because, as I pointed out, there's basically only two factions that can freely use Serenite without fear of consequence. The followers of Yogg-Saron himself, and the freaking Scourge. I am not a laborer. I'm here to free you from your servitude in the mines. Free again? Keeper Mimorion's work awaits. Here, I free you all. New directive, assist in the defeat of the Iron Dwarves. Beep, boop. New directive, leave mine and return to the Iron Inventory's library. Inventor's library. Does not compute. Unit malfunctioning. Directive shutting down. Now, to my knowledge, they've never flat out said anything about Serenite crafted Iron Dwarves. But that actually kind of makes me tilt my head a little bit. Because you'd think they would. You'd think that would actually be one of the first things they actually do. They can use Serenite at will. They're actively mining Serenite. They're actively using Serenite in their things. And again, they're already the minions of Yogg-Saron, so it's not like they get the negative consequences of doing so, right? So why didn't they make some of their iron constructs out of Serenite? Now, yes, it would, Dark Monster. At least most likely it would. Reorigination would probably kill off anything, at least if my understanding of how it functions is correct. It's hard to avoid being atomized, you know? What was I saying? So, it's especially curious because the quest we're doing right now is we're stopping Iron Dwarves from mining Serenite. And given what we're about to be fighting, it's pretty likely they were at least beginning the experiments of crafting something out of Saronite. You'll see what I mean in a minute, but I find, again, I just find myself wondering, why did they use Saronite in other things? Unless maybe some of the raid Iron Dwarves were supposed to be Saronite infused, like the Council, for example, the Iron Council, maybe, because those are some very powerful iron creatures, right? Maybe? I don't know. I'm just speculating here. It is also possible it's just a plot hole, or a deliberate plot hole. In other words, because of the fact that they didn't want to have these super invincible Iron Dwarves running around who make you insane just by being near them, they deliberately introduced this plot hole so they aren't using Saronite, so that we don't question, how are we defeating these things, you know? Respawn rates. Now, what Netherseam says is also true. Remember, the Iron Forces are relatively recent. You know, again, at absolute most, 8 years ago is when the Iron Forces really became a thing, under Loken being returned to power and to being functional under Yogg-Saron's control. So, given how much effort and time has been spent crafting the Iron Army as is, and given their relative lack of keep, I mean, remember, they only tossed the Earthen out within a few months prior to these events happening, and they only within about the last year have actually started acting against the other Earthen forces, the other Stone forces, you know, the Earthen Giants and whatnot. I could picture that too, Wraith. Damn it. No, I'd like to think there's at least one setting where copy wrong doesn't exist, Gnarlex. So let's just let me keep my happy place and keep copy wrong in the real world where it belongs. And then let's destroy the real world. Imagine the Titans come back to Earth, like real life Earth, and they're like, well, they seem to have made a lot of culture and art and history, but then they seem to have tried to kill each other over it because of this concept called copyright. What do you think? Let's re-originate them. Okay. And Earth is gone. Respawn rates. I should choose a different pet for this character while I'm doing it. I'm actually very proud of this pet, by the way. This pet right here. This Clockwork Gnome carried me through so many of my harder battles. He's like my linchpin party member. He was my first 25, too, of my pets. Why don't we bring out my Worgen pet? I think that's a good idea. There we go. There we go. Okay. Worgen with a Worgen pet. Everything is good with the world. I don't think I have the Blingtron pet. Oh no, I do. Little Bling. I have him. I've gotten him. Oh, finally! God, I only needed 3 of those guys too. Okay. I do have a squire, yes. Of both sides, actually. Oh, I'd hoped that more of the captives would choose to join us, but I don't blame them. Willing allies are few and far between. We're thankful that you have lent your blade to our cause. What have you discovered about the ore? That ore. I can't touch it. It seethes with unnatural energy. No creature of stone can handle it. What do they mean to do with this? The one who commands the Stormforged is called Runesir Valduron. Although I've never seen him, it said his master, Keeper Loken, who took over Ulduar, has given him powerful Titan artifacts. It could explain the strength and ferocity my men see in the Stormforged warriors. Well, let's go kill the crap out of him then. What do you want me to do? Like Boulder Crag, I once served the Keepers as craftsmen in Ulduar, but with Loken's betrayal, I have turned my hammer towards our new foes. When we could spare the men, I led raids on Nivelvar, Nidavellir, there we go, to relieve the pressure on our defenders, but our lines have near collapsed. Okay, I can go kill the crap out of him. Come, my baby Woken. I do not actually have Mojo. No, I have never gotten Mojo. I was very unlucky in Zulamon. To my dismay. Hello, Tom in Korea. What's up? I like the idea of the title of Stormforged, too, by the way. It's got a nice ring to it. Stormforged. Anyways. So here's a question for you guys. If they actually had, if they finally introduced the whole subraces thing for dwarves, do you think they should introduce iron dwarves as well? Because earthen is an absolute must, and so is dark iron, so is wildhammer. But should they introduce iron dwarves as well as an option? Ah, is that the archaeology one, Godric? Because I've never gotten that one either, and I spent weeks trying to get it. Because at the time I didn't have a raid group, so it was actually a best in slot for me. And, yeah. Never got it. Still don't have it, actually. Well, see, that's an interesting question, Wraith, because it goes back to that, do the Iron Dwarves have free will and self-determination and sentience and sapience? Because if they are subject to if they are subject to the droid effect, then is it not possible that once we take out Loken and the rest of Ulduar, that they could actually, become their own people? There could be a group of them who want to make their own life for themselves, rather than just being the servitors of the old gods. It's within the realm of possibility, at least. At least I think so. So that's the lore explanation. Of course, that's not why I want to play an Iron Dwarf. I don't play an Iron Dwarf because they look cool. But, You've weakened the Stormforged considerably, but they'll keep fighting. Their casualties mean nothing to them, while our defenders continue to fall. Even if it costs them 100 or 1,000 iron corpses, they'll keep fighting, though we've been pounded to the grave. Well, that's terrible. I feel like I was supposed to loot a quest item from there, because there's no follow-up. And yeah, as was pointed out, they're not really dwarves, so again, it comes down to that how advanced are they thing. Do they have the ability to have free will, self-determination, sentience, sapience, etc.? Well, Tom in Indiana doesn't have the same ring to it, so I don't blame you. Yeah, I think I was supposed to loot something here that I didn't actually get. Ah, damn it. Well, shoot. Yeah. That would be pretty cool, Nethrezim. Unfortunately, they are foolish and will never do that. No, Wraith, no, we're nothing more than mindless automatons, of course. Beep, boop, must commence lore. By the Titan's will, I will show all the lore to the world. Beep, boop. Yeah, no kidding, Darch. There we go. There's the armor. Got it. Now I gotta kill the golems. Damn it. Now that I've already killed a bunch, now I gotta kill more. Let's leave the actual real-life political discussions out of here, okay? We're talking about freedom of will in a fictional setting where it is proven to exist and actually has significant relevance to the setting. So... yeah. Gleep glorp. That's kind of like the whole soul thing. I had to actually tell someone to shut up the other day because they were all getting really upset about the fact that I kept talking about souls, and they're like, souls don't exist. And I'm like, we're talking about in a game, okay? In this setting, souls actively, fundamentally, provably exist. That's not a matter for debate here, okay? So, what is it you have there? Oh, careful now. Keep that plate as far away from me as you can. Even being in its presence is enough to inflict pain. But you're right, these are gigantic armor plates for a war golem of Normer-sized. By the way, that would be Serenite armor chunks we just took off of these. So they're starting to use Serenite, just like chunks of Serenite on their golems. The presence of that armor plate is disorienting, but we need to find out all we can about it. It could be part of one of Valdoran's schemes. He is dedicated to an extraordinary amount of mining, refining, smithing, and testing this metal. To the east, among the northern mountains face, is a building called Mimirion's workshop. Hasn't been in use for some time, but if we're lucky, some of its attendants are still functional. Yes, Night Forager, because on several occasions, Seven is proven to have knowledge about things that are considered irrelevant. Oh yeah, by the way, let's see, Ulduar's over there. So that would actually basically put Mimirion's workshop somewhere right in this vicinity, right about here. Deep, deep underground there. We actually travel from Ulduar all the way over here to do it. That's how large the underground aspect of Ulduar is. Actually, it's much larger than that, but whatever. Oh, right. I know where I'm going. That could actually be Hylisk. It would be an interesting twist on the old god's machinations. I don't actually buy it personally, just because I agree with you and several other people with the perspective that the old gods don't actually have a long-term plan. They're just manipulating to manipulate. Greetings, Keeper. That's the workshop of the Keeper Mimirion. I found this armor plate. Could you test it? Of course. That is what we do. Metallic specimen of foreign origin detected. Beginning analysis. Clonk. Clonk. I love this analysis. Bam! Bam! Well, it's certainly metal. Bam! Specimen identified as an alloy of Serenite and iron. Ore used in this sample originated deep within the crust of Azeroth and was recently unearthed. The Serenite in this sample is nearly pure. Ores like this do not naturally occur on the surface of Azeroth. Pure Serenite. Ooh. This ore could only have been created by a powerful, malevolent force attempting to access databanks for more information. Access denied? It's the one thing it says that doesn't sound like a robot. Further information can only be accessed from the archives within Ulduar by order of Keeper Loken. But one thing is for certain, this plate's size, thickness, and bolt holes point to use as armor for a colossal structure. Directive completed. Returning to standby mode. Mechanomes are so helpful. I like them. We should be able to play as Mechanomes, too. Actually, Mechanomes are basically the only sub-race of gnome that's ever been suggested, if they ever implement the sub-race concept. And that's actually kind of logical, since we know that, you know, Mechanomes retain memory and can be transferred back and forth between Mecha and Curse. So, I mean, it's not impossible. Unlike Iron Dwarves, which aren't actually dwarves at all. Yes, Tom and Korea, it's a little over 500 regular, which is why I don't have a subscription. So Valdarin's master's given them the sinister metal to construct a giant weapon. Yeah, I've seen it like 5 times. I keep flying by it, dude. Let's go take it out. We have no choice. What you learned in Mimirion's workshop means we must act before Valdarin can complete his new weapon. Even now, the refugee defenders fight to buy us time to deal with Valdarin the Stormborn. You must go to across the Snowdrift Plains to the southwest and find and face Valdarin. But you will not be alone. We will come to aid you, unless you decide to kill him by yourself because you're level 80 freaking 3. I'm apparently level 83. Oh my god, I'm almost at level 84, guys. Oh my god. But taking bets right now, do you think I'm going to hit 84 in the Storm Peaks? I'm almost done with the Storm Peaks, and this is the last zone I'm doing up here on this character. Of course it won't, Norlex. You know people in charge of the Academy are like, nah, that's not actually a real movie. Nah. Hey. Oh, I have... Okay, fine. I'll summon people because I have to. At last, the tyranny of the Stormforge is at its end. No more will your minions assail the creatures of stone and their allies. I am your doom, Valdaron. How predictable. But then... who would expect a rock to think like anything other than one? But if you're so eager to fight, I'll oblige you, but know that nothing you do here can prevent the completion of the Iron Colossus. Two-shot. We've defeated Valdarin. We'll fill his Colossus. We fought well. The day is ours. But the war goes on. I gotta be honest, Khadgar, the Mr. Ends Justify the Means, would have no room whatsoever to talk if we offered him that. And he was like, well, I mean, I don't know, you know. So yeah, that's our next objective, taking out that thing right there. That may actually be bigger than Thorim, now that I'm actually looking at it. So I may have lied back in Zuldrak. That might actually be the largest thing in all of WoW. At last, Valdarin is dead, and his Stormforged are weakened. But if his boasting is true, we must continue fighting the Stormforged in his absence. In my folly, I thought his project at Narvir's cradle a large construction area, no more than a grotesque monument to Keeper Loken's cruelty. Now we know the truth. It was meant not to be used as a weapon. It was meant to be used as a weapon against us and our allies. We must not allow this Iron Colossus to reach completion. I will do this. I will kill the Iron Colossus just for you guys. Boulder Crag's got a good plan to stymie the efforts of the Iron Dwarves, and I've got an idea of my own. Work on the Iron Colossus will come to a halt without any artisans. The cradle, Narvir's cradle, is on the south side of the refuge. Go there, kill any artificers you may see in your path. I'm not sure I agree with that plan, Nethrazim. Let's call that Plan T for terrible. Damn it, there's someone else here. Competition time. Pax and I actually have a mode we call competition time or tag mode. In other words, where it's like, okay, we got to start actually paying attention and ensure that no other players get any tags. We're both pretty good at it. He's better at it than I am, though, by quite a bit. God, this thing's huge. That's a finger. You see my Frost Drake? That's a finger that it's up against right there. But this is the great flaw of the Iron Dwarf's philosophy. They aren't actually good tactical fighters, right? So they think that making a bigger, stronger thing means they'll win, ignoring the obvious destroyer versus warrior concept, which I've talked about many times, even in this particular lore run. Now you might be thinking, Arsh, you're being too harsh on them. After all, they don't really want to win here, remember? Try and keep in mind the overall goal here is for Loken to die. So, I mean, you know... This is very Iron Dwarf mentality, though. There's no subtlety here. There's no complexity. There's no, you know, deviousness. There's nothing here that's elegant. This is literally just, we want to make the biggest thing we can and point it at whatever we don't like. If there could be said to be a cultural mindset of the Iron Dwarves, that's it right there. I do like the scaffolding in the back here, though. It's a nice touch. You know, considering there have been liches who have served the Legion, I wonder if they used any fell energies. You mean be stupid, Wraith? I'm sorry, I said I wouldn't talk about it. Moving on. Excellent work. Oh, it won't stop them, but it'll take them valuable time. I dare say we've gained the advantage. You've done an excellent job of delaying the work on the Colossus, but I fear we've only made the Stoneforged more determined to complete the weapon. Even now they're bringing in new labourers, and the Overseers are pushing them to the limit. We may not be able to keep them from bringing the Colossus online after all. Return to the Cradle and find the documents detailing the Colossus's offensive and defensive capabilities. Okay, I can do that. And yes, because Blizzard knows how to music, that is correct. This is actually arguably half of the reason I was so looking forward to coming to the Storm Peaks. Ignoring the awesome story here. Alright, what have we got here? Aha! Attack specs. What do we got over here? We need to get the defense specs as well. I'm sorry, Bragwin. Speaking as someone who's gone without hot water for months at a time, I sympathize. And you might be like, oh, surely you're exaggerating, Arsh. No, it was 5 months, I remember. I will never forget those 5 months, because they sucked. Third worst months of my life. Now, if we know anything about WoW, if WoW has taught us anything, Bragwin, it means your water heater is corrupted and we have to kill it to redeem it. Did you find the documents? Oh my god. I had no idea that Iron Dwarves were capable of this. Our men will have no chance against this behemoth if it's completed. Fortunately, it looks like they're lacking a key part. According to the documents you captured, the Iron Colossus is complete except for one key component. The Heart of the Storm. Without it, the Iron Colossus's weapons would be much weaker than the design predicts. If we can deny him the heart, we can defeat the Colossus. Notes on the document say the heart is in Uldis, the Titan facility. Quick, go, get it, quick, go. I'm going, jeez. Yeah. So, if the Forsaken gained the ability to resurrect dwarves, absolutely, the Forsaken would roll over the dwarves. However, at current, they don't, which is stupid, I just want to refresh that. But they don't have that ability right now, so no, the Forsaken would probably not be able to siege Iron Forge. Also, wow, War Wager. I'd like to applaud that, but God, all I can think is, what a waste of money. I could live for the rest of my life off of $500,000. I mean, God's sakes. Ah, that video made me cry, Halfman. I'm not even kidding. That video hurt to look at. So, you know how I mentioned... Oh, 500,000 Lego bricks. Okay, that is way different. That's a big freaking difference there. Like I said, we actually get to go inside the Storm Peaks a few times. And as I kind of mentioned before, yeah, pretty much all of the Storm Peaks inside is Titan machinery. So like I said, either they replaced... I mean, look at this. Look at how in-depth this is. Either they replaced all of the inside of this chunk of the area with their machines, or they made these machines first and the Storm Peaks was built on top of it. Take your pick. Nah, that's the other one, Nethrezim. You didn't think I was gonna let you walk in here and take the heart of the storm, did ya? You may have killed Valdurin, but that will not stop me from completing the Colossus. You bastish. Seriously, look at this place. Look at it. Look at it. It's huge. Right, I gotta remember the way out. Kind of clockwork too when you look at it. The other thing I find interesting about the Titan machines is, on the outside everything looks completely normal, just like it was in Shalazar. But when you go inside, there's those massive machines there, and it's just, I don't know, something about that contrast is something I enjoy. It's almost an uncanny valley kind of a thing. Like, the moment you pull behind the curtain, you see what's behind the curtain. But, yeah. Or an under-the-surface kind of a thing. I don't know. It's just an aesthetic I enjoy in general. Any WoW books I recommend? There's really only one WoW book I absolutely recommend. I forget the full title of it, but it's Arthas, the Story of the Lich King, etc., etc. It's the Lich King book, and it's pretty good. No, we do not, Lafette. It's impossible this is all one machine. It's possible there are several machines. It's possible they interact with each other. We do know the purpose of some of the machinery, most of the ones in Ulduar itself, but all this stuff, you can only guess. It's entirely possible that this is just the stuff that is maintaining the Storm Peaks in general. We do know they have weather devices, after all. It is also possible that's where they get their power generation. Like, that's literally just a massive power thing. We also know that those are there helping to keep the old gods imprisoned, so... With the heart in the hands of Narvir, the Colossus will achieve its full power. We'll have no choice but to fight it. We have failed to prevent the completion of the yawn, which means we have no choice but to face it in battle. Bjorn's devised a plan to exploit the Colossus's only weakness. No matter how tough the Colossus's Serenite armor is, it's still vulnerable to Jormungandr acid. Take control of one of the orbs. Use it to fight the Colossus. Okay, I can do that. So we're going to take over a Jormungandr and use its acid in order to try and break apart the Colossus. I agree, Darsh Monster. That's pretty much the perspective I prefer. So there it is, the Iron Colossus. He's a biggin. Seriously, he's freaking huge. And again, pretty much indicative of how incredibly ineffectual a weapon like this is. Someone earlier kind of made a joking reference to the Death Star. I'm not talking about the Lego thing, earlier than this. But really, that's actually an apt metaphor. The Death Star was a piece of crap, tactically speaking. Its only real purpose was its intimidation factor, and the fact that it could destroy planets. That's kind of what this thing is. This thing is actually very useless, tactically speaking, except for its very extremely specialized purposes. Which, again, is very Iron Dwarven technology. Make a big thing, point it in a direction, hit go. We're supposed to actually fight this in a Jormungandr, but I think I can take him out without it, because I'm awesome. Oh god, get out of the way, get out of the way! Oh god, oh god! I couldn't even get out of it in time. Couldn't even get out of his corpse in time. I even hit sprint. He killed me with his final breath. You've done it. We've really done it. The refuge is spared, and the Stormforge are defeated. And we must warn Bran before Loken gets in his mind to try and rebuild his forces. The only way to secure the victory you've won today is to go into Ulduar and defeat Loken for all time. Also, ding. Well, never mind. We are hitting 84 before we leave Wrath. You're welcome, Olby Squab. And hey, Tomby. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Thank you for the compliment. I hope you enjoy my show, such as it is. There you go, Nethrazim. He was like, oh, my toe. And then center of gravity just did the rest for us. No, in lore, what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to get into these giant, and I mean giant, Jormungandr. We're talking almost at the level of the monstrosities in Dune, and use the massive caustic acid to melt its armor plates off of it, so that we can actually take the sucker out. The Prometheus... No, I have a brain, Permeus. Alright, so let's continue the Bronzebeard question, shall we? What's that quest? Oh, right. I know what that quest is. Neck. Yeah. Damn it. Oh, there he is. I see him. Talk to me? Talk to me? Hey, buddy. Hey. Oh, don't be bugged out. Don't be bugged out. Actually, in lore, it is very cold and very uncomfortable. They actually mentioned that several times. Okay, well, okay, hang on. He reset. Okay, we're good. Hello, Worgen. I am pleased you have opted to utilize your tongue over your blade when making my acquaintance. I have found that a more and more rare quality amongst your kind of late. Drom's ring? I am to assume Drom is not well if he did not introduce you directly. I am sorry to hear of that. Drom is a noble dwarf, if inquisitive. On what business have you come, then? Lol, Night Forger. Norgannon's core is not at this location. I am not certain why you seek it, Worgen, and I am equally unsure if you truly know the purpose of that which you seek. I would like you to aid me before I consider extending my assistance. I have recently encountered knowledge of the Watcher Thorim. His seat of power is contested, and his fate remains to be seen. This troubles me, for I do not know of the other Watchers. Utilize this databank to examine their temples to the northeast, and return this knowledge to me. If you insist. Yeah, I actually find myself very, very curious how much of the rest of Azeroth has tight machinery underneath the surface, you know? I guarantee you that Unguro does. I would literally put money that Unguro has Titan machinery under it, just like Shalazar does. So that's at least one location that we know of. Oh, Grizzly Hills is awesome. I love the quests there, I love the music, I love the atmosphere. Temple of Invention, Analysis, commencing. Temple of Invention, verified to be intact. So these little things are basically droids, I think is the best way to explain the way these orbs function. Mechanical servants appear to have turned against each other. Several attendants have been piled together in a disorganized manner. Remaining mechanome guardians corrupted by unknown source. Moving to new location. So yeah, if you could picture like a walking hard drive that has the ability to scan and perceive and function, that's basically what these are. Like I said, droids. There's actually a much better explanation for what these things are than my earlier explanation. Let's see what Hodir's temple's like. Temple of Winter, analysis commencing. TPLD. I don't know what that means. Tapulda! Temple of Winter, verified to be intact. Temple Guardians, verified to be deceased. Sulfurous odor detects likelihood of death from fire-based entity. Previously established cold weather patterns at Temple have ceased. Watcher Hodir, verified, no longer present. Analysis complete. Oh, right. Okay. No, it's just there to piss people off. I assume you mean the one in Warlords. Which, yeah. I tried, Archmonster. Yeah. But yeah, what Nethrezim says is a really good question, because remember, this facility was actually built when this was one continent. So, I mean, you know, there's probably a lot of really, really screwed up, destroyed Titan machinery somewhere in the depths of the Earth as a result of the Sundering, you know? Yes, the discs of Norgannon, actually, Tom and Kriya, put there by Watcher Tyr and Arcades, specifically to keep them from Loken, because they found out Loken was a betrayer. Temple of Order, analysis commencing. Temple of Order, verified to be intact. Scan, 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 scan. No indications of struggle are present. No guardians are present. Watcher Tyr, verified, no longer present. Analysis complete. So I believe this is actually the one and only reference to Tyr in, like, the whole of WoW, not counting the fact that he's coming much more prominently in Legion. I'd talk more about Watcher Tyr, but there's literally no way to do so without spoiling Legion. Sorry, guys. Plus, I've already kind of shared most of the lore I have to share about him. I'll tell you this, though, he's not an Ulduar. So this is Freya's temple. Was Freya's temple. Temple of Life. Analysis commencing. Temple of Life. Verified to be damaged beyond repair. Evidence indicates a significant battle. The opponent of Watcher Freya estimated to be of similar size and strength to Watcher Freya. Temple guardians no longer present. Plant forms associated with temple deceased. And yes, Deutsch. Watcher Freya verified no longer present. Analysis complete. So, yes, there is one bit of lore I can share that isn't actually a Legion spoiler. So, Tyr, I talked about the Proto-Drakes and Galakrond and all that. Galakrond actually managed to bite down and rip off Tyr's hand. Now, excuse me. Tyr's hand was then... He has the ability as a Watcher to basically replace that hand, to fix it, right? But he deliberately chose not to. He instead crafted a purely silver hand in its place, which kind of looked like this. The silver hand of Tyr. So yes, that's actually where the whole silver hand of the paladin thing came from. In case you're wondering, the reason he did so was to emphasize that not all things in life can be accomplished without sacrifice. So he accepted that sacrifice as a sign of that, basically. The news you bear is grave indeed. I do not know the fate of the remaining Watchers, but their absence spells dark times for all the lands of Azeroth. I shall examine the knowledge contained in the databank that you have returned, and attempt to fully assess the situation. I believe I am in possession of knowledge that you deem more pertinent at this moment, however, so I shall allow you to partake in that wisdom first. During your absence, I was privileged enough to parley with the dwarf, Bran Bronzebeard. This dwarf indicated his purpose for seeking the keystone, and I am satisfied that it is for satisfactory intent. I believe this dwarf may be the entity for which the keystone was created. Norgannon's core is located in the frigid tomb to the southeast. Its guardians are ancient beings of ice, and they will not welcome your presence. Let's do it then. So, fun fact, the Titans do have some ability to perceive the future. So, the fact that the Titans are actually able to identify Bran Bronzebeard on sight is either indicative of their level of scanning technology, or the fact that they knew he was coming. But there's actually more of a story to it than that. I'll talk more about that when we get to the Halls of Stone. What I want to talk about right now... Why is this thing still following me? What I want to talk about right now is the fact that the Titans always wanted their creations to reach a point where they would question, where they would want to know more about their originations and would come looking for it. In other words, it was literally a thing that was made for Bran, but not for Bran specifically, if that makes any sense. It was specifically made so that a entity of their creations would someday be curious about their origins and would come looking for it. And once they found it, well, we're not sure what the next intended step was, since everything has been thrown completely into hell by the Ulduars. And by us, and by the Legion, and by basically everything. As the chest opens, the air rushes into the chamber, carrying with it the musty smell of something that's been here for countless years. Norgannon's core rests in the bottom of the chest, undisturbed by ages. As you retrieve the core from the chest, you hear the rumbling of heavy footsteps. Hell, hate to rush here, but there's an army of iron dwarves here to stop whatever you and Cretius are trying to do. We need to get out of here. Okay, let's do it. Da, 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 da. You are referring to Gundrak, Lofit, and yes, Gundrak originally was going to be more than just a simple dungeon. There was going to be a raid component to it as well. Damn it. And yes, Legion is in the alpha. Quite a ways into the alpha, actually. And I know at least one person in it personally. And, of course, there are other sites which you can go to read up on info from it. I am not in it myself. Sadness. Ultra sadness. King Stormheart caught wind of the Iron Dwarves heading this way. Brought all the best warriors he could on such short notice. Farewell, Nethrazim. May the winds be at your back. Or wait. No, that's what I mean. So I'm in a weird position. I think I have to actually commit to finishing the Storm Peaks tonight. Because there's no good pause point without interrupting the flow of the epic storyline now. It's do or die, so yeah, we're going until we finish Ulduar. So let's do it. We've got 2 quest chains left, basically. Someone is using the Forge of Wills to create this army. Ulduar is no longer safe. Worgen, did you recover the core? I am pleased you were able to recover it before these abominations did. Combining the keystone will require Norgannon's binding, a device located in the Engine of the Makers, a large pit that's right over there. Bronn should be down there with the other half of the keystone now. I have instructed him on the use of the device. He awaits your presence. I will do what I can in order to keep the Iron Dwarves occupied. But I do not have confidence I will hold them for long. King Stormheart is returning to the defense of Frosthold with some of his men. Please hurry. Let's do this. Iron Dwarf scum. If only I was playing as you. Agreed, Hylisk. It is very well integrated. Icecrown's going to be a little bit different. Bronn! Bronn!
Inquiring minds
Just got to know. Hey there, lad. Good to meet you in person. Did you find it? Oh, you're brilliant, lad. Brilliant. This will be a glorious day indeed. Quickly, hand me the core before those Iron Dwarves make their way down here.
Travel safe.
Oh, that's it. If only I have the keystone. It's beautiful. I've been around this world more than once, but this thing's got me all jittery and excited again. I suppose now's not the time to stop and admire, though. We've got to get the heck out of here. Hop on me machine. Help cover us as we get out of the Iron Dwarves.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Oh, crap. It's up there. No, wait. Don't leave without me. No. Okay. I can't thank you enough for all your help in putting together the keystone. Great things will come of this, I assure you. Somehow I doubt that. Uh-oh. There's the Iron Dwarves. Ugh. Get off me airplane. Iron Dwarves everywhere. They're making their way down from the top. Oh, those things are certainly persistent. Ah, they're trying to take down the plane. I can't pull up any steeper. Oh, you need to keep them off of us. Yes, I'd rather you not pull up any steeper. I'm literally sitting on the wing. Thank you, Bronn. Appreciate your sense of theatrics, but seriously. These guys are athletic. Holy crap. Almost there. This is quite a ways down, isn't it? Oh my goodness. We're almost there. We can see the top. There's a few more up ahead. Keep on it. Good thing these guys are terrible shots with their spells. Turn, Bronn. Turn. Don't hit the gears. Oh my god. You're a terrible pilot, Bronn. Okay, we're almost out. Just a little bit farther. And this is why the Titans needed to stop making things so damn big. I mean, look at this. You really get a sense for the scale of this thing. Yeah, I know the hard drive thing's still with me. Actually, that's not an inapt comparison, Tarsh Monster. Relatively speaking, of course. Okay. Whoa, we're still getting hit. But we made it. We made it. Barring stray boulders from those giants, we should be clear. Oh, it seems a mess down there, though. The Iron Dwarves' main advantage is the fact that they can just make more and more and more of them. Their numbers are unbelievable. I'm glad to hear King Stormheart came to your aid. So I hear only good things of him. I think it's high time we meet. So, in case you're missing this, this is Bran Bronzebeard, who's about to meet the other guy. Poor Cretius. He's dead, by the way. He was a good keeper. I'm glad he had at least got to see his task to completion. I imagine that's all that really mattered to him. What do you mean, third? Yes, I do, Ricky. Although, again, mostly from Oldham. And a little bit from here. I'm not even sure that's like a footstool for the Titans, but I don't know, actually, Wraith, legitimately. Now, if you don't understand why this is significant, well, there's 3 Bronzebeard brothers. Mimirion, Magni, and Bronn. Miridan's the warrior, Magni's the king, Bronn's the explorer. All 3 of them are very famous, very well-known dwarves who are actually pretty awesome people. We're coming up on Frosthold. I'd be very appreciative if you'd introduce me to King Stormheart before you go. I believe we are both very much in his debt. Okay, Bronn. Let's go meet him. Yeah, I remember. By all the gods, it can't be! Miridan! What's that? You talking to me, lad? I wish this was voice acted. This is such a big scene. Come on, boy, there's no mistaking it. It's definitely you. Don't you recognize your younger brother? My brother? Yes, I do have brothers. Bronn? I can't believe this. You are dead. All accounts said so. What happened, Miridan? How'd you get here? I don't know, Bronn. I've been here a long time. About 8 years, actually. 7 years, give me 7 years. All of my life before this place is flashes and nightmares. It's good to see you, though, brother. More than words could say. Oh, indeed. Magni will be so happy to see you, too. He's got nothing but bad news for a while now, but this changes everything. He's here in Northrend, looking for you. A seer in Winterguard brought word you weren't dead, and he left Ironforge immediately to find you. Look here, Magnus, I can consider you a capable man, but my patience is wearing thin. I know Miridan is here. Can you point him to me or not? Speaking of which, brother, there you are. Oh, I can barely believe me eyes. You're alive. Magni, forgive me. The memories are coming back slowly, brother. Oh, it's good to see you again, Miridan. And what's this I hear about a king in your own right? The Bronzebeards were always destined to greatness. The Frostborn have been very good to me. They're strong people. So it seems. You haven't lost any muscle yourself. Do you remember what happened, Miridan? Fate has turned ill in your absence. Not much, Magni. I've had nightmares of a human, tall, light hair, black armor. His name is on the tip of my tongue. Arthas. Oh, he's not the boy of your memories anymore, Miridan. He's become something else entirely. I know. I watched him turn. I watched him give up all that was right, and I didn't lift a hand. I didn't even consider it before it was too late. Oh, that's all in the past, Miridan. Regrets won't change anything. No, they won't. But I can make this right. I have to. I'm going after the boy. I'll make him answer for everything he's done. Are you sure, Miridan? We just got you back after years of thinking you were dead. I don't want to lose you again. I'm sure, Magni. I'll see this through, don't you worry. So be it then. I have to return to my people, brothers. Come back in one piece. Aye, and be safe, Miridan. I'd join you, but I'm on top of the most amazing discovery the world's ever seen. I can't abandon it now. Go, Bran. Bring me back an epic tale when we meet again. Farewell, brothers. So in case you missed the significance of that, that's the first time all three Bronzebeard brothers have been together for about a decade. They literally haven't all three of them been in one place and been together for about 10 years. And they never will be again, because of what happens to Magni in Cataclysm. So, yeah. And no, I'm not a voice actor. King Stormheart sends his most sincere thanks for reuniting him with his brothers. Seems he's off to settle a score now. Maybe you'll meet him again on Arthas's doorstep. So that's it. We have one last quest to do. We're just going to abandon this because it's not actually relevant. One last quest to do. Thankfully, I have the faster flight, otherwise this would be taking even longer. So yeah, one last quest, and then 2 dungeons, and then a raid, and we're doing all of that tonight. So I hope you're buckled in. Don't worry, there'll actually be voice acting in the dungeons and in the raid, so you won't have to listen to me doing my terrible dwarf accent anymore. I gotta be honest, I've had so much practice doing my dwarf accent during this lore run, like, even to my own ear, it sounds like I'm getting better at it. Like, I'm not trying to brag or anything, it's just, I used to think, oh, my dwarven accent's terrible, but I've had so much practice, you know. It's the same thing with anything, you get practice at it, you get better at it, you know. I am so hungry. But I am committed. I'm committed. We're doing this. Ugh, I can't even do it. I can't do a Knoll accent either. There's no Knoll accent I can be doing. Let's go talk to King Jochum. Okay. Surely Thorim has told you of the tragedy that divides us. It was in Thunderfall, northeast of here, that these events unfolded. The frozen fossils are a reminder of the dark days, as are the spirits that haunt that place. If my people are to forgive Thorim, something must take place of those images. A memorial must be constructed to bring our hearts peace. Go there, collect the fragments of Hodir's horn that was shattered on that day. I don't know, you're gonna have to ask Third what a Knoll accent is. He's the expert on the matter. I occasionally have to stretch my jaw, though. So you see this? This is messed up. So, when I said that Thorim got pissed off, I wasn't actually kidding. He got really pissed off. So, what happened was Thorim thought the Frost Giants had killed his wife, because Thorim's a Watcher, and like all Titan creations, isn't actually all that smart. So, I mean, no offense, but that's just the truth of it. So, he sent all of his forces against the Frost Giants. You see these guys? These are either Earthen or Frostborn. We're not actually sure. But either way, that's them. And they all came charging after the Storm Giants. I would like to give huge props for the 50 billionth time to Blizzard's Doodad team. Now, for those of you who don't know what I mean by this, there's a concept, it's actually been true since basically the days of Warcraft 2, but it really became prevalent in StarCraft, where they have these little bits of flavor stuff in the background. It's hard to explain what I mean if you haven't actually seen it yourself. Basically, anytime you go to a town or whatever, the bookshelves and the food and the chairs and the candles and all the little extra detritus that is filling out an area, that's a doodad. And Blizzard has an amazing doodad team. Now, I know that sounds like a weird thing, but it's harder to do that than it sounds. Actually, the difference, if you've seen it, the difference between a place that has no doodads and a place that has really well-designed ones is monumental. a lot of Warcraft 3 players, or Warcraft 3 map makers, would just randomly throw stuff around, and it just looked terrible. This right here is good doodad placement. Every single one of these is specifically poised. Here, just look at these. Here, hang on a second. Let's kill that guy real quick. Every one of these, that guy's, you look how he's just kind of running away from something, and there's this guy trying to jump off of his ballista. This guy's trying to give, he's trying to fight on the ballista, giving orders, you know. These people who are actually on top of their things with their guns, all of these had to be individually poised, and every single one of these had to be individually placed, and all of this had to be thought about in relation to itself. This is brilliant, this whole battle here. Now, I forget their official title is. It's part of the art team, but Blizzard's art team in general has always been top-notch, so I guess this is just another branch of that. But yeah, look at these things. These guys who are specifically mouth open, raging back. Look at how they actually specifically had him losing his hammer as he's going through there. Just really, really, really well-designed stuff here. All because of this one impact crater that Thorim made. Thorim, after sending his giants here, was sick of all this crap, and he just sent down... He actually took his weapon and smashed it down into here and created this crater right here. And there's a perpetual winter, and the spirits of the enemies, or I shouldn't say the enemies, the spirits of the combatants in this battle who were killed in this battle are still here haunting it to this day, as you can see. This is the worst kind of graveyard. As you can see, there's even chunks of spears frozen in the air that were being flung at the giants. And there's some dwarves on top of this giant, and several additional spears sticking out of them. This is just really, 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 really well-designed stuff. I just wanted to give it huge, huge praise. And yeah, a 3D painting, that's actually a really good parallel. That's what Blizzard's art team does in general, 3D painting. They're really good at it. Wait until you see Pandaria. You want to see some good doodad placement. Holy crap. Have you found the pieces of Hodir's horn? Yes. Another good deed you have done on Thorim's behalf. This will help soften the hearts of my people towards him. Bring me these fragments to Njordhelm. We will use the pieces of the sacred relic in the construction of a mighty monument. May it soothe the pains and heal the scars my people have borne these many years. May its presence help to bring about a new age that sees us once again in glorious battle at Thorim's side. You have brought the fragments of Hodir's horn. The horn of Hodir. This was a sacred gift of our people from Hodir himself. It is a relic of great importance to us. When you next return to our stronghold, you'll see the fruits of this labor. Farewell. Hang on. That should be advancing. Give me a moment. Let me look it up. Cataclysm, obviously. 1 to 60, though. Ah, damn it. I have... Really? I have to do this quest? Really? Fine, I'll do this stupid quest. Fine, fine. Why would I call the king fat? That's terrible. My goodness, man. Notice the Valdir have basically stopped their assaults on the area, finally. Took long enough. Damn it. And there's a cooldown on a quest item. Oh, it wasn't as long as I thought. Yay! Okay. Now, the name of the quest is Jormatar is so fat. That's the name of the beast we're going after. Hey, Frozen. What's up? Come out, come out. Hopefully. Don't make me get another one. Thank you. I still have these candy bars. I'm gonna have those candy bars till the end of time. You watch. Once again, I do find this very amusing that, by the way, hi Shadow, I didn't say hi earlier. I find this very amusing that the Horde and the Alliance will never be able to come to peace, and once again, with a few acts of genuine contrition, the sons of Hodir and Thorim's forces have already made peace. It's just kind of sad, really. What's that? You want to make peace? Okay, prove it. Oh, you proved it. Okay. Peace! I do like the design of this place, by the way. Giant chunks of ice. Basically making makeshift roofs. So, I killed it. Please tell me. Very well, little Death Knight. While there is much left for you to do to mend our relations with Thorim, I am compelled to share this secret. Speak to me again. I'm ready. Whoa! What do you... Oh, God. Hold on, little Worgen. Stomp. Also, I love the ice beard. Look at that. It's a beard made of ice. Tell me that's not awesome. Stomp. Yes, good. Stomp. Can you go faster, King Jokum? As the great explosion filled the region, my father cast a great rune that it might not be had by our enemies. It was his final act. Thorim, show yourself. Thorim kneels, by the way. King Jokum, you have summoned me. The deeds of your Worgen servant defy his stature, Stormlord. His efforts have succeeded in softening the hearts of my people. Jokum, son of Bjarngrim, I have always regretted my actions here. In my grief, I brought great harm to those closest to me. I ask your forgiveness for the suffering I have caused you and your people. Never have such humble words come from mighty Thorim. I will deliver your words to Doom Niflheim. The events of that dark day are hereby forgiven for my people. They shall never again be spoken of. To signify our reforged friendship, I have something which belongs to you. As the great explosion filled the region, my father cast a rune at the great hammer that it might not be had by our enemies. It was his final act. I thank you, Jokum. I hadn't dared hoped it existed. It shall see glorious battle once again. We welcome the opportunity to fight by your side, mighty Thorim. I must return to Doom Niflheim. We will speak again soon, Stormlord. I hope the significance of the fact that Thorim, a watcher of the Titans, was willing to kneel in supplication to that guy is not lost on you, by the way.
Ulduar is lost, my beloved slain. What is left for me here?
It is time, Xylom. I am prepared to face Loken now. Let us make our way to the Terrace of the Makers and face my brother's forces. The fool will regret ever crossing me.
Let not the message be lost upon you.
Also, one of the interesting little tidbits there, if you missed that. So, when he threw the mace down, it should have been destroyed. But before it was destroyed, the previous king, the one who was actually killed by Thorim's action, froze the hammer there. So, whoa, Horde Camp! So it would be preserved in case a future would ever exist where peace would exist between the two. That's some dedication right there. No, I live in your mom's basement. So now, we can see his actual hammer there. Now, okay, honesty time, I don't actually like the design of that thing. It looks like a fancy scepter, which is not really my particular style. However, I do like the lightning effect, so I'm kind of torn on that thing.
What brings you to the Temple of Storms?
We're here. See you around, Kemek. We're here, Xylon. My brother's forces will learn the meaning of defeat today.
Let the lightning guide you.
For years I have neglected my duties, giving into pity and self-defeat. There's a guild trying to recruit me. Not the brave Earthen, however. Their oath to protect these grounds with their lives has gone unbroken. Even now they fight the corruption of iron with selflessness, waiting for the moment in which the tides would turn. Kind of like you did earlier, but let's not talk about that. That moment has arrived. Yes, earlier. We've already been over this.
Beware the Pantheon's return.
I like how he says, beware the Pantheon's return, by the way. I mean, I know that's not what he means, but... The attack on the terrace of the Makers was not a half-hearted move on my brother's behalf. He sent a legion of powerful iron dwarves and some of his greatest lieutenants. Use the iron of the peaks to call the Earthen to your side and defeat Loken's servants.
Farewell.
Farewell. May the wind be at... Wait, no. That's a bad thing. Now time to wreck some iron. Down you go. In the mount. Don't wait, we will be seeing that tonight. In the mountains will be happen tonight. The Pantheon refers to the leadership of the Titans. Interesting side note. It doesn't refer to all the Titans, just the leadership. Amon Thul, Sargeras, well, at least he used to be. You know, those guys. They are the ones who specifically go around looking for new titans. They're the ones who crafted Azeroth such as it is. They're the ones who empowered the Watchers of Ulduar. They're the ones who gave Frozen a job working at Arby's. They're the ones who made Frozen quit that job at Arby's because Arby's sucks. Then they're the ones who gave Frozen a much better job. Yeah, I agree, Third. But, again, for the same basic reason. The Titans were truly on Frozen's side that day. Okay, hang on. Surprise donation is surprise. For Rainbow Dash. Said in like a very dramatic tone. Thank you, Shadow. No, do it for... Seriously, don't do it. I've worked at Arby's. It sucks. McDonald's is better than Arby's to work at in like every way. Arby's has like no benefits and worse pay than McDonald's. At least if you're like if your place is anywhere like where I live. I'm not kidding, by the way. That's a legitimate thing. Arby's was terrible. It would have been better work at Taco Bell. Well, I hope you enjoy my Voyager stuff. I've been working on making it better over the years. I mean, I've been doing it for like 2 years solid now. So, cheers. You know, other than sci-fi debris, I wonder if anyone else actually looks at Voyager, because it's such an unpopular show relative to like TNG or DS9 or anything else. Arby's sells meat and more meat, and also on the side, mountains of meat. They're a roast beef place. Where the? Oh, he's in, isn't he? Maybe? No. Maybe it's over here. Food-wise, Arby's is okay, even though I hate them forever for what they did to me. Hey, guys, I just got into one of those bots. Hey, you want to go pay for viewers? Hey, I've never read this out loud, so just to read it. Hello, insert name here. I noticed you are streaming World of Warcraft, but sadly, you do not have a lot of viewers. I can help you get viewers with our tool. If you're interested in it, go to this particular virus site and use this code for a 20% off discount. Thank you for your time. I think that's like the 8th or 9th of those I've seen. I've seen quite a few of those bots. Little under a year. I actually did the math at one point last echo. It's like December or January or something like that. Figured out exactly when the next episode's going to be coming out. Or the last episode, excuse me. You guys... I was in a wheelchair and they fired me. That's what they did. I mean, there's other details, but that's what they did to me.
What are you doing in the mountains?
It is a good start, but my brother's forces will not take long to regroup. We must make our victory a decisive one.
Complacence heralds your doom, adventurer.
One by one. I'm complacent. One by one, my brother's servants have fallen. Loken's insurrection will soon come to an end.
Beware, the Pantheon's return.
Loken killed my wife, turned my followers against me, and each other. He took away everything I had, but today that changes. Today we reclaim our sacred grounds. Today, Loken dies. Meet me on the bridge near the Temple of Wisdom. I will finish this one way or another. I need you there as a witness. You will not aid me. This is personal. Okay.
Let not the message be lost upon you.
It's time to witness the reckoning. Just one character? Like, hardly any time at all. Why does everyone ask about the numbers? Can somebody hit the command to showcase what the numbers are? Yes, the numbers mean that right now we are Rainbow Dash. Ah, there we go. That's wrong way. Yeah, a week to hit about 80 is about right. Hey, Thorim. Hello, Simius.
Hail, tiny creature.
I have a name, you know.
Complacence heralds your doom, adventurer.
It is time I put an end to my brother's madness. Whoa, you walk a little fast for me there, bro. Loken! Stand and fight me, you worthless traitor. You seem eager to join your beloved Sith, brother. Do not dare! Speak her name! Oh, enough. Looks like you can still best me in a fair fight, little brother. Unfortunately for you, this fight is anything but fair. Thanks to your little friend, you've left the Temple of Storms, where you were at your strongest. Hang on. You see that giant tentacle there? That's not supposed to be that big. Ahem. Instead, you have come close to my master's power. Minions, take my brother and his drake to their new dwellings. Make sure the beast is alive. I have special plans for the broodmother. The shape wasn't mine, of course. Had you not been so reckless, you would have seen past my illusion. You came through for me, and for that, I must thank you. That's when we find out that he was actually the woman who started us on this quest the entire time. Remember the Vrykul woman? The one who gave us the hair of Sif? The one who started this entire quest chain? Yeah, that was Loken. Lol, Hylisk. Well, crap. Guys, Loken was just... Thorim was just taken by Loken. Braun is missing and probably storming into the halls of Ulduar as we speak. And apparently the power of Yogg-Saron is seeping out and controlling the Watchers. We have an issue. I don't know about you guys, but I think we should go after Braun first. I mean, granted, Loken's kind of a big deal, and we've got the whole end of the world thing coming, but, no, we need to go save Braun. I mean, Braun dying, that's something that I don't think the Alliance could deal with. The only thing that would be worse would be if we lost Magni. I mean, come on. Let's not risk that. We've already lost Muradin once. We can't lose another Bronzebeard. No. It cannot be. No one can defeat Thorim in single combat. Especially not you guys. On my forefather's name, I swear this. Loken will pay for this. Hey, Roas. Welcome to the epic conclusion of the Storm Peaks. We're coming, Braun. Good news is we have a pretty good idea where Braun went. The Halls of Stone. Upon departing Azeroth, the Titans entrusted loyal protectors with safeguarding Ulduar, an enigmatic city nestled in the mountains of the Storm Peaks. Designated supreme amongst his brethren was the guardian known as Loken, but with the power of the Titan complex in his hand, he turned to darkness and plunged the region into chaos. Enough hiding. It's time to take the fight to the irons. I would gladly give my life for the Makers or their creations. However, since Loken's betrayal, it seems all of Ulduar is turned on the world. One in particular, the Maiden of Grief, seems to reel in agony at her new orders. Please lay her to rest, and bring me her tears. The Iron Dwarves are busy at work carving out massive stone constructs I fear will soon be used as powerful weapons. You must defeat their overseer, Crystallis, and his dark rune giants already walking around the halls before it's too late. I'm sorry, Nicholas. So despite being called the Halls of Stone, as you can see, the iron have completely infiltrated this place. In fact, the iron are not just content to make their own iron constructs, which they do all the time. They're making these new crystalline shards as well. They will actually... So this is kind of neat. They've got their shapers like that, and they've got these beams of light and power which they're actually using to literally carve golems directly out of the earth, which is just a neat concept that I like. And then they, of course, empower them with, you know, power. And use them as soldiers like Crystallis. War isn't won by might alone. It is won by armies. This inherent truth inspired Loken to the creation of loyal stone constructs to bolster his legions. Crystallis was chosen to oversee the operation and to crush any interloper who interferes with his work. Very comfortable, Shadow. Down you go. Would you go away? Oh, who knows, Dark Monster. So this is an interesting story. This is the Maiden of Grief. Loken commands the forces of Ulduar, but not all serve him willingly. The Maiden of Grief has been ordered to destroy any who try to reclaim the Halls of Stone. She mourns turning on former allies, but fulfills her orders with violent purpose. Even her sorrows have been forged into weapons.
You shouldn't have come. Now you will die.
But, well, yeah. The very idea of a creature that is completely, like, terrified about having to kill you, but still compelled to do so is just kind of horrible to me.
I hope you all rot! I never wanted this.
Poor maiden. Probably origin. There's quite a bit of it. This is one of the things I want to point out in the Halls of Stone. But first, let's turn on these quests. I wish there was another way, but it seems death is the maiden's only salvation now. No being has ever felt such sincere sorrow as the Maiden of Grief. Let us remember her spirit as we continue our efforts against Loken. Well done, Blood Elf. Every weapon we take away from Loken is a great boon to our own war effort. So you might be like, well, what else is there to show off here? Well, those are trolls. That's a human. It's kind of curious, actually. Why would there be a celestial statue of a human here? Especially given how long it would be before humans are actually invented. Granted, there's the Vrykul. So maybe that's actually a statue of a Vrykul? What if there's any other statues around here of other races we would recognize? In case you can't quite tell, that is a celestial statue of a Thorin right there. And another human, of course. Actually, it's funny you say that, Zero, considering the similarities. So, I was wondering when Braun was going to show up.
Loads of forgotten knowledge are within our grasp.
I'm surprised to see other adventurers in a place like this. Braun, we were just here, buddy. If my research on these holes is accurate, there'll be monumental discoveries to be made here. Assuming I can count on you to watch me back, you're more than welcome to tag along. Okay, so a little bit of a storyline thing. He used to walk through this escort.
Truth is out there.
When I say walk, I mean like actually slower than standard walking speed. It was terrible. They actually specifically patched it so he would run.
Don't do anything else. Let's get this show on the road.
Thank God that they sped that up. Yeah, it was terrible. It took so long. Oh my God. They even make fun of it when we get to Oldham. Come on, Braun. Let's go.
Take a moment and relish this with me. Soon all will be revealed. Okay then. Let's do this. Travel safe.
Yes, Venetia.
Now keep an eye out. I'll have this licked in 2 shakes of it.
Warning. Lifeform pattern not recognized. Archival processing terminated. Continued interference will result in targeted response.
Whoa, that doesn't sound good. We might have a complication or two.
Security breach in progress. Analysis of historical archives. Transferred to lower priority queue. Countermeasures engaged.
Ah, you want to play hardball, eh? That's just my game.
So if you look down, which I keep showing you, you could see just how far down into the depths this thing goes. You might wonder, what is this thing? We're basically on a CD player right now, to use the real-life equivalent. And like any good CD player, it has these statues here which have self-aware intelligence to some extent or another, and the ability to kill anyone who isn't supposed to be here. I'm pretty sure he did tell people Hylisk, but the question is still valid. How many people actually know about the truth about the Titans and Ulduar and all that? Like, how many of the common people know, you know? Speaking as someone who used to do this back in the day and hated this thing, yeah, no. I'd rather do it solo. I think about 15, Little Billy, something like that. It's
Couple
pretty high.
more minutes and I'll...
Threat index threshold exceeded. Celestial archive aborted. Security level heightened.
What's the good news?
So in case you can't tell me, that one's just shooting us periodically. That one's creating these energy balls which lash out and actually go right in our face. Which in addition to just slowing us, also make us take more damage. And more Iron Dwarves are coming after us as time goes on, consequently. Come on, Braun. He's more or less literally trying to hack the computer over there. That's pretty much literally what he's trying to do. Which I find funny because he shouldn't really know what a computer is, but you get my point. He does actually have a fairly large amount of experience with Titan technology, so it's not that out of bounds what he's doing. He even gets better at it by the time we get to Ulduar. The Dark Iron Dwarves are a long topic. They're one of the 3 primary clans of dwarves, and that's the simple answer. Well, hacking really isn't the right word here, because hacking implies he's going through some kind of security measures. What he's actually doing is more like convincing it he has the right to use it. Because the way Titan technology works is, you have the right to use it, therefore you have full access to everything. If you don't have the right to use it, then you're killed.
So that was the problem. Now I'm making progress.
Critical threat index. Void analysis diverted. Initiating sanitization protocol.
Hang on. Nobody's gonna be sanitized as long as I have a say in it.
So now he's doing the eye beams of doom there. Which we're just going to stand in. That gets the crick out of my neck. Anyways, so yeah, that's very indicative of Titan technology in general. The fact that they literally are like, you have full access to everything, or you're killed. That's just Titan mindset. They are very binary, very black and white in the way that they think and the way they function. It also kind of comes across in their whole re-origination thing to begin with. Either your planet is fine, or we destroy it. That's just... In case you're wondering, I turned the music off because it's kind of hard to hear this event with the music going. Sorry, guys. Ah! Raise my eyebrow at you, Shadow. Even if this doesn't come back in Legion, will this come back up, period? I think is the real question. One of the other interesting things to keep in mind, though, is they actually recognize Braun. So, try to keep that in mind. Shoot. I was reading his comment, and Braun's dying. Shadow, you nearly killed Braun! How could you? Okay, hang on, so... no.
The old magic fingers finally won through.
We don't have
Now
anything.
Let's get down to it.
Alert. Security failsafes deactivated. Beginning memory purge and...
No!
This is destination.
Aha! This should do the trick.
System online. Lifeform pattern
Zook!
recognized.
There's the CD.
Welcome, Ran Bronson. Query?
Query? What do you think I'm here for? Tea and biscuits? Spill the beans already. Tell me how the dwarves came to be. And start at the beginning.
Accessing prehistoric data. Retrieved. In the beginning, earthen were created...
Right, I know the earthen were made from stone to shape the deep regions of the world. But what about the anomalies? Matrix, non-stabilizing and whatnot.
Accessing. In the early stages of its development cycle, Azeroth suffered infection by parasitic, necrophotic symbiotes.
Necro, what in the... Speak bloody common, will ya?
Designation: Old Gods. Old Gods rendered all systems, including earthen, defenseless in order to facilitate assimilation. This matrix destabilization has been termed the Curse of Flesh. Effects of destabilization increased over time.
Old gods, huh? So they zap the earthen with this curse of flesh, and then what?
Accessing. Creators arrived to extirpate symbiotic infection. Assessment revealed that Old God infestation had grown malignant. Excising parasites would result in loss of host.
If they killed the old gods, Azeroth would have been destroyed.
Correct. Creators neutralized parasitic threat and contained it within the host. Forge of Wills and other systems were instituted to create new earthen. Safeguards were implemented, and protectors were appointed.
What protectors?
Designations: Aesir and Vanir, or, in common nomenclature, Storm and Earth Giants. Sentinel Loken designated Supreme. Dragon aspects appointed to monitor evolution of Azeroth.
Aesir and Vanir. Okay, so the Forge of Will started making new earthen. But what happened to the old ones?
Additional background is relevant to your query. Following global combat between Aesir and Vanir...
Hold everything. The Aesir and the Vanir went to war? Why?
Unknown. Data suggests that impetus for global combat originated with Prime Designate Loken. who neutralized all remaining Aesir and Vanir, effecting termination of conflict. Prime Designate Loken then initiated stasis of several seed races, including Earthen, Giants, and Vrykul, at designated holding facilities.
This Loken sounds like a nasty character. Glad we don't have to worry about the likes of him anymore. So if I'm understanding you right, the original Earthen eventually woke up from this stasis, and by that time, the destabilized whatever had turned them into proper dwarves. Or at least, dwarf ancestors.
Essentially, that is correct.
Well, now, that's a lot to digest. I'm gonna need some time to take this in. Thank you.
Acknowledged, Brand Bronson. Session terminated.
So, in response to what Permius said, that's one of those things that's been stuck in the back of several people's minds for a long time. The Titans specifically designated the old gods as necrotic. There's really only one possible definition for the word necrotic. So, if the old gods are actually a form of dead or undead, that might go a long way towards explaining a few things, but it also raises a lot more new questions, so I'm not really sure what the truth is there. By the way, that was Abedanium, Kadrak, and Marnak, the Tribunal of Ages, librarians for the Titan discs that contain ancient histories of Azeroth. But next we're going to go after is... Did they? Oh, you're right. It does say necrophotic. My bad. My bad. I thought it said necrotic. Wow, I'm stupid. Necrophotic. So yeah, void, which we already know. While some resisted Loken's corruption, Snjolnir the Iron Shaper was eager to turn the Forge of Wills to a darker purpose. He considers his new creations vastly superior to the Earthen, and will unleash them on any who will defy Loken's will.
You'll find me wherever the action is. Keep your eyes on the horizon.
So, this is the Forge of Wills. As I mentioned, you see those down there? Those are iron...
Don't worry! Old Bram's got your back! Keep that middle monstrosity busy and I'll see if I can't sweet-talk this machine into helping you!
Anyways, this is where they actually craft earthen and whatnot. This is the source of where they've been making so many of the iron dwarves. Once we take this out, Loken's forces will never be able to make iron dwarves ever again. But I want to point this out. You see those guys down there? We'll be seeing some of the Halls of Lightning, too. We're pretty sure those are actually original Vrykul, because they don't actually look quite the same as Iron Vrykul, which are the new ones. And they sure as hell don't look like Fleshy Vrykul or Frost Vrykul. And the fact that these ones down there are all still in stasis, we're not sure. Those are either Iron Vrykul who are here for some reason, or those are the original Earthen Vrykul, in which case that's the closest thing we see to what they were originally looking like. Hey, Snjolnir, what's up?
Soft, vulnerable shells. Brief, fragile lives. You cannot escape the curse of flesh. Loken will not rest until the Forge is retaken. You change nothing!
Loken? That's downright bothersome. We might have neutralized the Iron Dwarves, but I'd lay odds there's another machine somewhere else, churning out a whole mess of these Iron Vrykul. I'll use the Forge to make batches of earthen to stand guard. But our greatest challenge still remains. Find and stop Loken. Inquiring minds just got to know.
I like this quote, by the way. Always more questions than answers, eh, lass?
The truth is out there.
Yes, Starch Monster. It all makes sense now, doesn't it? So... Oh, by the way, there's actually a Night Elf statue over there, too. Sorry, I forgot to point that one out. Night Elf, Human, Tauren, Troll. Or the statues that are present. Celestial statues that are present. So, a little bit of lore that's kind of relevant here. While we're doing this, Bronn has gotten together a small group of dwarves, just a couple really, and gone into Ulduar with them, okay? So while we're going through the Halls of Lightning, Bronn is actually going through Ulduar without us. That's important to kind of keep in mind something that's about to happen. I would say the Titans are both Wraith. Excuse me. There. Loken's forces are preparing for war. What they are not ready is to be attacked themselves. Now is the moment to strike. Take out General Bjarngrim and his army, lest they mount an offensive on all life on Azeroth. I shall speak plainly to you, little blood elf. My people have not been the same since our ties with Thorim were severed. Volkan will not rest until either he or we are no more. We only want peace, but our only choice is war. One way or another, Loken shall fall. The honor and glory of his defeat shall be yours. Return to me with his lying tongue, and earn my undying gratitude. So welcome to the last real bastion of Loken's power. Specifically Loken, not the forces of Iron, by the way. I want that to be clear in your mind. Also, you can see, again, lots more of the Vrykul down here. Again, Iron or Earthen, we're not really sure. So, these guys are clearly Iron. And they do look fairly similar, just different colored, because, you know, Iron. Again, shrug. We're not sure which it is. That's our first boss. He's fun. Several of my friends and I like to imagine that the guy who did the voice acting for this boss here was literally just spitting all over the mic every time he did it. You'll see what I mean as soon as we aggro him. I'll go out of my way not to kill him for a bit, just so you can hear him. This is General Bjarngrim. The iron forces of Loken are legion, and their general, Bjarngrim, stands above them all. As vanguard of Loken's halls of lightning, the Iron Commander ensures that all who trespass in his master's domain are terminated with extreme prejudice.
I am the greatest of my father's sons! Your end is come! Worst!
Leave me your worst! I am the greatest of my father's sons! I love it. Wow, that hurt.
How can it be? Behold the fury of is not here! Stronger!
Below the fury of iron and steel! Bob, we're gonna need you to hold back a little bit on the spittle. Bob, okay. So over here we see the press. This is where they're actually constructing new things frequently. So I mentioned already that obviously their primary construction force for the Iron Dwarves is destroyed. We took care of that in the Halls of Stone. But up ahead we face Volkan. His powerful legions are a testament to the craftsmanship of his blacksmith. His work is never-ending, ceaselessly creating soldiers to fight for the fallen keeper. Only when the blacksmith's creations stand atop the crumpled bodies of their enemies will his work be done. So, anyone want to be creeped out a little bit here? It works, Shadow. See this? See that face right there? You can see the body parts kind of strewn about it. So anytime iron... Okay, so this is gross for two reasons. Reason number one is the obvious thing. This is literally the bodies of their fallen allies, which have been poured together here, specifically to be reforged by Volkan. That's him right there, the fire giant. And his smithing anvil there, and it's pretty gross. There's a second reason this is theoretically gross, though. Given the way this works, these would probably also include defects, not those fallen in battle. So let's say you make someone, because they craft these iron dwarfs and these iron vrykul, and it's like, here you go. Oh wait, we got something wrong. Here, into the pile. And they just kind of toss them into the slag pit. At what point do you think their ability to perceive and feel goes away as they're slowly being melted into the pile of iron?
It is you who have destroyed my children? You shall pay!
I didn't destroy anything, dude. You did, though.
All my work undone! The Master was right. To be concerned.
More Thorin. There's the Night Elf that I mentioned earlier. There's the Trolls. Human. Different Night Elf statue. Different Thorin statue. I hope so too, Fearsome. I think it would be really awesome if I got a Blizzard employee to show up or something, you know? I doubt it'll happen. No one's ever going to notice that I exist. But it'd be cool. I can dream, right? This is Einar. Einar does not rely on his minions as his personal defenders. The Fallen Keeper relies on lightning itself. Einar and his cohorts were given sanctuary within the halls of lightning in exchange for unquestioned loyalty and willingness to slaughter any who serve their new master.
You wish to silence the master. Your ambitious to weather the storm.
I don't like Einar's voice actress. Ahem. Let's kill this thing really quick here, so we don't hear that voice anymore. Okay, we're done.
You have guests.
This is an interesting circumstance, though. This is a elemental, an air elemental, lightning elemental specifically, that has been coerced into servitude rather than compelled. I just find it interesting that Loken was able to do that without actually having to enforce loyalty. However, there's another layer to this. If you remember, I mentioned there's two aspects that the Titans use in the creation of their creatures. Animus, and the other thing, I don't remember what it's called, but Life Spark, basically, which is effectively lightning. Just food for thought there, really. So next we're going to be fighting Loken, Prime Designate of Azeroth, tasked with keeping Yogg-Saron secure in his prison. None could have foreseen the Keeper entrusted to safeguarding the world from the old god's malevolence would be the one responsible for its undoing. So, the Prime Designate thing is pretty self-apparent, but just to cover it, because I've had a couple of questions about it, the idea here is, of all the Watchers that were left behind, of all the aspects, of all the creatures that were the servitors of the Titans that they left behind on Azeroth, there was one designated Prime, aka the Prime Designate, the one in charge of all of the others. That's Loken. So, I love that idea because naturally Yogg-Saron, when he was able to exude his influence, for the very first being he tried to corrupt.
I have witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the birth and extinction of entire species. Over countless millennia, the foolishness of mortals has remained the only constant. Your presence here confirms this. My master has shown me the future, and you have no place in it. Azeroth will be reborn in darkness. Yogg-Saron shall be released. The Pantheon shall fall.
So naturally Yogg-Saron went straight after him. Once again, I want to stress that killing Loken is actually Loken's own goal. By the way, there's Azeroth. Yes, it's a globe. As you can see, there's the Maelstrom. There's the Eastern Kingdoms. Kalimdor is coming into view in a second here. We can also see its two moons. There's the one moon orbiting on the right there. Another moon will be going on the left in just a sec. Oh, it's repeating, but it's the other moon up there. See? Just kind of cool. So, here's an interesting little factoid. What's about to happen is actually very significant, But most people didn't actually realize the significance of it when it happened. You'll see what I mean in just a second.
What hope is there for you? None.
I will defeat you. I am Loken, the most powerful of all the Watchers. The Prime Designate.
Come closer. I will make it quick.
Oh, hey, check it out. I just got another bot telling me to go to a virus site. Isn't that awesome? Alright, so here's what happens when we kill him. Pay close attention.
You stare blindly into the abyss. You cannot hide from oblivion leads.
Okay, didn't mean to go through all his phases at one shot. I was trying to one-shot him there, so let's try that again.
My death heralds the end of this world.
If you notice, Azeroth is now on fire. Did you see the beam that was going through the pattern on the floor there? And is now there, beaming up into the globe? And if you'll notice, there's now this beam going up into space. I wonder what that is. I'm sure it's nothing to be worried about. Oh, right, we need to go get Loken's ton really quick. Loken's tongue is gross. Wicked thoughts race through your mind as you focus on the writhing tongue. His tongue's still moving after we rip it out of him. Though few outside of us have ever known it, you have saved the world this day. Vulcan shall haunt the dreams of my people no more. Continue your efforts, little blood elf. In time, I am certain my people will grow to forgive Thorim. Has justice been brought to Loken? That vile worm is dead? You've turned out to be a great boon to my people, little elf. Please, accept this gift in return for your loyal friendship. Excellent! I'm really happy this all worked out. Do you know anything about that giant beam going into space? No? Okay, whatever. I'm sure there's nothing to be worried about here at all, guys. Am I right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm right.
Could we have missed this until now? King Varian, thank you for coming on such short notice.
What's this all about, Ronan?
I've called you here to ask for your help. While our efforts against the Lich King press on, Bran here has brought us frightening news of the horrors beneath Ulduar, and of its dark prisoner.
Prisoner? Huh. With its binding shattered, its influence unchecked, it's gonna come after us, and we're gonna be the prisoners.
You can see now what we're up against. If this evil is not stopped, then the armies of the Death God will march on our doorstep.
You'll have to excuse me.
Well, what do you propose we do?
Thrall, what are you doing here so soon?
The summons sounded dire, Jaina. What's happened?
Bran Bronzebeard's forces assaulted the gates of Ulduar. They battled the Iron Lords and their cursed minions.
Evasive action! Evasive action!
He won't stop talking about this presence he felt, permeating the great halls, stirring in their minds, chilling their blood. He said the horror that the Titans imprisoned so long ago Yogg-Saron has awakened.
I want to see this dwarf. Garrosh. To see the fear in his eyes. Then we'll know if he's telling the truth.
No, wait!
We are going to need all the help we can get if we are...
Thrall!
What are they doing here?
Let me explain.
I thought I smelled the stench of Alliance pigs. Control yourself.
You want my blood? Come then, dog.
He's mine.
Stop it! We have all lost!
A great deal in this conflict. But we stand to lose everything if we do not stop fighting and work together!
A true war chief would never partner with cowards.
At the Wrathgate, the Horde's partnership killed more of our men than the Scourge. I'm done with your Horde. May this Death God take you all.
You disappoint me, Garrosh.
The old god is laughing, toying with us.
Who will be our hope?
Who will stand and face Yogg-Saron?
Couple of things. First of all, God, Garrosh is an idiot. Second of all, God, Varian's an idiot. Seriously. Both of them. Just both of them. Freaking morons. This is exactly what I've been talking about this whole time. Yogg-Saron, an old god, has been unleashed. And they're like, ah, yeah. And neither of them are willing to do anything about it. We will be doing this without any support whatsoever from the Alliance or the Horde. This is all us. Welcome to Ulduar. So, like I said, while we were off doing the Halls of Lightning, Braun was doing that initial expedition here. He didn't actually get that far, as we'll discover. And as you can see, this place doesn't quite conform to how it looks inside, because, you know, bigger on the inside, you know, same thing it always is. We've talked about this concept before. We're going to be doing a couple of hard modes, because I have several things to talk about with regards to hard modes. The other thing I want you to keep in mind throughout this whole thing is what we just saw is the one and only time ever we actually see Braun terrified. All the rest of the time, he's so experienced and so learned that for the most part, he just has a handle on everything. He just deals with it. He's very chill, if you will. But he was absolutely shaken, terrified of what he found here in Ulduar. And I say that because that really indicates just how smart Braun really is. I heard a story or two about a lorekeeper in Ulduman that fits your description. Do you serve a similar purpose? I was constructed to serve as a repository of essential information regarding this complex. My primary functions include communicating the status of frontal defense systems and assessing the status of the entity the complex was built to imprison. Oh, frontal defense systems. Is there something I should let Braun know about before anyone else tries to enter? Can you detail the nature of these? Compromise of complex detected. Security override enabled. Query permitted. Primary defensive emplacements consist of iron constructs, storm beacons, which will generate additional constructs as necessary. Secondary systems consist of orbital defense emplacements. Radiant, make sure Braun knows about those defenses immediately. You mentioned an imprisoned entity. What's the nature of this entity? Entity designate, Yogg-Saron. Security has been compromised. Prison operational status unknown. Unable to contact Watchers for further notification purposes. Yogg-Saron's here? Sounds like we really have our hands full then. That's pretty much accurate, Last Echo. That's why certain players, me, have been really pissed off at us, by the way. By the way, orbital defenses, if you missed that part. Orbital defenses. Two possibilities here. First of all, there might literally be satellites in orbit. Not that out of bounds, that's certainly within the bounds of Titan technology. But I have another theory that I find more amusing, and I like it basically just because it amuses me more. What if they have defenses emplacements on the moon? One of the moons that's orbiting Azeroth. Damn. Oh, I'm doing Yogg-Saron. You kidding me?
You'll find me
no lights
wherever the action is.
In the darkness. It's a good thing you showed up when you did. The Iron Dwarves have pushed us back to this location. We're barely holding the line here. Even worse, they've begun to power up their magical defenses. If we don't attack too soon, they'll be able to annihilate us. We've managed to rebuild several siege machines, demolishers, and motorcycles from the expeditions before us. However, all our pirates died in the last assault. We're ready. Let's do it!
Keep your eyes on the horizon.
Pintaris, you heard the woman. Have your mages release the shield and let the brave souls through. This is another reason we saved the world. Like 3 times in a row here, basically. Like, first of all, we saved them from Yogg-Saron. Second of all...
Okay, let's move out. Get into your machines. I'll speak to you from here via the radio.
So first we saved them from Yogg-Saron. Second, we saved them from the idea of these orbital cannons, which could probably unleash a ridiculous amount of damage, since we have literally no defenses against them. And third of all, we'll save the world from Algalon. We saved the world 3 times in this one raid. And the Alliance and the Horde are off being too busy poking at each other like idiots. By the way, this is an interesting aspect. So, this is a vehicle boss, basically, a vehicle section here. And, on the one hand, it's pretty fun. I really liked doing this the first time.
Dwarves have been seen emerging from the bunkers at the base of the pillars straight ahead of you. Destroy the bunkers, and they'll be forced to fall back.
I will be doing Algalon, yes, absolutely. So, you're supposed to take out these towers. I'm not bothering. But when we first did this, when our raid group first came in here, we just cleared this whole area. And it's huge. I mean, look at this whole area. It's gargantuan. And we took out every single one of these spots and all the things. It was fun, and there's lots of little fun things. And nowadays, we just kind of go straight to the end. Every time afterwards, these trash have been kind of a pain, because it just takes so much time to push through it. I mean, I'm level 100 in good gear. However, the boss is still quite a bit of fun. In fact, the boss is still hard to do in hard mode, which brings me to the next thing I wanted to talk about. Hard mode. Hang on just a second. That's a good question, Braglin. Of course, the same question still actually applies if it's satellites, doesn't it? Anyways, so, hang on. There we go. So, this is the very first time they implemented this brand new idea. All throughout Wrath, raids were evolving. Noxoramus was the first raid to have 10 mode and 25-man. 25-man was basically the hard mode, 10-man was basically the easy mode, even ignoring the obvious difficulty changes because of the raid size. 25-man had harder mechanics than the 10-man version did. Then they got to Ulduar, and they're like... Why'd the barrier go up? Okay, that was weird. Anyways, then they got to Ulduar, and they came up with a whole new idea. Based on... Actually, this is probably my favorite version of Heroic, by the way, to be completely honest. Based on how you do the fight, that changes the fight from normal to heroic mode. And if you do heroic mode, if you do the hard challenge mode, is actually what they called it at the time, you would get better gear and more gear and that kind of stuff. And of course, there are achievements associated to it. So almost every boss in here has a heroic mode. In this case, it's if you activate hard mode and leave all of the towers up. He has 4 additional towers and a gagrillion amount more health. This guy actually had the most health in the game for a long time. In fact, I think until Warlords was when mobs finally had more health than the Flame Leviathan did. I'm not doing hard mode in this one. It's actually quite difficult to do. It doesn't have any additional real lore that's worth talking about, but most importantly of all, it takes way longer and it's not a guaranteed kill, so we're just going to go ahead and do the quote-unquote easy version. We are doing 25-man because, just for the heck of it, I might as well go for a shot at the mount. I doubt I'll get it, but it'd be awesome if I did. I've been trying to get this mount for years. I don't understand your question, Little Billy. I mean, to put simply, they obviously don't want to actually kill the old gods here because of the reasons we've already discussed.
You've done it! You've broken the defenses of Ulduar! In a few moments we'll be dropping into... What's that? Be careful, something's headed your way!
A really big tank.
Evasive action! Evasive action!
Hostile entities detected. Threat assessment protocol active. Primary target engaged. Time minus 30 seconds to re-evaluation. Alert. Static defense system failure. Orbital countermeasures disabled.
In case you can't quite tell how big this thing is, that front plate is about the size of my entire tank.
Total systems failure. Defense protocols breached. Leviathan unit shutting down.
I got a frickin' fragment. Whatever. Oh! We have a couple answers for that, Wraith. But I'll get to you in just a second. As soon as Braun finishes stop talking. They would probably pick him being freed based on what we know, though. Hey, Braun. Notice the Kirin Tor are here in force, by the way. At the very least, the mages of Lorerun are taking this entire thing seriously. Thank you, someone who has a brain. At least until we get to Pandaria. When they will stop being a neutral power and become a political entity. What the battle? I thought this was voice acted. I guess not. What a battle! Did you see that, Rydian? Our friends fought well, Braun, but we're not done yet. Perhaps so. It's only a matter of time till we break back into Ulduar, and we'll look finding a way to teleport inside. None at all. I suspect it has something to do with that giant mechanical construct our scouts spotted in front of the gate. Oh, yeah. We'll have to contend with that thing after all of them? I know, right, Hylisk? It's okay. Ronan's actually pretty okay in the game. What about the giant plated proto-drake? Or the iron fire giant that was spotted nearby? Think your mages can handle them? The Kirin Tor can't possibly spare any resources for something that size. We may not have to, though. We can sneak past them. As long as we take down the construct in front of the gate, we should be able to get inside. Sneak? What do you think we are? Marmots? We're hunting an old god, Braun. Fine. If our allies are going to be the ones getting their hands dirty, we'll leave it to them to decide how we proceed. I like how in the dialogue they pretty much flat out say you can skip these two bosses. I will be skipping them because there's not much really to talk about. That's Razor Scale. If you don't know who Razor Scale is, allow me to demonstrate. This is Razor Scale, basically. Actually, this is technically one of Razor Scale's brood. This is what Razor Scale looks like close up, though, if we were to get much, much closer. So, that's actually Varanus, Thorim's mount. And as you can see, it has been runed. There's runic magic all over it. And empowered by lightning and had iron grafted and plated to it. Turned into the very first of the Iron Drakes. Loken was trying to basically make a new brood of iron proto-drakes. I guess I can show off the boss. Fine, fine. There's so little to talk about on this boss, though.
Good day to you. Safe travels.
So what's happening here is we're actually getting these turrets constructed, so we can use the turrets to fly up and impale it, and then bring it down to the ground level so we can take it out. Also, this achievement is my least favorite achievement in the entire universe. I'm not kidding. This is one of the only achievements that's gotten harder to do each successive expansion. The last time we did this, which was actually at 100, you know, during Warlords, we had to take off all our gear and come in here completely naked and unarmed things in order to not kill them instantly. So you might be like, well, what do you mean? What does this achievement require? Oh, it's actually quite simple. Allow me to elaborate. You see all these mobs that are showing up. Well, there's 3 types of mobs that show up. There's Vrykul, Iron Dwarf Melee, and Iron Dwarf Mage. The Iron Dwarf Mage doesn't matter. Usually you have someone designated killing them. That's these guys right here that I'm just killing. Then you have the Iron Dwarf Melee. That's those guys. Notice they have 121,000 health. You have to get them below 10,000 health. Specifically below, by the way. In other words, you have to get them really, 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 really low on health. That's literally less than 10% health, which is very hard to do when you can literally one-shot them. And then you have to just sit on them. Now this is further complicated by the fact that they actually hurt. Oh, and the fact that you have to also try to avoid getting healing aggro from holding on to them. Nowadays, actually, though, it's a lot easier because nowadays we just accept healing aggro. Also, these defenders out here, you want to try and make sure that they don't actually get involved in the fight, because they will actually interfere with that, as previously mentioned. I've never actually done that Gilnean, admittedly. If we ever come back here, I'll have to keep that in mind. Anyways, you might well, why do we need to get her under 10,000 health? Well, it's very simple.
Quickly. She won't remain grounded for long.
We pull her down, we ground her, and I'm just going to kill the crap out of her. But once she gets out of this, she breathes, and that breath attack she does 10,000 damage. You have to kill those guys with that breath attack. 25 of them. It's the worst achievement in the game, and I've done it like 30 times. That's not an exaggeration. Did it back in the day in 10-man. Did it back in the day in 25-man. And then kept going back to do it in 10 and 25-man for guildmates in Wrath, and then in Kata, and then in Pandaria, and then in Warlords, because there was always people who didn't actually have that achievement. God almighty, I hate that achievement. Getting that done for a whole bunch of, for like, you know, 5 or 6 people all at the same time, just, ugh. It is a pain and I hate it, and I have nothing else to add to that. This is, of course, Ignis. This is our last fire giant. As you can see, he's constructing en masse, unlike most of the other fire giants who are making a few things. He's making armies. Probably most of the iron dwarves we just killed were actually made by this guy right here. He has an amusing ability where he literally throws you into his pot, so I can't show you off the full fight, but...
Insolent whelps! Your blood will temper the weapons used to reclaim this world!
He has a cool mechanic, though. He puts this scorch on the ground like that. You can actually,
soldiers of the Iron
so what you can do, and what you should do...
The Maker's will be done! I will burn away your impurities! Failed!
So what you do is you drag the ads into the fire, right? They will then go on fire and just be like these flaming, burning death guys. Then you drag those ads back into the water, now that they're on fire, and they will freeze and become brittle. Then you have to crit them. Doesn't matter what damage you do, you just have to crit them, and they shatter. And there's an achievement related to that, but that's the main thing there. It was a fun fight. I actually rather enjoyed tanking this fight. Next up, we have another awesome fight. I gotta be honest, I'm gonna be saying that about almost every fight in this raid. With the exception of, I think, Aurea, really. All of the fights in here are fun to some extent or another, and I had a lot of fun raiding this place back in the day. So this is the XT002 Deconstructor. There is some debate as to the XT's intended gender. It's either a girl or a young boy. Take your pick. You might be like, well, what do you mean? Well, why don't you listen to his voice?
Toys for me? Oh,
So, this is a device deliberately designed to break things, to deconstruct things. This is probably one of the hardest hard modes in here, other than, I'd say, Freya's hard mode was brutal. So Freya's hard mode is worse, Mimiron's hard mode is worse, and of course Yogg's hard mode is worse. But this would, I would say this is probably the 4th hardest of the hard modes, in my personal opinion. Every now and again, he, she, whatever, throws a tantrum and just starts earthquaking the entire area. I'm going to go ahead and show you how to activate this hard mode. This won't be too hard, ironically. It's actually harder not to activate this hard mode, and has been for a while. Even back in Wrath, we had to usually tell people, whoa, hold back on the DPS, hold back on the DPS.
So tired. I'll rest for just a moment.
So, he's powered by that. That's his heart. Hard mode, so this heart takes tons of damage, and that damage directly goes straight to the deconstructor. If you destroy the heart, he suddenly he gets healed back to full, damage gets increased, and total health is increased. This is hard mode, and he'll never go into a vulnerable mode again. This is actually a very easy boss, relatively speaking, if you can avoid killing the heart. If you kill the heart, this boss suddenly gets much, much worse. Because it just goes, chain goes through his mechanics, and has basically no mercy on you whatsoever. Also, speaking as someone who was a druid healer during this particular raid,
Bad toys! Very bad!
healing through those earthquakes sucked. Alright, let's actually go into Ulduar itself. This was another new invention back in the day. These teleporters where you can teleport to places you've unlocked. This was a whole brand new idea back in the day. I actually think it worked quite well. Especially given how huge Ulduar actually is. As you can see, there's quite a large inside as well. God, so many memories. I have both tanked and healed this place in Wrath. With my warrior and my druid, which were my 2 mains going through Wrath. Noxaith and Zalash. We're going to go to some more optional bosses. That's another thing Ulduar did that I really, really enjoyed the idea of. Optional bosses. The concept of, you don't have to do these bosses at all, but they're there if you want the loot. This boss had a bit of a unique difficulty selector, because it's not so much hard mode, easy mode, as it is hard mode, medium mode, and then easy mode. It depends on the order in which you kill these guys. Really, the only thing that matters is which one you kill last. This is the Iron Council. So we've got a little Stormcaller Brunhildar, who's the little dwarf guy. We've got Runemaster Mulgheim, that's the Iron Vrykul, and Steelbreaker, the big guy. Easy mode is killing him first, the little guy. Medium mode is killing the medium guy first. Hard mode is killing the hard guy last. I'm just going to tell you the mechanic really quick here. These guys have tons of mechanics. I'm not going to bore you with all of the mechanics for this fight. My favorite mechanic, though, is if you do Steelbreaker last, hard mode, he puts a buff on you, on one of your tanks, and that buff makes you do ridiculous amounts of damage, and you grow to huge size, and then you die. You just die. That's what happens. It was a very fun thing to do. It was a lot harder to do than it sounds, though, because you're going to lose your tanks pretty quick, and you have to push through his health very, very quickly. So we'll go and do hard mode just to kind of do this.
You will not defeat the Assembly of Iron so easily, invaders!
One down. Alright.
The legacy of storms shall not be undone!
Got him.
Impossible!
And he's down. I can't actually do this quest, because...
You've defeated the Iron Council and unlocked the Archivum. Well done, lads!
Why can't I do this quest? I've done this quest. I'm flagged. I've killed Algalon on this character. At Wrath. Well, anyways, we've got another archival area here, as you can see.
The answers are here. I can feel it.
Well met.
Well, I mean, apparently I can do the quest, so... The platinum disc is surprisingly symmetrical and devoid of any scratches or imperfections. Engraved on the edge, bold runes spell out the word Archivum. Okay, so we put the disc in.
Now, this is what we call a nice find.
Entry denied. Access level insufficient.
Oh, gotcha, Hylisk. I didn't know that.
I'll show you access, you wretched machine. Here it is again. Norgannon's key.
Access to the Archivum granted. Intrusion protection mechanisms suspended.
Yay, we don't have to go through that thing again.
Looks just like all the other Titan archives me lads have found. Only older and bigger.
Yeah,
Wait,
see around, look here.
This doesn't look right. Next to this blinking light, what's this? Algalon signal.
Initiating query. The Algalon failsafe is an automated emergency signal following a Prime Designate's demise.
Remember, we killed him.
Prime Designate? Where have I heard that before? By my grandfather's beard, Loken is Azeroth's Prime Designate. Loken's death triggered this.
Affirmative. Timestamp of Prime Designate Loken's destruction coincides with signal activation.
We just did that.
Well, who's on the listening side of the signal? What's gonna happen?
Searching. Destruction of Prime Designate is considered the first warning sign of systemic planetary failure. Algalon Observer Entity's arrival is followed by planetary diagnostics, resulting in one of two possible reply signals. Reply code Alpha signaling all is well, and reply code Omega signaling planetary reorigination.
Planetary reorigination? Speak plainly, you blasted machine!
The decomposition of the planet and its living organisms into base elements, metals, rocks, gases. This is followed by a period of reconstitution of each element into the original planetary
Hear
blueprint.
that, lads? It's only the end of the world. Well, what are you waiting for, you rusty machine? Initiate reply code Alpha, all is well, pints are on me.
I love you, Braun.
Request denied. Reply codes built into Algalon Observer Entity. He is both messenger and message.
Well, what's this Algalon going to be looking for with his diagnostics? What are our chances?
0.
Algalon Diagnostics assess danger of systemic old god corruption in planetary vital functions. Calculating chance of Omega reply code. 99.99%.
Yeah.
That's repeating, of course.
Of course.
Blast it, lads! Looks like we've got a fight ahead of us.
Okay, so it looks like I can't do the next step. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to get pieces from each of the bosses, and you have to do hard mode in order to even get the pieces. So progression-wise, you have to do the heroic mode of each boss in order to even be able to access Algalon. Once you summon Algalon, you have 1 hour before Algalon desummons and, in lore, destroys the world. So we're on a ticking time bomb here at this point. We'll actually be doing Algalon last, because he should be done last. Although it can be argued that 0 Yogg is harder than Algalon, and I would agree with that. And that's speaking as someone who's tanked Algalon. Algalon was also kind of a unique idea, but we'll talk about him more later. So, there's something up here that some people debated for a long time, and to my knowledge has never actually been 100% verified as to its purpose and function and whatnot. No, not those. That! There's this weird-looking serpent thing as one of the celestial... statues. Now, considering the fact that there's the whole... cloud serpents thing, and the celestial cloud serpents in the within the Titan facilities in Pandaria. That's kind of the assumption is what that means, but at the same time, the dragon looks to be coming down and attacking. What you can see right there are clearly elves. So, what that actually is basically just a matter of guesswork. So, anyone out there ever play Chrono Trigger? It's time to fight the Giga Gaia.
None shall pass.
See you around, Lilith.
Run away, little girl!
I will squeeze the life from you!
Run away, little girl! Run away! Run away, little girl! Run away! Run away, little girl! Run
away!
Master! They come!
So, fun factoid here. That guy, Colossus, he's actually recent. He was specifically built by Loken to serve as a defense mechanism for this area. Which is funny because he then became the bridge for us to get over here. Have fun with that, Rosulia. I'm not doing that. So, there's only one boss in here I don't like, but I do her every time, because her death is actually what unlocks the teleport to Mimirion's place. I'm not actually going to be doing that teleport, though. I want to show off the best trash in the game, and the train ride, because, I mean, the train ride's awesome. Since she's getting so close, we'll go ahead and go after Aurea. I have no special lore for Aurea, believe it or not. She appears to be one of the lesser Watchers, not an actual Watcher. Good luck, Rosulia.
Some things are better left alone.
And yes, that's Syndragos' voice actress. Again. Okay, she's done. There's no dungeon guide for this. The first time dungeon guide raids existed was in Kata. So there's no dungeon guide for her. Or for any of this stuff. So we have very little to go off of other than the tidbits that we've already read or seen. Could be Hylisk. So yeah, that was Aurea. Not really much to say about her. She's the crazy cat lady. That was her death. This trash was interesting. And by interesting, I mean irritating. Didn't enjoy going through this trash particularly. Lots of crap to go through. Someone always triggered the snow piles, even if other people didn't. And of course, these things literally prevent you from AoEing. I'll admit that's actually a neat mechanic. The fact that they reduce AoE damage to the others. Thank you, Cranky. Glad you had fun. So this is Hodir. You may recognize Hodir as the guy from the Sons of Hodir. This is actually our very first time fighting a Watcher. Our goal here is not to kill the Watchers. It is to defeat the Watchers. Oh no, Murdarchy. The term trash actually goes all the way back to EverQuest, the first one, years before this came out. Anyways, so Hodir is obviously the Watcher of Ice, if you couldn't tell by the fact that we're in this frozen wasteland here. As you can also see, apparently a few other adventurers had come in before this. We'll see what Hodir says when we try to free them.
You will suffer for this trespass.
So all of the Watchers have been corrupted in a weird manner. To kind of explain what I mean by that, they weren't just flat out turned into evil bastards. Excuse me. Yogg-Saron did something to corrupt and pervert their specific function. So Hodir, Watcher of Ice and Craftsmith, spends most of his time in here freezing anyone or anything that displeases his master. This heroic mode is purely a DPS race, by the way. Still very hard to do, though.
I am released from his grasp.
last.
There's about a bunch of fun mechanics on that fight. Basically, you're very encouraged to keep the adds alive. Because if you keep the adds alive, they put down flames on the ground, which prevent you from getting the stacking chill debuff. They put down the beams of light, which buff your damage. And they give you the storm thing, which buffs other people's nearby damage. And again, since that fight is literally just a pure DPS race, not counting the hop onto the snow mechanic, which is really, really easy to do, yeah, those three buffs are pretty much required. Yes, that is correct, Hylisk. Yeah, I know, I don't actually care about the loot. There's only one piece of loot in here I really care about, and it's not going to drop. I almost always had the icky jobs on this fight. This is Thorim, who you may remember from the massive quest chain we just did. Thorim, again, is being manipulated in a specific manner unique to him. In this case, Sif is here. You might be like, well, Sif is dead. Exactly.
Interlopers!
Also in the mountains.
You mortals who dare to interfere with my sport will pay. Wait. You? I remember you. In the mountains. But you? What is this?
Thorim, my lord! Why else would these invaders have come into your sanctum but to slay you? They must be stopped!
Do not hold back! Destroy them!
In the mountains. That's where that comes from. For those of you wondering the reference we kept making earlier. And also a mortal counter. Don't let me forget to put that in. Never go down the middle here. There's traps in the middle. You always go down on the sides. People still make that mistake to this day.
Impertinent whelps! You dare challenge me atop my pedestal? I will crush you myself!
Impossible! Lord Thorim, I will bring your foes a frigid death!
That's actually not the Syndragosa voice actress. That's Laura Bailey, voicing Sif there. The hard mode for him is to get him quickly and to kill him before she goes away. So in another DPS race kind of a situation.
Stay your arms! I yield. You, fiend! You are not my beloved! Begone! Behold the hand behind all the evil that has befallen Ulduar. Left my kingdom in ruins, corrupted my brother, and slain my wife. And now it falls to you, champions, to avenge us all. The task before you is great, but I will lend you my aid as I am able. You must prevail.
This is one of the few times where it actually makes sense that we're the ones doing this instead of the big, powerful NPCs around us. For two reasons. Number one, we just beat the crap out of Thorim and Hodir, and we will beat the crap out of Freya. And Mimirion can't fight, so, I mean... so they're already weak from us defeating them to free them. Second reason, they are in great danger of being manipulated again by Yogg-Saron, so they can't actually risk fighting him themselves. So once again, the manipulation of Freya makes sense. By the way, in case you doubt what I meant about the artificial biome technology and the weather control technology of the Titans, I give you a massive life conservatory of multiple different types of life, too. This is actually really great. So we've got this standard green style of life over here, like Elwyn Forest or whatever. Up here we've got something closer to like what we have in Autumn, in Eversong and whatnot. Oh god, she's getting too close. There we go. And then over there, I'll go ahead and show it off. There's no reason not to. Die. And then over here we have the more Night Elven kind of a terrain. So different, the three primary types of lush life that are on Azeroth, all present and maintained in here, despite the fact that such close proximity to different types of wildlife would undoubtedly lead them to not actually coexist so peacefully. Again, an enforced artificial biome, which is something the Titans are very good at. Other than the artifact thing, not that I'm aware of, Tom and Korea. So there's Freya, the one whose avatar we were looking at earlier today. Killing her basically requires killing her with all three of those guys up. And there's an achievement which also involves some really messed up stuff.
Your strength.
You see how she's healing very quickly? Like very, 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 very quickly? Yeah, overcoming that healing is the goal
dissipates. I can see clearly once more. Thank you, heroes.
I like her hair. Literally carved out of stone. So that's 3 of the 4 primary Watchers here. Now these Watchers, other than their general tasks, life, frost, thunder, and technology, had a primary goal. That primary goal, of course, being keeping Yogg-Saron in place. You notice I haven't even looked at that yet. That's because I want to do that once we've got all of them up. And actually, that wouldn't surprise me, Dark Archon, if that was another biome being represented there through the river. Because again, the whole point is, a conservatory of life across all of it. So this is the trash leading up to Mimirion. The fact that we've got machines and Titan devices, and of course, literal trash. Those guys right there. Their name is actual trash. Someone finally called them out for what they truly are. It's the first game to ever actually call trash. Anyways, as you can see, this is, well, you can just see the size and breadth of all the Titan machinery through this whole area, can't you? What is the beef? Your statement makes no sense, Deutsch. I explode you. Yeah, in case you thought I was kidding about the size of this place. Now, the great part about all of this is pretty much the majority of the technological prowess of these Watchers, in a nutshell, is all being represented by this Watcher, Mimirion. This place is huge, and it's pretty likely, based on what we know, that almost all of it was built by him. Even if it wasn't built by him, it was definitely designed by him. I really want to give you a good shot of this, so... You see this? Look at this. Look at this. The best part is you haven't even seen anything yet. We're about to take a train ride. Like I said, I'll try and get you a good shot as we're going through. Try to keep in mind this is about a football field tall here. Out into the open. There's Ulduar, back there. There's more Titan cities as we're going through here. Back into another mountain. Keep in mind, this is all under the mountains. In case you thought I was joking when I say that pretty much all of the Storm Peaks is actually a Titan machine, this is kind of what I mean by this. All of the Storm Peaks is built on a Titan machine. It's all one massive Titan complex. Now, again, whether that was built... The Titan complex was built, and then it was artificially built onto it, or they dug it into it. Whichever way is correct is debatable. Again, I prefer the idea that they built the Storm Peaks on top of it. By the way, this is where things get really big. You remember that mountain we were at earlier? Well, we're now in it. This is Mimirion's personal laboratory. And that's Mimirion. A gnome. Because of course it's a gnome. Just for fun, we're going to go in and do hard mode. I may regret this. This is, in my opinion, the second hardest fight in this entire raid. Doing heroic Mimirion. Honestly, I found this harder than Algalon, personally. That was just my personal experience, though. See this giant red button? You can't quite tell, but if you mouse over it, it says, do not push this button. So,
Self-destruct sequence initiated. This area will self-destruct
Why
in
would
10
you go and do
minutes.
something like that? Didn't you see the sign that said, do not push this button? How will we finish testing with the self-destruct mechanism active?
So, I feel like being proud of my accomplishments for just a second. I obviously did this back in the day, because I have the prototypes on that, and I accomplished this back during Wrath. But I'm going to explain why I'm proud of that in just a second. Because there's some voice acting about to happen.
Wonderful! Positively marvelous results! Hull integrity at 98.9%! Barely a dent! Moving right along!
He is the original gnome, would be more accurate. All gnomes were actually built out of his prototype. By the way, how many of you didn't realize that was a can opener?
This area will self-destruct in 9 minutes.
Nobody knew that was a can opener back in the day, until I pointed it out to him.
Behold, the VX-001 Anti-Personnel Assault Cannon! You might want to take cover.
So, in the third phase of this fight, you're supposed to tank him with a ranged mob. I was the one tanking him in the third phase, as a warrior. It was a strategy I actually came up with on my own, and I was, like I said, I was really proud of doing so. I'll explain how that was even possible in just a second.
Thank you, friends! Your efforts have yielded some fantastic data. Now, where did I put... Oh, there it is.
So that's phase 3 right
This
there.
area
The
will
head.
self-destruct in 8 minutes.
Isn't it beautiful? I call it the Magnificent Aerial Command Unit!
So his only real attack is Plasma Ball. So you can see why a ranged person is supposed to actually tank this guy. Well, I have this ability called Spell Reflect. So what we'd do is we'd have this setup where basically everyone would just kind of chill for a moment while I got initial aggro. And I would do everything I could to pull him to me initially, and as soon as I got that very first reflect, it's like 10,000 damage, which was a huge amount of damage back in the day. 10,000 damage with the threat of a tank? Oh, I kept aggro on him, and I just continued to tank him with Spell Reflect while he stood up there. That's it. I don't know. It's one of my few little points of I added this strategy.
This area will self-destruct.
Preliminary testing phase complete.
To raid.
Now comes the true test.
And of course, you'll see how I do phase 4 in just a moment.
Gaze upon its magnificence. Bask in its glorious... glory! I present you with V07TRON!
Alright, so you'll notice I can't actually hit the head. It's too high up for me to throw, and I can't hit it physically. However, I can hit it with one thing. If I get right positioned, whoops, I could get knocked back, that works too. If I get in position, jump, and do a thunderclap, I'll get my bleed off on it. My bleed does significant damage, even when it's just my bleed doing it.
Destruction!
Also, when he does that, he stops moving, so now I can get it ranged and fling my axe up at the head. So as you can see, taking out the head is actually a lot easier than you'd think as a warrior. Once the head is low enough, a simple Blade Storm will take care of the rest. Also, Blade Storm will hit the head too if you get right in the middle and jump on it. So, bam, we're gonna win. That's over. We've won. Just like that.
Self-destruct sequence terminated. Override code A905.
It would appear that I've made a slight miscalculation. I allowed my mind to be corrupted by that fiend in the prison, overriding my primary directive. All systems seem to be functional now. Clear.
Yeah, that red laser thing, by the way, I probably should have mentioned that as well. I don't know why I'm looking. That red laser does such an insane amount. It's not actually a laser, it's a missile, slow-moving missile, but it does such an insane amount of damage that it can still kill you at level 100 if you're not careful. What can I say? I've kind of perfected soloing stuff down to an art. So you might ask, alright, why are we getting all these Watchers together? Well, we need to unlock the path below. We need to open the prison. Because the prison isn't really in the best of shape right now. That's the prison right in front of us. As you can see, it's already basically broken. But I want to get you a little bit closer up of a shot. I like this, by the way. This just looks cool to me. So there's where Yogg-Saron is imprisoned, down there. And there's the barrier which was keeping it in, and as you can see, the glass shards of what used to be the hard light. Remember, they actually have hard light technology in the Titans. And the energies of the old god is just kind of seeping out into reality. There's also chains in there. You can literally see the ghostly chains, like right on here. And over here is another one. There's another one over here. We're going to be doing 0 Watchers. AKA All Alone in the Darkness. Also known as the ridiculously hard fight, and one of the hardest fights in the entire game ever made. This is right up there with the original 40-man, 4 horsemen, and the original unnerfed Mauru. Some people argue as to which one of those fights is the hardest fight in the entire game, but this is among them. There's really no denying it. By the way, nice little touch. So there's some random calligraphy and pictures on the walls there. Actually, fun fact, we're pretty sure that's Odin right there, based on some things that we've learned. There's some weird kids running around, you know. More kids. There's her. But there's one in particular I want to show to you that, interesting. I'll discuss why 0 Watchers is so insanely difficult when we get there, by the way. So, there's a picture right up here. It's this one, right here. Yes, Odin is in WoW. That picture up there is very similar looking to the Shah. Funnily enough, that's an unintentional coincidence. The people who are designing the Shah and the people who are designing this stuff independently came up with the same general idea, and they decided to keep it because it fits surprisingly well. They actually did adjust a couple of the designs of the Shah to more closely fit that, showing the whole excuse me, the whole connection between the old gods and the Shah, for those of you who did Ulduar on the day and were paying attention to the details. As you can see, by the way, down here things are in a lot worse shape. Everything up above has been basically pristine. Note the shards just hovering there. That's General Vezax. And more importantly, these are Twilight cultists. The mere fact that Twilight cultists are in here is actually kind of a foreshadowing thing, leading into Cataclysm. Also, look at the Serenite in here. This is what we call pure Serenite. Everything of... Oh, there's the other Shah-looking thing right there, by the way. Everything of Serenite we've seen so far has actually been distilled Serenite. It has impurities. These chunks here, these massive chunks of Serenite, literally breaking out through the walls like that, are pure Serenite. And I'd just like to say that I hate Vezax. You know why? I was one of the people on the interrupt rotation. And there's nothing in the world like something that's really, really boring, yet if you screw it up, everything goes to hell very, very quickly. I hate it. I hated that. Because it's like, we actually got into a separate channel in Vent, and so we had a rotation. So every time I hit interrupt, I would say, I can't remember his name. It was a rogue gentleman. He was actually a really cool guy. He and I were decent friends. I can't think of his name, though. Anyways, I'd be like, you, it's your turn next. And then he'd do it, and he'd say, you, it's your turn next. And we'd loop around, and then it would be my turn again. And that was like the whole fight for us, and it was really, really boring. I will not be doing Heroic Vezax because it takes too long. Heroic Vezax involves standing there and waiting for him to summon a Saronite Horror, defeating that, and then defeating him. It's a pretty rough heal check in order to pull off his Heroic.
Your destruction will herald a new age of suffering.
Well, the funny thing, Deutsch, is if we screwed up, it would be a wipe, almost universally. Recovering from a searing flames that goes off was pretty difficult. Possible. Happened occasionally. But, yeah.
What horrors await me?
By the way, for a really long time, we all thought this was Watcher Tyr. In case you don't get it, Watcher Tyr is the one Watcher never mentioned at all in any of this stuff. Except for the fact that he had a Keeper Deus, remember that? Alongside all the other Watchers. And yet, he's not in Ulduar at all. Of course, we know where Watcher Tyr is now, as I've already mentioned. So, I'm going to talk about this fight before I do it, because this fight's going to involve me concentrating a little bit, and I want you to just enjoy the voice acting. So this is Yogg-Saron. Now you might ask, what makes Yogg-Saron 0 so difficult? Well, it's actually really simple. See, there's actually 5 different versions. Oh, wait, hang on. 5 different versions of this fight, basically, depending on how many Watchers you allow to join you. Now, all of the Watchers give you some buffs. Mimirion gives you some stat buffs and slows the casting of the tentacles. Thorim enables you to kill the otherwise invincible mobs. Hodir gives you a life 3 effect, so that if you die, you can come back temporarily. And Freya gives you the ability to get sanity back. There's a mechanic in this fight called sanity. You start with 100 sanity. If you hit 0 sanity, you are insane and start trying to kill your friends. To make this clear, if you hit 0 sanity, you're out of the fight. You aren't coming back from the fight. If you get resurrected at 0 sanity, your sanity stays at 0, regardless of anything. So when you get resurrected, you're still insane and you go back to killing people. Freya is the only source in the entire fight of regaining sanity. So, standard Yogg was actually kind of easy because of the buffs the Watchers gave. But going all the way down to 1 Watcher was still relatively easy. It was mostly a DPS and a gear check at that point, and a little bit of a coordination check on the final phase because of the invincible things. But Freya, almost everyone did 1 Watcher because keeping Freya up was how you got sanity back. Again, the only method. You have 100 sanity, finite resource. If it's gone, it's gone. 0 Watchers means no method of regaining sanity. That means there's a natural soften rage on the fight. You basically cannot afford more than, at an absolute maximum, 2 brain phases in a full raid. Otherwise, you will simply run out of sanity and the raid's over. Generally, the intended goal was to try and get him down in 1 brain phase, which required incredible amounts of gear. And was, as was pointed out in chat earlier, some people thought it was actually mathematically impossible to do. This was a ridiculously hard fight. So that's why this is one of the most challenging. That's ignoring. I mean, I could spend like 10 minutes discussing all of his mechanics. I'm not going to bore you with that. We're here for lore. So I'm just going to shut up and let you enjoy the voice acting.
The time to strike at the head of the beast will soon be upon us. Focus your anger and hatred on his minions. Yes, yes! Show them no mercy! Give no pause to your attacks! Let hatred and rage guide your blows! Yes, yes! Show them no mercy! Give no pause to your attacks!
The monster in your nightmares.
The fiend of 1,000 faces. Cower
before my true form. Bow down before the god of death!
Tremble, mortals, before the coming of the end. Tremble, mortals, before the coming of the end.
Your resilience is admirable.
I am not afraid of you!
I will break you as I broke me.
Look upon the true face of death, and know that your end comes soon. Your fate is sealed. The end of days is finally upon you, and all who inhabit this miserable little seedling.
So yeah, that was Bolvar being tortured by the Lich King down there. Alright, I'm just gonna check. I'm just gonna rip off the band-aid. Nope, no mount. No mount. Damn it. Never getting this mount. Yogg-Saron, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the first chance I've really had a good chance to actually show you what he looks like. As you can see, he just has mouths. He's got some tentacles in the back, but he's basically all mouths. Yeah. Fun guy. Fun guy. And again, as you can see, the whole chamber down here a little bit better. We're not quite done in here yet, though. With Yogg-Saron done, we are finally in a position to say that we have saved Azeroth from Yogg-Saron. But there's one little catch with that. We still need to go deal with Algalon, don't we? Oh, it's okay, Permius. This is one of my least favorite mounts to farm because it takes so much time and effort to get down there. And I have to do 0 Yogg each time I want to farm it. There's a reason I have that fight down to a science. I've been farming this guy for forever. Yeah, as Razulia says, there's the possibility that each old god represents a particular part. Yeah, wait until you see Yasharaj. Oh, wait. We don't know yet, Wraith. But I suspect we will. Also, this is a point of interest that some people think about. So there's Azeroth, obviously. I mean, we've already seen that particular globe. What are these planets? What do you think these planets are? Now, I'm going to go ahead and just say that we don't know what these planets are. But there is a strong theory, which I'm going to go ahead and share with you. This is... Shadow should probably figure this out pretty quickly. So there's a red molten world with some debris surrounding it. Okay. Here's a cooling world with a broken moon around it. Here's a world which has started to have a gravitational pull, much stronger. Here's a world where the oceans have come out of the cooling. Also notice the twisting nether going around it. And here's a world... And yeah, you kind of see where I'm going with this. The idea being that this is the idea of the development of the world of Azeroth, of how the Titans build worlds. However, The other most common theory is that these are just other worlds that Titans have worked with and seeded. So, I don't know which of those is true, obviously. I have no way of knowing. Just food for thought. What you're about to see is probably one of the more visually impressive effects back in the day. As you can see, I've already done this quest, obviously, I guess, since I tanked this bastard back in Wrath. Would anyone mind if I bragged just for a little bit? Because I've tanked Algalon back in the day. But that doesn't really describe what I did on this fight. So the moment we summon this guy, I forget when the exact timer starts. I believe it's when you use the key like we just did. But you have 1 hour to kill this guy. Also, this place just looks gorgeous. I'll explain after we finish the cutscene here. Because this is one of my few moments of true pride in this game. I think that...
We did it, lads! We got here before Algalon's arrival. Maybe we can rig the systems to interfere with his analysis.
Translocation complete. Commencing planetary analysis of Azeroth.
Hello, Algalon.
Stand back, mortals. I'm not here to fight you. It is in the universe's best interest to re-originate this planet should my analysis find systemic corruption. Do not interfere.
Notice the tone of his voice, by the way.
I'll head back to the Archivum and see if I can jam his signal. I might be able to buy us some time while you take care of him.
So, this fight is pretty damn rough. The thing I loved about this fight, though, up until this point in time, there was a strategy that Blizzard used to try and make it so that to challenge tanks. And that strategy boiled down to hitting harder and harder. Now, that strategy was innately flawed. It got to the point where some bosses would literally hit the tank so hard, the tank would be pushed down to like 10 or 20% health, and then healed back up, and then BAM! And then healed back up, and then BAM! They used a different strategy with Algalon. Algalon actually hits less hard than most of the other bosses in this raid. However, he hits much, much, much faster. He had a very fast swing timer, and it was a whole new type of hitting hard that we'd never encountered up until Algalon the Observer. So there's two tanks in this fight. They have to swap constantly. One of the fights basically has to deal with everything else, and the other tank has to deal with him, and then they have to swap. Now, I want to stress this. I'm not going to go over the specific mechanics. Again, it would take me several minutes to explain. Just put it to you this way. What one tank is doing, the other tank is basically doing the opposite. One tank has to be near mobs, the other tank has to be away from them. One tank has to watch for these things, the other tank has to watch for these other things. Completely separate roles, right? So we're doing this raid. And I'm in Vent. We're all in Vent, of course. And we failed, and we failed, and we failed. And we had like 10 minutes left on our hour timer. We had a timer going. And we're like, okay, this is basically our last attempt. And all of our fail points were on the other tank, who I'm not going to call out because, well, he was a tunnel vision tank. He was pretty good at certain types of jobs, but he was very non-adaptive. And this fight was just way too much for him to keep up with. So I'm like, all right, come on, dude. And I pulled him over to a separate vent channel. I was like, look, I'm going to tell you what to do. I just need you to trust me on this and do everything I tell you to do when I tell you to do it. And we then fought Algalon the Observer while I was tanking him, telling him the opposite job to do while accounting for vent lag simultaneously. And we did it. And we actually brought Algalon down. Forgive me, but I'm pretty proud of that night. And a little bit surprised we pulled it off.
Your actions are illogical. All possible results for this encounter have been calculated. The Pantheon will receive the Observer's message regardless of outcome.
I also want you to see this.
See your world through my eyes. A universe so vast as to be immeasurable, incomprehensible even to your greatest minds.
So this is where we fight him, in space, basically. You can kind of see what I mean about the attack speed here. It's almost a shame I can't show you how hard this fight really is, but trust me, this fight's crazy.
The stars come to my aid.
He attacks us with stars and black holes. I think that really summarizes the fight in a nutshell.
Behold the tools of creation.
There we go. Yeah, you did, Chris. There's Bran.
I have seen worlds bathed in the Maker's flames, their denizens fading without so much as a whimper. Entire planetary systems born and raised in the time that it takes your mortal hearts to beat once. Yet all throughout, my own heart devoid of emotion, of empathy, I have felt nothing. A million lives wasted. Had they all held within them your tenacity? Had they all loved life as you do?
He's a
Perhaps
program.
it is your imperfection, that which grants you free will, that allows you to persevere against all cosmically calculated odds. You prevail where the Titan's own perfect creations have failed. I've rearranged the reply code. Your planet will be spared. I cannot be certain of my own calculations anymore. I lack the strength to transmit the signal. You must hurry. Find a place of power, close to the skies.
Say Dalaran, maybe?
I know just the place. Will you be alright?
Do not worry about my fate, Bronzen. If the signal is not transmitted in time, reorigination will proceed regardless. Save your world.
Algalon the Observer is a computer program, basically, that goes around analyzing worlds to see if they should be re-originated or not. You're thinking of Lemon Cave. So, fun, interesting fight. Couple of really important lore tidbits there, though. First, and probably most importantly, the fact that, again, the millions of lives he took out, millions and millions of lives have been extinguished by this individual. It just helps to reemphasize everything I've been saying about the Titans up until this point, especially the fact that they may or may not acknowledge those lives as actually mattering. Second interesting point, the fact that Algalon basically acts completely impassively until he fights us, at which point he starts to show some actual emotion.
Please, browse my wares.
Third point, and this is probably the most important one, really. He refers to free will as a defect, something that is anti-Titan. The prevailing theory here is that freedom of will is something that is a chaotic thing, and therefore the very antithesis of the Titans. And so the Titans, even themselves possibly, don't actually have free will. We've actually talked about this before. And thus, the only thing that is capable of actually resisting and contesting the old gods and their chaotic ways is something else that is also chaotic, because the truly orderly cannot comprehend such a chaotic thing. Now, the good news is it looks like Ronan isn't doing his speech right now. So, let's go ahead and turn in this speech. Now, I know everyone hates this speech, but we got to show it off at least once for the lore run.
We received Bran's message, and we have begun preparations.
Just in time. Let's see this thing off then.
thank you, Lemon Cave. Appreciate your kind thoughts. I've been hearing a lot of them lately, and I'm really happy to see so many people enjoying the lore of Warcraft. Actually, I have, Chris, so I'm not sure how I could do it again. I think it's like a weekly quest or something. So, I'm really sick of hearing this thing, but like I said, we have to show it off at least once. Because, I mean, it is part of the lore. So, by the way, I've heard it twice today, as we've been going through here. Just saying. So, prepare to hear the speech that everyone's heard of 50 billion times. It's still a cool speech the first time you hear it.
Raise your eyes to the skies and observe. Today our world's destruction has been averted in defiance of our very makers. Algalon, the Observer, Herald of the Titans, has been defeated by our brave comrades in the depths of the Titan city of Ulduar. Algalon was sent here to judge the fate of our world. He found a planet whose races had deviated from the Titans' blueprints. A planet where not everything had gone according to plan. Cold logic deemed our world not worth saving. Cold logic, however, does not account for the power of free will. It's up to each of us to prove this is a world worth saving. That our lives are worth living.
So, for the third time, in a matter of hours, even in lore, we just saved the world by preventing the entirety of the planet from being re-originated. Now you're probably like, why is that such an irritating thing? Well, people turn that thing in all the time. I'm not actually sure why. People are constantly going and killing Algalon and turning in that quest, because you can repeat it, as I've just proven. I've done this quest before, on this character. So, yeah, you can just kind of keep doing it over and over, and people do for some reason. So it's kind of infamous now that he says that they actually put in a patch where he was, you could like leave and not hear it. Like if you could get away from it and not be like, oh God, you know. It used to be you couldn't get away from it. He would just yell and you'd hear it no matter where you were. I need to get in position, don't I? So, anyways, one of the only times I actually like Ronan as a character. I'm going to go ahead and shut it off for the night. I've been streaming quite a bit today. Tomorrow, we're going to be going to the best zone in the known universe. This zone. This would be Icecrown, the very last step in the Northrend campaign. I hope you guys will join me tomorrow. We got a lot of stuff to cover for Icecrown, so... see you there, guys.